Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of the University of Minnesota, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Siebert Field, it's game one of today's doubleheader between the Minnesota Golden Gophers and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast booth alongside color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. It's a warm and sunny day in the Minneapolis Metro, certainly the best day of the weekend, and so that's why we'll play two today. Game two this evening will be 40 minutes after the conclusion of game one, our doubleheader. Starting at 3 o'clock today with the Gophers. Iowa entering 23-8, but 2-4 in the league, while Minnesota is 9-22 overall, but ahead of Iowa in the Big Ten standings at 3-3. It's a big series that's on tap between these border rivals, Minnesota and Iowa. The Gophers and the Hawkeyes live from Siebert Field in Minneapolis with first pitch coming in just a bit. Iowa crushed Milwaukee in the midweek, 12-1 in 7 innings. Some highlights from that one. The 3-2, driven into right center. Get going, baby. It is off the wall. Guerin's headed for second. They're going to send Huck. Here comes Huck around third, and he'll score. And Blake Guerin has tied it up with a drive to right center. The 2-2. Popped up right side. This is carrying well. To the wall. Get going, baby. It is gone. Sam Honar. Boom. 1-1. Tallman gets a hold of this one. Deep to left center. Get going, baby. It is gone. Tallman time. Deep to left center. And that's a bomb for Benny. A ball and a strike. Obermueller against Olenek, the pitch. Here's a high chopper. Seegers will grab it. Step on the bag. The throw to first for the double play. Got him. 2 down.
Find the barrel of the bat again.
Sawed off, but punched into right. That's a base hit. Anthony will score. DeRiggi heading from second to third. Huckstorf's going to try to stretch it into a double. The throw is not in time. Huckstorf beat it. Iowa leads 5-1. The Hawkeyes would beat the Panthers 12-1 in 7 innings to get the midweek victory and snap a 2-game losing skid after dropping the series last weekend at Indiana. We're back with conference play now, a 3-game series with Minnesota. We'll play 2 today, and then a game is scheduled for tomorrow at 2 p.m. against these Minnesota Golden Gophers. A quick look at the schedule ahead. 2 midweeks next week at University of Illinois Chicago, UIC on Tuesday. That'll be a 6 o'clock first pitch. The Hawkeyes and the Flames in Chicago. Iowa and Bradley on Wednesday at Duane Banks. First pitch at 6 o'clock. So a couple of midweeks next week, and then a big-time series next weekend with Nebraska at home in Iowa City. A busy weekend of Hawkeye athletics. On the weekend of April 21st, 22nd, 23rd, join us at Duane Banks for a series between Iowa and Nebraska. But first things first, we got a doubleheader today with Minnesota. Iowa's 23-8 overall. The Golden Gophers are 9-22, but playing a lot better as of late. Gophers with a series win over Ohio State. They did take 1 game over Purdue. Iowa looking for their first series win in conference play of the season. All right, Dom Dandriel, he'll join us next. He's the play-by-play voice of Gopher Baseball. We'll hear from him as pregame coverage continues right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org. Iowans win.
This year, we considered hiring an ad agency to help with our marketing.
They pitched impressive visuals and a script that was inspiring.
And exotic animal mascots to help grab your attention.
In the end, we just decided to tell it to you straight. Shelter Insurance has award-winning customer service at affordable rates.
Plus, our local agents are there to help you understand what coverage you need.
To find an agent near you, visit shelterinsurance.com and switch today.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today up in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis for the series opener with the Golden Gophers. We're joined now by play-by-play voice of Gopher baseball, Dom Dandria. Dom, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
All right, so just a season recap so far, a 9-22 record, but that schedule's been pretty tough.
It has been, and I know they faced a bunch of ranked teams at the start of the season during the Cambria College Classic at U.S. Bank Stadium, and they fared pretty well. But again, when you're going up against tough teams, you know it is a growing kind of type of season with a young roster for head coach Anderson. But they fared pretty well against the ranked opponents. Now they dip back into conference play, and they're sitting 3-3 in the Big Ten. So I think they're happy with how they're doing in conference play, and I think they're starting to kind of turn the corner and figure out who they have. Again, the roster is so young, but I guess the future is bright here at Minnesota.
It looks like those early season games against Vanderbilt, Ole Miss, those teams out in California really prepared the team for when we get closer to conference play now.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And we saw Purdue in last weekend, and all 3 games were good games. They ended up coming out and beating Purdue on Easter Sunday to take one of those 3 games against the Boilermakers, and they had a midweek game against North Dakota State, and the Bats came to life then. So hopefully, like you said, hopefully they can keep things going, and it's a tough test today this weekend against Iowa.
What would you say the strengths of the Gophers team is as a whole right now?
You know, I think they play quality defense. Their pitching struggled at the start of the season, but now the ERA has gone down from the start of the season, and they're filling up the strike zone, and the bats are coming around. And you know, when you have the middle of the order producing, and then once it gets back down to the bottom of the order, always you want to try to flip it back to the top and keep those innings alive, and that's what Minnesota's been doing here as of late.
Let's start with the starting pitching. We talk with them. We'll start with Novotny. He gets the start in Game 1 today. Let's talk about the starting pitching a little bit.
Yeah, he's a lefty. He's going to fill up the strike zone. He like in college baseball now, everybody works fast, but he does like to control the tempo out there, and I think when he's at his best, he's in the zone, inducing a lot of ground balls, and we'll see what he has today.
And what do you got in Game 2?
I believe George Clausen is the scheduled starter, and he's someone that is a MLB draft prospect. He's had some arm issues throughout his career, but this is someone that Minnesota has counted on, and he should be good to go. And he's someone that, again, Minnesota is going to need to throw pretty well here in this series.
How's the bullpen been for Minnesota?
You know, the bullpen has been good. Noah Rooney and Noah DeLuga, a couple of lefties, have looked good in recent days, and so the bullpen is good. And again, it's trying to get quality starts and then make the job for the bullpen pretty easy.
I'm talking with play-by-play voice of Gopher Baseball, Dom D'Andrea, right now. Okay, offensively, what kind of team is this?
They get on base. They have a lot of quality at bats. Their extra base hits, that has kind of come around here lately. Really, the Sunday game against Purdue, they were taking, the difference from game 2 to game 3 in that series against Purdue, we noticed it right away. The at-bats were a lot better, and they were putting much better swings on the baseball. But they get on base. You'll see a lot of activity on the bases, and that's one of their strengths, base running and not giving away outs on the bases.
And Brett Bateman, he's the star of the offense, kind of does it all, a few extra base hits, and from Iowa's perspective, got to keep him off base. He's going to steal a few bags.
Yeah, when he's on base, you have to be on alert. He can really control his plate appearances. He has an extremely good eye. He also can play out in the outfield at center field. So he's a well-rounded player, and he's someone that has been counted on in big moments here at the University of Minnesota, and he's having another good season.
This is a big series for the conference standings. I know it's early. You guys have a series win over Ohio State. Iowa's still looking for their first series win of the season. So this one really, with you guys ahead of us in the rankings right now, shaping up to be a big one.
Yeah, it's a big one, and here today, starting the doubleheader, the doubleheader on Friday will be interesting to see how both teams come out. This is a big series for both teams, like you mentioned, and it's a great day here on campus, and the weather is good right now. Hopefully we can get all the games in this weekend, but yeah, this is a big weekend for both of these programs.
It sounds like no shot to play on Sunday. I kind of joked with our coach, it's a shame we couldn't play all 3 today, because tomorrow and Sunday look a little bit dicey. When you look at Minnesota's success in this series this weekend, what are some keys to the Gophers' success if they want to win the series?
I think they have to play really strong defensively. Their at-bats, when you're going against a great pitching staff like Iowa has, you have to have quality at-bats. But it all comes down to, I think, the start of games for Minnesota, and when you have the pitchers kind of lined up, we'll see what they can do, maybe giving a few quality starts.
All right, Dom, thanks for your time. We'll wish you the best of luck after this series. How about that?
That sounds good. Thanks.
Play-by-play voice of Gopher Baseball, Dom D'Andrea, joining us on our pregame show. When we come back, we'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you, because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. The series opener with Minnesota. We've got a doubleheader on tap today, joined now by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a good performance against Milwaukee this week.
Yeah, it really was. Really clean game. 2 free bases as a team. 8 pitchers were able to get out there, and for the most part, all of them did a decent to good job. And offensively, a little slow starting against their left-hander, but then took advantage of some free bases with a couple big innings in the 4th and 5th, and got a lot of guys in to hit, and couldn't ask for a better day weather-wise. And we had a great crowd, and thanks to those that came out and supported us, it was a good midweek situation. Happy with how we played.
And the pitching was really on point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. We weren't given any free bases, and when we do that, I mean, it's tough to beat. The guys that are out there, all guys are capable and have good stuff, and they found the strike zone on Wednesday, and that was good to see.
Offensively, maybe didn't get a lot of pitches to hit, especially in the middle, but you got to be pleased with the plate discipline. That seems to really be a strength right now.
Yeah, that's what we strive to be really good at, and have been most of the season. Couple blips in the radar here or there where we weren't, but hopefully that will set us up for this weekend, which in my opinion is the biggest key offensively for us, especially with these 2 games tonight with the wind blowing in, pretty hard. We haven't had a wind blowing out game in the conference yet. It's the same. It's been the same wind from right field, right center field, blowing right in all 6 games so far, and that's not going to change today. And the only thing that's great today is that the weather's super warm, and I was thinking the wind would be blowing out, and I was kind of looking forward to that, but I forgot Minnesota's field is the one that the sun sets in left field and in the third baseman shortstop size, and you don't see many of those, and that means the warm wind blows in and the cold wind blows out at Siebert Field. So that discipline and finding ways to get on base, and with the pitching staff or the starting pitching that we're going to see this weekend, there's definitely a benefit to strike zone discipline with all 3 of them. And it starts with the left-hander Novotny tonight, who's very, very capable and relies on guys to chase up a little bit with the fastball, and relies on guys to chase down and in, the right-handers anyway, down and in and down away with the left-handers.
This is an intriguing series because if you look at Minnesota's record, well, you might not think very much, but man, they've played a tough schedule and they have a series win in conference.
Yeah, they definitely do. They've had 3 wins already in league play, and it's going to be a dogfight for sure. And they're playing the best baseball. And like I said to some people earlier this week, whenever we play Minnesota, I mean, you pretty much throw the records out the window. I mean, it's just a good rivalry and a good rivalry series, and I think we have a good plan, and we had a good week of practice and good midweek game, and we're in a good place, and it'll all come down to the things it normally does. And the wind is a definite neutralizer this afternoon as far as the offensive advantage that I felt like that we might have. So it's going to be who comes down to executing and eliminating free bases on the mound, and we'll see how it goes.
This will be the best day to play for the weekend as we look ahead. There's rain the next day and the day after that, cold. So take advantage today. Yeah, I take advantage today. Thank goodness we're playing 2 today.
The cold front's coming in, and tomorrow, it's going to be a blustery. Wind will be shifting directions, I think, and going the other way. But it'll be a blustery, windy, rainy Saturday, but with wind chills in the low to mid 40s at best. And the reason we bumped it up is that Sunday looks right now, at least from the forecast, unplayable. It's got to be 28 real feel, and the high I'm seeing on most of the weather apps is 25, 26 for the high on wind chill and some snow flurries and rain on Sunday. So we just hope that we get a window tomorrow afternoon where we can play. There's pretty heavy rain chances, after midnight through midday, and then they pick back up again later in the afternoon. But right now, as we look at it, the least amount of percentage anyway is 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So hopefully we'll get a window and be able to be able to get it in tomorrow.
It's a shame we can't play 3 today, Coach.
That's a fact, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Siebert Field today in Minneapolis. Their coach has been here for quite some time. Do you have any history with him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, John and I are good friends, and, a ton of respect for John and what he's built here at Minnesota, premier program, and he's been the head coach since 1982, and the amount of championships and great players that John has put into professional baseball and in the baseball world in general. I mean, just, I go back, the old assistant, Rob Fornacier, fantastic baseball coach and a guy I respect a ton, and, Todd Oakes, who, sadly passed away to cancer, another really good friend and to me a big part of this Gopher program. And, John is a legend. I mean, tons of wins, tons of championships, tons of regionals, raised the money for this new stadium. Just a lot of respect for John.
His team this year, maybe offensively, isn't hitting as well as maybe they would think. They're towards the bottom. That advantage to your pitchers this weekend?
Well, they're a different type team, John. The average is isn't great, but they're this team is really a contact-driven team, and you know how that goes. I mean, if it's at you, it's great. If it's in the hole, it's not so great, and they don't strike out much. And I don't know if you noticed Wednesday night against Milwaukee, our staff generally strikes out a lot of guys, especially in the midweek games, and I think we only struck 4 out on the night, but still had a great night with a lot of weak contact. We played good defense. Minnesota is very similar to that. Whenever you face a guy like Brody Breck, the opportunity, the potential for a lot of strikeouts is there. But these guys are going to put the ball in play, and it's a turf field. Their infield turf is substantially slower than ours. And last night when we were practicing, I mean, it's a perfect field to bunt. Bunts stay fair here. They don't roll foul. The type of turf just kind of eats it up and slows it down. Ground balls are much slower. Then the outfield is super bouncy. Like if you misplay a ball, it'll bounce over your head. I seen more balls like bounce over the fence from a greater distance yesterday than I've seen in a long time. So the field will have a little bit of impact with how they play, but the Bateman kid is a really, really good player, and he kind of makes their offense go. He can do a lot of things. He can run and gets on base, and just a really good hitter and good player. And we just have to do a good job of limiting the free bases with these guys. They do run a little bit on the bases. They some decent amount of stolen bags, but it all comes down to me is like great defense. Really be aware we're going to have to make some adjustments in our bunt coverages as far as playing in. Maybe I'm telling our guys 5-6 feet closer than normal in a bunt situation against the fast runners. That when they're hitting, the infielders are going to have to come in a couple steps because the turf definitely isn't flat.
This will be the only time we talk to you before tomorrow. So with 2 games on the slate for today, so we got Brody getting the start, and then Marcus in game 2.
Yeah, Marcus in game 2, and that's where we'll face their big arm. George Clausen is going to throw that game.
Are they doing the same thing as Indiana did, or is that just typically what they do?
Novotny's been their Friday guy, and George is throwing on Saturday. Now George didn't throw at all last week. I think he was tired, wore down a little bit, sore. He hadn't thrown as many innings as he has this year, and I just think out of precaution, they let him rest and tried to get him healthy. But I mean, you're going to see triple digits. He's going to be over 100 miles an hour at times, and really good breaking ball. And we're going to have to do a really nice job of pushing the strike zone down and staying in the middle of the field. The oppo approach. When you get a guy that throws that hard, a lot of guys' mindset is I got to swing faster. When in reality you got to go slower and slow the ball down, hit it deeper. And the strike zone, if you look at all the scouting stuff and all the video we looked at, all the damage on George is usually opposite field, up the middle. So we're going to have our hands full today. There's no question. And they got some guys in the bullpen that are going to run it up there, and some good arms.
Really quickly, what does the lineup look like, especially when it comes to health-wise?
Well, yesterday, 2 days ago, I'd have told you Raider Tella had no shot of playing. As of yesterday, big improvement, and he's going to go today. So Raider will We'll start at third today, and then we're gonna get Blake Aaron another start at first base and put DeRiggi in left field, and then Wilmus will be in right, with Frazier coming in at some point, probably here or there. Other than that, it'll be the normal lineup, and just really happy that it was a pleasant surprise for all of us that Raider came out and looked as good as he did yesterday. Kudos to Jake Feldman, our trainer. I mean, they've been working tirelessly to come up with a way that, to get that pain out of there, and they did a really good job, and Jake did a great job with him, and we're super pumped that he's going to be able to play.
One last thing, homecoming for Blake Guerin, huh? Is he going to have a lot of fans here?
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he'll have a lot of fans here, and obviously knows a lot of the guys in the other dugout, but it just gives us a presence in there, and some pull side power if need be, and the left-hander Novotny that we're facing today is the one guy that is going to give our right-handers a chance to pull the ball properly, possibly. He likes to come in, the breaking ball comes in, and if we do a good job with our path and not try to get big and yank it, it's gonna the ball will carry, it looks like, from about the last 50, 60 feet in left field, very similar to what we talked about at Indiana last weekend, very similar wind pattern. So, roll the dice, and maybe Blake will run into one.
Yeah. Good defense, good pitching, and jump on them early. Any other keys to victory today, Coach?
No, that's pretty much it. And then the bullpen come in and do the same thing, pound the strike zone, like Jacob Henderson did last Friday night. If we do that, I feel good about where we'll be.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's win the day, take down the Gophers.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Siebert Field. First pitch coming up in just a minute. We're back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
It's Iowa and Minnesota today from Siebert Field, a 3-game set. We've got a doubleheader this Friday afternoon. We'll get to starting lineups in just a moment. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Let's welcome in color analyst John Evans. John, good to see you. Big weekend up here in Minnesota.
Big weekend. Who knew we had to go 4 hours north of Iowa City to get the best weather of the season?
No kidding. And it's only going to be today, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we only get one shot at it. But hey, we're making the most of it. We're playing a couple games today.
Yeah, we'll go with the doubleheader starting in just a couple of minutes. Game 2 will be 40 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. It's about mid-80s, low 80s. What do you got on your watch there, John?
Watch says 81.
Yeah, if you're in the metal bleachers at the stadium and listening to us right now, I got to imagine that you're scorching. There's quite a few Hawkeye fans here today occupying the left side of the stands. A few Minnesota fans here. It's almost equal parts, wouldn't you say, John, based on the crowd that's here so far?
So far, yeah, it's a good turnout for the Hawkeye fans so far.
Yeah, and we'll get ready for this one. And a really nice stadium, really nice setup. Big series for Iowa. 2-4 in the conference. Minnesota's 3-3. Iowa's got the better overall record, though.
Iowa's played two of the 3 top teams in the Big Ten, if you don't count themselves, and so a little bit of a rough start, but now they kind of need to find a way to bounce back. But Minnesota's off to a good start after kind of a tough non-conference season. They've really found their way here the last month or so, and have that 500 record in conference too.
Yeah, Minnesota started, they didn't get their first win until the first weekend in March. They started 0-11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They started 0-11, the Gophers did, including a couple of losses to some pretty good teams. 2 losses to California Santa Barbara, UCSB. They were ranked in the top 15. They lost to Oregon State, who was in the top 20. They lost to Ole Miss, who at the time was ranked 4th. Vanderbilt, who at the time was ranked 7th. So they've played a lot of really good teams. They've started to pick things up a little bit now that we've gotten into conference play and towards the heart of their schedule. So it'll be no easy task, and I don't think Iowa feels pressure, but the opportunity is there to win all 3 this weekend.
Right, and it's a chance. You look at team batting. Minnesota's hitting just 249 on the season. I know Coach Heller said they don't strike out a ton, but they've got some guys in their lineup that maybe do a little bit. And of course, the matchup with a pitcher like Brody, if he throws like he threw, like he's thrown really the last 2 weekends, he's got a chance to strike out a lot of guys and make life pretty miserable for the Gopher hitters. And that'll be we talk about it a lot, but that'll be kind of the important thing is, you're playing 18 innings today, step on them early and really make them lose interest early in the day.
See if we can get a complete performance. Starting pitching, bullpen, offense, defense. All 4 facets. I'll call them 4 facets of the game starting today.
We had that last Friday. I told Zach Volker today, let's stretch it out to all weekend.
All right, we'll step aside for the national anthem. We'll come back with starting lineups, batting orders, and first pitch of Game 1 of the doubleheader right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
National anthem is complete at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Game 1 of the doubleheader between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Minnesota Golden Gophers. It's time for today's starting lineups. We'll go with the Iowa Hawkeyes first. Ben Wilmus, he'll lead things off, followed by Keaton Anthony, the designated hitter, and then Brennan DeRiggi. Raider Tello is back in the Hawkeye lineup today. He'll bat in the cleanup spot. Kyle Huckstorf, the Hawkeyes center fielder, batting 5th. Blake Guerin gets the start at first. He'll bat 6th. 7, 8, 9, Sam Honar, Michael Seegers, and Cade Moss. Those 9 will take on Tucker Novotny, the left-handed starting pitcher for Minnesota.
Novotny's 0-4 on the season with a 4.57 ERA. This will be start number 9. 41 1/3 innings, 38 hits, 25 runs, 21 of those were earned, 17 walks, and 41 strikeouts. He has hit 6 batters. Fastball's going to run up there right around 90 plus or minus a little bit. Decent slider, good changeup. Tries to pitch off the fastball, so the Hawks will have to be kind of ready. And you heard Coach Heller say in the pregame, a lot of times you see the guys kind of stay on the outside, maybe try to backdoor curveballs, but he's one that'll bust in on the right-handers as well. So Hawkeye hitters will have to be ready and alert, and if they're crowding the plate, have to be ready to maybe get that barrel out and try to get one of those fastballs pulled around.
The Gophers have a pretty good team defensively. And so try to see if we get some offense going and hit it where they're not, right? Coach Heller joked about that a little bit in the pregame that I guess from the Minnesota side, they're a contact team. Iowa can be a contact team, though, too. Get some ground balls through and then use their speed. So in that regard, hopefully Iowa catches a few more breaks than Minnesota.
And probably going to have to be a contact team today, just with the heavy wind. We were kind of talking about it off the air. You might catch a little bit of a break or a carry out to left field, and you may be right on the foul pole, but even if you hit one out to left center, I think the wind's going to knock it down, and certainly anything to right or right center is going to just get gobbled up by the wind.
It is a hot and sunny day in Minneapolis, the hottest day of the year, I think, even maybe hotter than what we experienced in Florida to start the season, being mid to low 80s right now. There's not a spot of shade on the field here in Minneapolis. Ben Wilmus is in the box, takes a first pitch strike right down the middle, and we're underway right on time at 3:05 at Siebert Field, Minnesota and Iowa. The 0-1 pitch on its way to Wilmus. That's off the plate outside, 1-1.
I might be lost without TrackMan, or I don't see on their scoreboard the miles per hour on the scoreboard either.
They've got their scoreboard in right field, a little bit smaller than a few of the other places we've been. Indiana had a pretty big one. The 1-1 pitch to Wilmus. That catches the inside corner, 1-2. You can see the football stadium for Minnesota, a little bit of a distance away, but over the right center field wall. There's the softball stadium closest to us, just over that wall in right center, right field. 2-2 now, the count to Wilmus. Got train tracks in foul territory to the left side out of the stadium. We've seen a couple of trains go by already today. 2-2 pitch to Wilmus. Popped up. This will find the seats to the right side. Minnesota's got their outdoor track over the fence in left center. So this seems to be their athletic complex.
Well, and I think that's what I heard one of the players mention earlier, too, is this is a little bit of an athletic village. So they've got their own dining hall and things over here as well.
2-2. Wilmus drives it out to left. It's carrying well. The left fielder jumps, and he makes the catch at the wall. Wilmus gave it a ride, but he's out number 1.
And he's had some bad luck leading off Big Ten games here lately.
Man, oh, man. The other game at Indiana took one to deep center, but he got caught at the wall just like that one. It was a good at-bat for Wilmus, but the left fielder, Jurgella, he made the catch out there and left.
Better job on that one for Ben to pull it a little bit, get himself a little, but he hit it more right at him, so he was able, even though he got lost tracking it back, he was able to get there.
We'll see Keaton Anthony now. First pitch to Keaton is a fastball that's high, ball 1.
You're talking about the surroundings. The other thing I like is I want those apartments over there where you just go out and sit on your deck and watch a baseball game. That's pretty good setup.
Yeah, just in front of those train tracks, big apartment complex. You'd take maybe the 3rd or 4th level, wouldn't you? You could see into the stadium pretty well from there.
I suppose the downside would be the trains coming zinging by, but
trains, maybe a couple foul balls to get hooked over there. 2 balls, no strikes to Anthony. The pitch. Keaton will take this one. Called strike on the outside corner. Stadium kind of reminds me a little bit of Illinois State, John. You didn't make that trip, but you kind of walk in and then down at the seats.
Well, it keeps the wind a little bit out too.
Anthony scoops this one into right. This is a fly ball that is caught for out number 2. That's Hawkinson that makes the grab out there on the infield for Minnesota. They've got Niels at first, Council at second, Mazenga at short, Perry at third base, left to right in the outfield, Jurgella, Bateman, and Hawkinson. You thought maybe it'd be Hawkinson for a second.
Oh, I know. I had to read, when I read the guide, I'm like, guys, can that be right?
Here's Brennan DeRiggi. First pitch is a called strike on the inside corner, 0-1.
Hawks have had some first 2 decent at-bats. You'd like to see, again, when you get Keaton kind of hitting line drives, that's more of his specialty. But Brennan falls behind 0-2 now.
Figuring out this left-handed pitcher for Minnesota. Iowa counters with Brody Brecht in game 1 of the doubleheader. We'll see him in just a moment. Here's the 0-2 pitch to DeRiggi. That is low and out, ball 1.
Hawkeyes get a 2-out rally here in the first inning. Maybe it can be a little longer than a moment.
Yeah, I left that door open. A little bit subjective on what I meant by moment, huh? Here's the 1-2. That's a called third strike. It's going to be a quick moment.
It's a quick moment.
Iowa goes down 1-2-3 in the top of the first. We'll see Brody Brecht coming up right after this break. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Iowa goes down quietly in the top of the first. Here come the Golden Gophers in the bottom half of the inning. They're led off by Brett Bateman. He's the star of their offense, followed by Jake Perry and then power hitter Weber Niels. In the fourth spot, cleanup spot is Ike Mazenga. Batting fifth is Boston Marilla. He's their designated hitter. Batting sixth is Brady Council. 7, 8, 9, Brady Jurgella, Chris Hokinson, Riley Swenson. Defensively for Iowa, Blake Guerin is at first, Sam Honar at second. Michael Seegers is the starting shortstop today. Raider Tello back in the lineup. He'll start at third. In the outfield from left to right, Ben Wilmus, Kyle Huckstorf, and Brennan Duriggi. Doing the catching behind the plate for Iowa today is Cade Moss. On the mound is Hawkeye ace Brody Brecht.
3-1 on the season, making his 9th start. 2.43 ERA, 40 2/3 innings, giving up just 21 hits, 11 runs have all been earned, 28 walks, 66 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 152 against Brody. And you've probably seen, 2 weeks ago you saw his best outing of the year, and then you probably saw his best outing of the year last week as he just continues to evolve and get better and develop into he'll get to be one of the best Friday starters in the league and maybe even beyond that.
It seems like ever since he made that announcement that he was going to focus on baseball, he's really been locked in. It didn't take too long for him to get really make some improvements. As the first pitch to Bateman is inside, gets off of Moss's glove and goes to the backstop. Pretty average size foul territory, you'd say, at this stadium. What do you think, John?
Yeah, small-ish maybe, but pretty decent.
1-0 pitch is in there for a strike on the inside corner. Bateman's a left-handed hitter. Got to keep him off the base paths. He's hitting .349, and he's stolen 13 bases this year. He's got a slightly open stance. He's a shorter player. 1-1 pitch in there for a strike again. 1-2. I think behind the plate there's a pretty decent amount of room if the ball were to get by a catcher, or for a catcher to make a play on a pop-up that goes straight back. Brecht is sent with the 1-2. Here it comes. Ground ball to the right side. Honar, he's got it, and he'll throw it to first for the first out of the inning. Wow, Bateman is fast. He got down the line really quickly.
Nothing easy about that. Honar was not nonchalant about it, but wasn't really in a hurry, but Bateman was hustling all the way and didn't turn it into bang-bang or anything, but he was moving to get down there.
And that'll benefit him, too, especially with what Coach Heller said earlier, that this infield plays slow. The ball will slow down on ground balls like that. Here's Jake Perry, another left-handed hitter. This one's much taller than Bateman, and so he's in there, their third baseman.
Well, when you see these ground balls hit, it's like every ball splashes. I'm not sure what's on the surface, but
I was going to bring that up. Usually on these turf infields, Brecht throws a slider on the outside corner to even the count 1-1. We'll get to that in a second as Brody's working quickly here out of the windup. The 1-1 pitch. That's inside 2-1. Most turf infields have like the rubber tires, right? The black particles that pop up when a ball hits the ground. You can see that in football, certainly. Here's a 2-1 that's hit on the ground to Seegers at short. He'll step and throw, and quickly 2 down in the inning. But here at Minnesota, something on the ground, I don't know if it's sand or maybe their tire material is white,
yeah.
But it looks like it's water that's coming up, and maybe it is.
I wouldn't think it's. I would guess more. It's probably some version of I don't even know if sand would be right, but it's got that look to it for sure, and so
something that slows it down a little bit more than the tires or normal turf material that's underneath. The batter is Weber Niels, first right-hander that Brody will face. Wind up in the pitch to him is line to Tello. He makes the grab on the one hop. He'll step and throw. Guerin dropped it at first. That was a one hopper to Rader at third, and he threw a one hopper to Guerin, who couldn't quite pick it.
And you wonder with Rader a little bit, hitting that, getting hit by the pitch in the right hand. If his hand's still feeling good all the way over there to throw it, made a great pick there to keep that ball. But when you're throwing across the diamond there, you either want to skip it earlier or get it all the way there, and just caught him in between.
Is recorded as a hit for Niels.
Generous scorekeeping on both ends there.
Yeah, that'll get Minnesota in that column first. So Niels is at first base. The batter is Mazenga, another lefty for the Golden Gophers. 3 of their first 4 are left-handed, as the slider's in there for a strike from Brecht. It'd be key for him today, especially with the temperature being so warm. Have one of those efficient days that he had, like the game against Indiana. A ball and a strike with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. The pitch from Brecht, that is a bit high and maybe a touch outside, 2-1.
I don't have TrackMan, I can't tell you this time, but I would agree. I concur. How about that?
Is that on you? You don't have your other computer?
No, it's a Minnesota thing. They don't do that.
Really? Swing and a miss at the high fastball from Brecht. It's 2-2.
Yeah, it's not a me thing. I would not let you down with technology. I'm there for you.
It's unfortunate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brecht is ready to pitch. He fouled it off himself in the box. Zenga hops around a bit. Brecht has to throw another. Out of the stretch, short lead at first, 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. There's a strikeout for Brody, his first of the game, and it'll end the first inning. We're scoreless through 1 in Minneapolis. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
The Hawkeyes went down 1-2-3 in the first, so that'll bring up 4, 5, 6. Tello, Huckstorf, and Guerin. A lot of power in this portion of the order, right in the middle.
Good. Well, gosh, watch. I was just looking out there. I got a glimpse of the third base umpire's pants whipping, and I'm not sure there's enough power for a day like today. Line drives.
Yeah, going to have to be ones that get out of here in a hurry, right? First pitch to Tello is low, ball 1. Don't have a ton of flags here like we do at Duane Banks. There's a massive United States of America flag out there in center. 1-0 pitch to Tello's outside, 2-0.
And it alternates blowing straight at us and straight to the left field foul pole. It's kind of a little bit of both.
It's confusing based on its direction, but either way, it's getting kind of pulled off that pole, isn't it? 2-0 pitch to Tello. Breaking ball high and out, ball 3.
Good take there for Rader. He kind of got started and had to quit. Again, that's one of those things that'll be interesting to see how the hand is affected by that.
All eyes on this next one that's outside, and Tello is the first Iowa base runner on a 4-pitch walk.
Rader's done a nice job. We kind of talk about him being a free swinger, but 16 walks to 20 strikeouts, so he's fairly even mixed there on both of those. Doesn't strike out too terribly often, and it draws his fair share of walks.
Here's Kyle Hucksdorf batting 5th for the Hawkeyes today. Novotny being a left-handed pitcher. First pitch to Huck, he fouled it on a bunt attempt, straight back right towards us. John was ready to make the play if it had a little bit more height to it. Just dropped right below us. Got over the net. There's a net here. I think we could take some foul balls up here, don't you think?
I think so. I mean, they're able to really open their windows all the way. If we could open our windows, I'd have leaned out and got that.
No balls and a strike to Hucksdorf. Tello with a short lead. Huck slaps this foul to the right side. Nothing in 2. Kyle, got to get him going a little bit more.
Yeah, he got the average up around 400 there in a stretch, and then he started bouncing around the order a little bit, and he just hasn't quite found the way. When Kyle's good, he's got that little bit shorter swing, and really just he's compact and quick to the ball.
The 0-2 swings and misses. Nice sweeping curveball from Novotny, and he buried it. Hucksdorf missed everything. He's out number 1. Minnesota with all white uniforms today. Got gold print in cursive across the chest. I believe that says Minnesota. It's hard to read from up here. Got maroon baseball caps with their signature gold M logo on the front panel. Iowa countering with all gray uniforms. Black block print spelling out Iowa across the chest. Gray baseball pants. Black batting helmets for the Hawkeyes today. In the field, they've got the black baseball caps with the gold block eye on the front.
Yellow on white is not something my old eyes can see.
Well, young eyes either, John. For everybody back home, really hard to read. I guess they don't wear uniforms based on what the radio broadcasters in the press box think. Blake Guerin is the batter. 1 ball, 1 strike to him. We really struggled with which team was it earlier in the year? It was really hard to tell. I think it was one of those midweek games. This one could be interesting, too, because Minnesota's got gold numbers also. 1 ball, 1 strike to Big Blake. This one's right down the middle again. He's taken 2 right down Main Street. He's got a large contingent of fans here in support of him, being the freshman from Shoreview, Minnesota.
Getting a couple more at-bats now with Petey hurt, and he still shifting around a little bit on the lineup.
1-2 is buried in the dirt, 2-2. Talked with Blake's dad before the game. He said they were pretty bummed that Sunday's game definitely to this point got canceled or moved, and so he had about 40, 45 people on the guest list. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Said he got about 30 here today supporting Blake. See if he can put on a show for him. The 2-2, that's inside. It'll back him off the plate. Full count now. Like to see Blake be able to bring the bat off the shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. Minnesotans are a hardy bunch, so yeah, I'm sure that they might not care as much as we would about this Sunday weather. Yeah, this is just normal. Let's play.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Guerin. That's high and out. Ball 4. Novotny lost him, and so a couple of walks in the inning.
And that's kind of one of the things with Novotny. The Hawkeye scouting report was this command of his off-speed stuff comes and goes. So if you can be patient, and even Blake did that, kind of working from behind in the count, but he didn't chase, made him come to him, and then when push came to shove on the payoff pitch, he couldn't throw a strike.
Now, this has got to be a difficult spot for Minnesota to face a guy like Sam Honar, who can go really anywhere on the diamond with a base hit. The wind playing a factor. First pitch to Sam is high and out. Ball 1. Novotny's missed a few times in a row now. You look at the Iowa order, basically 2 through 7, all big-time power guys. Honar being one of them. 1-0 pitch to him. He hits this in the air down the left field line and foul over towards those train tracks. It's 1-1.
We've seen teams shift Sam to pull on the infield. Minnesota playing a little bit more straight up. There's a little bit of a shift there, but really be up to him to see if he can. He's got the left center field gap if he can drive one, but he's got a pretty good gap in right as well.
1-1 pitch. He drives this deep to left center. It's carrying well. The center fielder will track it down, make the catch on the run, and into the wall. He's got it for out number 2. Raider Tello will advance from second to third. Sam gave that a ride.
Bateman is a fantastic center fielder and showed it there as he went a long ways on a ball that's slicing away from him and the wind is pushing it away from him. Got it right about the 370 sign, crashed into the wall, and then got it back in. But Hawks have hit 2 balls really hard. Wilmus hit one hard that way too. And, you know, keep having good at-bats and it'll work out.
Noticed right before that pitch to Honar that the center fielder, Bateman, had moved a little bit over towards that left center gap. And I don't think, you know, if he doesn't make that adjustment there, if he catches that ball.
Could be true. I saw the right fielder hopping over to play a little bit more the opposite way, so he was more prepared in that case.
The batter is Seegers now with 2 outs. Runners at the corners for the Hawkeyes in the top of the second were scoreless with Minnesota. First pitch to Michael was a strike. Novotny is ready for the next one. The pause and the pitch to Seegers. Ooh, inside on the belt. Almost hit him. It's 1-1.
And we saw Indiana really play Seegers up the middle well, and I'm thinking the shortstop there's kind of played to pull, but the second baseman's in a good spot. Little bouncer up the middle, drive in Tello.
Right. Here's the 1-1. Michael squares to bunt and has to pull it back as it almost hit him. 2 balls and a strike now.
Good job there with the third baseman back. Seegers got a good chance to beat that out again on a slow infield. You got a lefty coming off the mound. He's going to have to kind of flip himself all the way around to make a throw to first. So good chance there to kind of just sneak a run in. It's not a squeeze, but a chance to sneak one in.
A lot of room in left center for Michael. If he could get it over that shortstop's head, he'll watch this go by for a strike. Breaking ball that came in the back door, 2-2.
Yeah, just right at the bottom of the zone there, picked off the outside edge. Michael still in a good spot. Got to make sure Novotny comes back to him with a strike and put it in play.
He's set with the 2-2. Here it comes. This is foul tipped back to the pad. Michael got a piece of it. He'll ask the home plate umpire if that was going to be a strike either way. And home plate umpire Brent Rice gave him a nod like that. That was probably going to be a strike if you don't swing at it, Michael.
It looked pretty good from here, but we've talked a little bit about how we can't really tell up and down very well. We've got a good view of home plate, but
2 balls, 2 strikes again to Seegers. Chased one on the inside corner. Michael swings and misses. That'll do it for the top of the second. Iowa gets a couple of base runners on walks. Can't bring home Tello nor Guerin. So we'll go to the bottom of the second, scoreless with the Gophers. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Bottom of the second inning, we'll see 5, 6, 7, Marilla, Council, and Jurgella up for the Gophers. Facing off against Brody Brecht. Brecht through 1 inning, gave up a single on the infield, and he does have 1 strikeout. Minnesota's been pounding the ball into the ground.
Well, you see that a lot. You don't see many guys able to elevate Brody's stuff, whether it's the fastball or the slider. Sometimes you can get the fastball or the slider elevated a little bit if you're sitting on it, but it's hard to elevate a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Hawkeyes threatened in the top of the second with a couple of walks, but 3 strikeouts for Iowa today so far, not quite through 1 turn of the batting order. So Novotny's been good on the pitching side of things for the Golden Gophers. Brody Brecht will look to hold serve in the bottom of the second. Out of the windup, first pitch to their DH is on the way, and it hit him. Slider up and in. It got Marilla.
I was just thinking, I was looking at the stats. He's been hit 11 times. I thought that was odd for a switch hitter because you'd think he'd be kind of on the safe side more often than not, but that wasn't even particularly close.
No.
Brody just smacked him pretty good.
If I would have got to you a little sooner out of the break, you would have been able to borderline predict that almost, right? You would have been right on cue. Next batter is a right-handed hitter. First pitch in there for a strike. This is Counsell.
And this is a part of the order that Brody really needs to just go after. 238, 269, 193, and kind of high strikeout guys.
And to factor in as often as Minnesota hits it into the ground, right? Get some double play possibilities. Iowa turned 4 on Sunday against Indiana. A ball and a strike. Nobody out in the second. Pitch from Brecht. Swing and a miss. Ooh, he chased that one above the letters. 1-2.
He saw fastball up high and thought he could go get it, and he was, I guess, maybe mistaken.
Brody looking for his second strikeout today. Can't quite get it on that pitch as it's low and out. 2-2. The Gophers are a relatively high strikeout team. 282 coming into the game today. Through just over 30 games. The 2-2. This one is popped up to left. Wilmus is going back towards the track. He's at the wall now. He'll make the catch right at the base of the wall. That is out number 1. No tag on the runner from first to second. I think, John, we've seen it a few times. I do think that the ball is carrying a bit to left. I don't think they're getting kept in here by the wind.
Correct. I don't know that the wind is helping it a ton, but it's certainly not knocking it down
right.
any. And you know, we kind of talked about it. It's more cross now in this part of the inning, so certainly got a little boost there.
First pitch to their left fielder, Brady Jurgella, is inside for a ball. Brody is really pounding the inside part of the zone or off the zone inside to these left-handed hitters for Minnesota. He went too far with Marilla, and he hit him earlier. 1-0 pitch is now outside, 2-0.
Jurgella, 18 strikeouts and 52 at-bats. So want to see Brody attack the zone here and fight back, make Jurgella put it in play.
2 balls, no strikes. Here's one right down the heart of the plate. And it's 2-1. 52 at-bats, you said, with 18 strikeouts?
Yes, sir. 14 hits.
2 balls and a strike. This one is swung on and missed. 2-2. Good pitch from Brecht. That thing dropped right off the table, didn't it?
Brody's got, you gear up for that 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and then he throws you the slider that moves 18 inches across the plate.
Brecht has battled back. Here's the 2-2. Inside, 3-2. Got to think the slider's harder to hit. Everybody's really impressed by the 100-plus fastball, but the slider in the low 90s is remarkable.
Well, with that kind of movement to square it up is the difficult part.
3-2 from Brecht. That is ball 4, low and in. First walk issued by Brody today. And John, like you mentioned, this part of the order, a couple of free bases, you got to make them earn it, and they've struggled to earn it this season.
Well, that's just it. Again, now you've got another guy, 57 at-bats, 24 strikeouts, hitting 193. But now you've given him some life where a little cheap flare is a run, so you've got to pay attention here.
First pitch from Brecht, high and out. Bottom of the second inning, Minnesota with runners at first and second and 1 out. No score between the Gophers and the Hawkeyes. Brecht trying to find the strike zone. Struggling a bit in this inning. That one is on the outside corner, and it's 1-1.
Hawkinson just 3 doubles. No other extra base hits. So,
and guess what? Another left-handed hitter.
Well, I'm sure that's intentional.
Here's a ground ball up the middle. Seegers has got it. He'll step on second for 1. On to first for 2. There's a Hawkeye double play. Automatic on the middle infield for the Hawkeyes.
Well done there. Seegers timed it up well, got his steps across, was able to step on the bag and just fired across to Guerin.
All right, so a couple runners get on for Minnesota, but no damage done. We head to the third. No score between Iowa and Minnesota. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the third inning at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Game one of today's doubleheader with the Golden Gophers were scoreless in game one. Iowa looking for their first hit. It'll be 9-1-2. Cade Moss leading things off, followed by then Wilmus and Anthony towards the top of the order. We've got a couple of good at-bats off this pitcher, though, Novotny of Minnesota.
Hit two balls really hard, one in each inning. Wilmus lined out right at and over the left fielder's head, and Honar drove a ball out into left center. So hasn't been all bad for not having a hit yet, but you really want to see more line drives and on the ground and see if you can roll balls through, and elevating them today is just difficult.
Novotny's a left-handed pitcher. He starts Cade Moss with a strike. Low and in, 0-1.
And Cade kind of likes that left field corner, so it'd be a good time to kind of pull hook one over there.
A 1 pitch to Moss, pops it up right side. This is foul and out of play, 0-2 now. Minnesota's outfield, the center fielder has played straight up for a majority of the game. The right fielder is way off the line in right, and out there in left, the left fielder is shaded over towards the line a bit more. So the corners are playing the pull, center fielder straight up. 0-2 pitches high to Moss.
Right fielder is off the line and in.
Yeah.
I mean, if Cade could just scoot one down the line, but I know there's a reason why that outfielder's playing where he is.
A ball and 2 strikes, the pitch to Moss. He shoots this to right, but right to the right fielder. He'll take a couple of steps in, but make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Like I said, there's a reason why he's playing right where he's playing. The scouting report is going to kind of scream that if he goes this way, this is the spot. And sure enough, they had it well mapped out.
But, if you think about it, there's a large, I don't know what that facility is to the right, that big building. There's a big indoor facility. I don't think it's their indoor baseball facility. Some other thing. It could be their indoor football, I guess, is what it could be. As we go back to the top of the order with Wilmus, first pitch outside and high to him for a ball. But that's kind of in the right field down the line, where I don't know how the wind has enough room to be a factor. So if you send one right into the corner, I don't know if the wind could play with it too much.
Could, yeah. You've got a natural wind block there if you hit a line drive that way.
Wilmus has worked a 2-0 count. I think the wind is a majority coming in from just to the left of that facility, over the right center wall. Wishful thinking is what I'm asking for.
Well, and to your point earlier, too, we sit down a little bit lower.
Yeah. 2-0 pitch is in there for a strike to Wilmus.
So the wind naturally goes over you a little bit. So a line drive like Wilmus hit earlier, kind of still gets its full distance because it's below the wind almost.
Novotny's 2-2 pitch. Ben will send it back to the screen, causing the fans in the front row to flinch. 2-2 now.
I tie everything back to, again, we talk about golf a lot. If you're in the fairway, and sometimes you have to look above at the top of the trees to see which way the wind's really blowing, because if
good point,
playing in tight fairways, you may not feel where the wind's going.
Yeah. Novotny's worked back into this count, the 2-2 to Wilmus. Calm third strike on the inside corner, out number 2.
And that's, the Hawkeye scouting report. Seeger saw the same thing. Wilmus just got a taste of it. The scouting report says when he gets 2 strikes, he's coming inside. And Hawkeye hitters haven't quite been ready for that. And I'm honestly not sure why not.
Iowa struck out 4 times now. Still looking for their first hit in the top of the third. 2 outs for Keaton Anthony. First pitch inside, almost hit him in the kneecaps.
And the scouting report says not only is he going to come inside, he's going to come inside with the fastball, and that's what you saw both Seegers and Wilma struck out with that.
Can't throw a strike on the first 2 pitches to Anthony's. This one even further inside. Didn't quite hit him. 2-0.
He did get Huckstorf on the curveball.
Right. Majority, though, to your point, have been on the inside to those right-handed hitters. 2-0 to Anthony. Keaton drives this deep to left center. Get going, baby. It is gone. Ho-ho! Anthony, boom!
Keaton Anthony just turned on that, and I guess it doesn't feel like a hitter's day, but boy, bat ball carried. You could tell Bateman knew he wasn't going to be able to track it. He kind of put a foot in the fence and tried to maybe climb up a little bit. Well over, and Hawks have the lead with their first hit of the day.
A Keaton crusher out to the hill in left center field. Hawks lead 1-0 in the third.
We're using K's for that then, right? Keaton crusher? Okay,
yes.
Just making sure.
Spell it with a K, yes.
If Sam writes it in the press release, we got to make sure we get it right with the K's.
Tweet that, Sammy B. All right, here's Brennan Deriggy. First pitch to Deriggy. He chops this to the right side. This is a tough play. First baseman comes to pick it up. Pitches it to the pitcher who's covering. Deriggy beat it out. He's safe at first.
Good hustle there. And you see that, Deriggy is full hustle all the time. And you saw it there. He was able to beat Novotny to the bag. Novotny wasn't there anyway, but then he tried to stamp his foot down, and Deriggy was already there. And they'll see if Raider Tello can keep the inning going.
It's that sand or whatever's in the bottom of their turf, because Deriggy, that probably would have made it at least to even with the bag. Any other diamond that we've played at this year. Totally killed it.
Novotny was still losing the race to first, though.
No question about it. Deriggy's got enough speed to get there, and now he's at first base. Here's Raider Tello. He walked on 4 pitches back in the second. Iowa leading Minnesota 1-0 in the top of the third. All of a sudden, Iowa's got a couple of hits now out of nowhere.
Well, and we've done a nice job here. You keep extending pitch count. You keep running him up a little bit, and a doubleheader like today, it's efficient. It's going to be really important to keep your bullpen clean.
I'll check on Deriggy at first. Ball gets away from the first baseman a couple of steps. Brennan can't go anywhere.
Yeah, because we're playing, at least if the schedule holds, we're going to play 3 games in less than 24-hour start time. So bullpen by tomorrow afternoon, if you wear them out early, is going to be challenged.
1-0 pitch to Tello. That is up and in. Raider has not seen a strike yet today. He's seen 6 straight out of the zone. And I think, John, to your point with the bullpen, we don't necessarily know a ton about Minnesota's bullpen, but you know that Iowa's depth is the strength when it comes to their bullpen. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Tello. He was swinging to hit that to the train tracks or the track in left center, and he missed it 2-1.
That looked healthy.
Oh, that was a heck of a swing.
But to your point, they've got a couple guys they lean on. One's an Iowa kid, a Pleasant Valley Quad City kid.
2-1, Raider fouls back and out of the stadium, 2-2.
And Noah Rooney's done a better job here in the last month or so for the Gophers. And so, they've got some guys, but again, when you're talking about they've got 3 guys with double-digit appearances, you're not going to see them probably 2 times this weekend. And so Minnesota
don't have time for it.
Right, so Minnesota's going to have to get deeper into their bullpen.
2-2's low and out. Deriggy takes off for second on the wild pitch, and he's in there.
Good job there, because that ball did not bounce very far away from Svensson. And so good hustle there to get down. Had to go head first in, and the high throw kept it where he could beat it out.
So now he's in scoring position. He would have been moving on the pitch anyway, now that it's a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Tello. Top of the third, Iowa leading 1-0. The pause and the pitch. Raider pokes this into right field towards the line. This one is just foul.
And a good job there by Raider as the catcher set up, and he was able to fight off the fastball inside that time. So, again, if you're watching the game in the dugout, you start understanding. I mean, if you're going to ignore the scouting report, watch the game. You see the game. You see how the pitcher wants to try to get you out. 2 strikes. He wants to try to bust you in as a right-hander. So be alive. If Tello can maybe get turned just a little bit quicker and get barrel on it.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Novotny's ready now. The pitch. Raider lines this one foul again to the right side. That'll get out of play.
Off whatever that building was.
We're going to have to figure that out by the end of the weekend, huh?
We drove past it when the bus came in, but I was engaged with Kate Obermueller, so I didn't.
Confirmation, it is the indoor football facility. Thank you, Sam. 3 balls, 2 strikes yet again to Tello. That's low and in. Ball 4. Great at bat for Rader. Another walk.
Really well done there. Fouled off the two good pitches, was able to stay alive, and then Novotny tried to bust him back inside again and missed. And so short swing Huck. We want short swing Huck. Line drive somewhere. Actually, when he short swings, his line drives tend to carry well.
Right. And I think when he's got that short, quick swing, he's much more on time. I think the longer, the later. First pitch to Huck, that's inside. Don't swing at that one, whatever you do.
There was a good alliteration there on the longer, the later. I like that. That was good.
Yeah. Time called. We'll have a mound visit from Minnesota's pitching coach. Iowa leading 1-0 now in the third after Keaton Anthony hit a solo home run to left center. The 7th of the year for Anthony. He's an extra base hit machine. He's got 23 extra base hits now, 16 doubles, 7 home runs, and maybe that sparks Iowa, and it has in this inning because the first 2 batters, Moss and then Wilmus, went down quickly, and then Anthony, and then DeRiggi's on, Tello's on. We're still going here in the third.
Well, and that's what we've seen. We kind of in that Mobile stretch where we 2 outs. Hawkeyes were fantastic with 2 outs. The hitting was crazy good. The ability to drive in runs was really good. Saw that tip over just a little bit, and saw the other extreme last weekend against Indiana. Good to see. Kind of you don't want to live on a bunch of 2-out rallies, but you want to have enough of them to be able to maybe not start the rally, start it a little quicker and then try to just keep adding to it with 2 outs. But in this case, Iowa was able to start it and add, and now a chance to add some more.
Mound visit is wrapped up for Minnesota. When Iowa does a mound visit, the pitcher usually throws a strike after that. We'll see what Minnesota's pitching coach had up his sleeve. 1-0 pitch to Huck, right down the middle, 1-1. Was hoping Kyle heard us maybe and thought, I'm going to give this one a good, healthy cut. Probably does the smart thing, though, and takes after Novotny had gotten wild for a moment. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Hawkeye center fielder. 2 outs in the inning. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Now you got a foul tip on that. Got a piece of it. Went off the catcher's leg. 1-2.
Boy, DeRiggi had a huge lead at second base. He had kind of the vault lead. And if he were a different game situation, he probably could have just kept right on cruising to third. But now it's going to be up to Huck to zoom in here with 2 strikes. Keep the inning alive.
1-2 pitch. That's in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher. Both runners are going to move up. Runners at second and third now.
That's a big spot because if you remember the pitch that Huck struck out on the first time, it was that type of curveball that broke inside. And if now you put a runner on third, you take a little bit of that ability to throw that pitch away because you can't really afford to bounce it and have it get away.
Blake Guerin's on deck. The pitch to Huck, line drive into right. It is down and past the diving right fielder. It's going to get to the wall. 2 runs are in. Huckstorf rounding second, headed for third. Will they send him? No, they'll keep him there at third. 2 runs are in for the Hawkeyes on Kyle Huckstorf's line drive to right.
2-run triple there, and there's the rally continuer. And we've talked about it in a couple different games of when you're out on that island as an outfielder, do you try to make that diving play? And we've seen a lot of people kind of bail on that and take the safe play. The right fielder there, that was Hawkinson, decided he was going to make a hero play, and unfortunately for him, it did not work out. And Bateman had to come all the way over and bail him out to keep Huckstorf from scoring.
DeRiggi and Tello score. It's 3-0. First pitch to Guerin's on the inside corner for a strike. That's the first triple of the year for Huckstorf, 5th overall for the Hawkeyes.
I don't feel like we've had very many of those.
Yeah, not too many. So Huck is at third. 0-1 pitch. Guerin swings over the top of the breaking ball. 0-2. That is a make or break, boom or bust play out there in right. And the dive coming in, that's a tough decision to make.
And to dive head first is really difficult.
If you don't come up with that, there's no sliding to kind of knock it down, and then it gets to the wall like that did. Good play by the center fielder to be over there, and Bateman to have the speed, right?
Right. Bateman right away was tracking, so it wasn't like oh, geez, I got to go over there. He was moving right away.
1-2 pitch to Guerin. That's a breaking ball outside, 2-2. Iowa now leading 3-0.
But yeah, the head first dive there's no extra window. You either catch it or the ball's gone, because it's not gonna bounce off your chest. Nothing good's gonna happen.
2-2 is a called third strike on the inside corner. Guerin will go down on strikes, but 3 runs in the top of the third inning. And Iowa's on the board first in Minneapolis. 3-0 Hawks lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Visit shelterinsurance.com to find an agent to help you pick a policy that's right for you. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Brody Brecht has the opportunity to pitch with the lead now. Iowa leading 3-0 in the bottom of the third. He'll face 9-1-2 in this inning.
Like Brody being able to go out there and now with a 3-run lead, the 1-run lead was nice. You throw 3 runs now, and you really do feel like you can go attack hitters and get after it here. Swenson's got a little bit of pop here at the bottom of the order. 4 home runs, one of the better slugging percentages, but Brody still got a chance to just go get him.
First pitch from Brody's inside, ball 1. The big stat with Swenson, here's the strikeouts, isn't it, John?
Yeah,
Brody hasn't thrown him a strike yet, 2-0.
35 strikeouts and 83 at bats, so there's really not any need to get too overly complicated on this. Just see glove, throw to glove.
2-0 is in there for a strike, 2-1. Brecht to get back in it. Brody's pitch count is
it's pretty good for right now.
Yeah, decent spot.
The double play was helpful.
Yeah, and he blows that one right by Svensson, 2-2.
And that's where you kind of hate seeing just almost 2 wasted pitches here on the first 2. Battle back now.
Okay, slider outside, didn't go for it. 3-2. I think you just kind of go right at it here.
I might have gone right at him in the first 5 pitches, but we've kind of just struggled a little bit to find the zone.
3-2. Line drive into center. Playable for Huckstorf, and he's got it. 1 down.
Minnesota does for a as you look at it, for a high strikeout team, does do a good job of making contact. Coach Heller mentioned that. They put a lot of balls in play. Other than the one out to, I guess, the line drive to Tello and a fly ball out to left, they haven't really barreled up a bunch of balls, but they've made contact.
Back to the top of the order with Bateman. First pitch slider just outside from Brecht. I say it's a bit too high. So you could hear Coach McGrath from our position asking the umpire if that was up. He got a nod of the head. 1-0 pitch, catches the corner outside, 1-1.
Bateman's the opposite of the bottom of the order. 19 walks, just 14 strikeouts. So he's a guy you're going to have to be in the zone for, or he'll take the base and might take another one on you if you walk him.
Here's one hit on the ground to third. Tello makes a great backhand play. Accurate throw and got him at first.
Very nicely done there from Rader as he went back, put the good scoop on it, set his feet, and that time got it all the way over to Guerin and for the easy catch at first base.
I like Rader on the run towards the line, backhands it. Then I think he looked in his glove to make sure that he had it. And then he came up and threw it over to Big Blake at first. 2 down in the inning. The batter is now Perry. Left-handed hitter. First pitch is in the dirt from Brecht.
Again, these top 3 hitters have a much better mix of walk to strikeout. So Brody falls behind 2-0 again. I don't know exactly the track, but it seems like that's been a not a great pattern here on a number of times here on the first 11 hitters.
And he's 3-0 now. He'll walk off the back of the mound and regroup. He's got the first 2 out in the inning, looking for the shutdown inning after Iowa scored 3 in the top. 3-0 pitch on its way. That's a strike, up and in. Caught the corner 3-1. You really notice Brody there in the windup slowed things down. Maybe he's working a little bit too quickly for his own liking. The 3-1 pitch from Brecht, fouled back to the screen, 3-2.
Well, and last year with Adam Major, Adam was the Friday starter last year, and Adam was pre-pitch clock, but man, he touched the ball and it was coming back to home plate. He was quick, and it's rare to kind of get gathered. Good pitch there.
What a comeback by Brody Brecht. Backdoor slider, didn't even knock. Came in and got him on the corner. A 1-2-3 inning for the Hawkeye defense and pitching staff. 3-0. Hawks on top. We head to the 4th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field, campus of the University of Minnesota. Iowa leading in the 4th, 3-0, trying to add to it right now. We'll lead things off with Sam Honar, followed by Seegers and Moss.
I think you mentioned it earlier, but just kind of looking around here, it's really cool. The track out over the left center field wall, the softball field and the football field over the right center field wall.
First pitch to Honar, squared to bunt, pulled it back, and it was inside. 1-0.
I'm guessing that's probably basketball over.
It is,
even
yes.
beside there, so we've got
and their ice hockey arena too.
Ooh, forget we get that up here
right.
too.
1-0 pitch to Honar, swing and a miss, 1-1.
Just lost in the national championship game, right?
Yeah, they got
Quinnipiac. Helped our RPI for that.
That's right. We joked about that. that Quinnipiac winning the Frozen Four would help Iowa's RPI in baseball because we beat the Bobcats a couple of times down in Florida. Honar's down in the count 1-2. Trying to find any way possible to boost some of the RPIs of the opponents that we played this year.
Anything to give it a boost.
A ball and 2 strikes. Pitch on its way home to Honar. Swing and a miss. He is out number 1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. We'll see Michael Seegers now with 1 out in the top of the 4th. Iowa with 3 runs, 3 hits. Corners are in for the Gophers. Worried that Michael might send a bunt down one of the lines. Wouldn't put it past him, would you?
I wouldn't, but I've been begging for him to bunt it to that kind of the first base, second base hole there for 4 or 5 games.
Hits this on the ground to the left side. This will be a tough play. Shortstop on the run with the throw. He is out. Punched out at first. Close play. Michael is out number 2. Good play by the shortstop, Mazenga, right there.
He did a really nice job of kind of circling it just a little bit so that he could get some momentum headed over toward first base on the throw. And thought he might throw it high, but it worked out. If you remember, we had the close play on Wednesday night against Milwaukee with Seegers at first, and I asked him after the game, I said, I really thought you were safe. He goes, oh, I was out. He goes, I just had to talk to the umpire a little bit. Like, okay, fair enough.
I'd like to see Michael, get going. He's just had a couple of tough breaks. That's how I would explain it.
He's had some where you feel like he's close to breaking through, and then, he has a good defensive play against him. A little bit like what has happened to Wilmus a couple of times. You feel like, oh boy, he's right there on the edge of getting it going, and then, guy makes a circular catch out there.
Yeah,
it's kind of the way it's been here lately for a couple of the Hawkeye hitters.
Iowa's catcher Cade Moss is in the box now. He's worked a 2-1 count. Top of the order with Ben Wilmus is on deck. Iowa leading Minnesota 3-0 in the top of the 4th.
We've got Novotny up. He'll be, I think this is pitch 77. So, getting up there a little bit here now through just 4 innings.
And it's 3-1 now to Moss. Maybe even consider a red light unless it's right down the middle or the pitch that Cade loves.
Yeah, Cade's pretty patient, but yeah, if you get kind of busted in here and could yank one down the line, I'd love to see him take a rip at it.
There is a pitch inside, but too far, and it's a walk. Moss is on first. We'll flip things to the top of the order with Ben Wilmus, and I'm really getting into the pitch count now, right? I mean, we're in the 4th, and he's basically at 80 pitches or so. And we talk about the short weekend that it's likely going to be.
Yeah, Novotny,
get to that bullpen.
Novotny averages just over 5 innings a start, so he's already kind of stretching himself out. You might roll him out there one more time, but it probably all depends on how efficient this at-bat is for him.
Well, he's going to see another batter as Wilmus sends this in the gap to right center. Moss is rounding second, headed for third. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. Cade is safe at third. It's a single from Wilmus to keep the inning going.
Good piece of hitting there and good piece of base running from Wilmus, too, as he rounded. Basically, when the first baseman left the bag, he just kept on going. Ended up getting cut off, and he had to stop because he wasn't quite sure where the shortstop was going to go. But when the third baseman looked to throw behind him, there was nobody home because, again, Ben had just kind of followed the first baseman along. So good push there, and Hawks have a little speed and, of course, a little power now at the plate.
Back to Anthony, who opened the scoring today with a home run in the 3rd. Did that with 2 outs. He's into the box with runners at the corners and 2 outs again. First pitch to him. That's low, ball 1.
Yeah, I would imagine Novotny's method of attacking Keaton might be slightly different than it was after that last at-bat.
Outfield playing very deep to defend Keaton, especially the left fielder. As this one is on the inside corner, 1-1.
Yeah, they're still giving Keaton a lot of room. If Keaton could go that opposite way, basically go the same place Wilmus did with Keaton power, he could scoot that ball out there through that gap, and Wilmus would have a chance to score from first.
1-1, Keaton hits it on a line to short. It's caught. Sinking line drive grabbed by the shortstop. That'll do it for the top of the 4th inning. Keaton crushed it, but right to Mazenga. So we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Iowa leading 3-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Iowa on top of Minnesota, 3-0. Hawkeyes have 4 hits to their name. Minnesota's tallied 1.
Ish.
Yeah, and you go back to that quote-unquote single by Weber Niels in the first. It was a ground ball to third. Tello.
Yeah, I'm not rooting on anything bad on Tello or Guerin, but after you make the catch, which was the really hard part, you got to get that out.
Yeah, the throw was in the dirt, and then it was bobbled by Guerin, and it was scored as a hit. Just something to keep in mind as today's game progresses with Brody Brecht out for his 4th inning of work, had a 1-2-3 inning in the third. He'll face 3-4-5. This is Niels. First pitch to him is low and out, and we'll just get on this right away, John. You got to see Brody maybe get more competitive in counts earlier, right?
Well, we've talked a ton all year about strike one. And there's strike one. But you know, we just, from Brody today, he's been effective, but he's been behind. So, you just think about how good he could be with strike one more often.
Check swing. You bet that he went around. It's 1-2. That one was way outside. Got to the backstop, too, and Niels could not hold up.
Because that's what happens. You throw strike one earlier in the count, and then now the batters are thinking, okay, I've got to go. And so you throw one off the plate, and you can get that swing and miss.
1-2 is low and out, 2-2. Trying to get Niels to go fishing for it in a similar spot. He did not.
Yeah, Brody's been 2 balls in a lot of counts.
Here's the 2-2 hit on the ground, up the middle. Honar backhands, throws on the run. Good hang, Blake Guerin. Got him at first. Ho-ho!
All right, now the air has to go to Tello because that was a really good catch there. We're not going to give Blake the air after that one. So good play there. Way to make sure his foot found and stayed on the bag. And a great play by Honar to go over that. I think that's, again, maybe a little bit of that slow infield. But Honar goes over there and makes a good, strong, accurate throw on the move for the first out.
Here's Mazenga, first pitch, strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Good job there by Brody. I want to go back to that last play a second. You go to, we'll save the thought for the next pitch, for after the next pitch from Brecht that's outside, 1-1. Credit Mitch Bowe and the staff for the defensive alignment for Iowa. I've really noticed it today because Honar was really pinching the middle on that last ground ball. If he's not pinching the middle, he doesn't make that play. 1-1 is high out of the zone, 2-1.
Well, and the Iowa scouting reports are so good. I mean, obviously they're exceptionally kind to kind of share the individual hitter stuff with us and pitcher stuff, but we'll bounce that one in there. 3-1 now. But then their positioning, all the players, they've got their wristbands. They kind of tell them whether how they want to position and play each guy, and everybody's ready. And I mean, like now you see Honar, he's deep. He's 2 steps out in the outfield grass there and right.
3-1 pitch on the ground to the right side. This is a tough play. Honar's got it. He'll throw it to the bag. Brecht is covering. What a play. Another put out by Sam Honar, but this time Brody Brecht is covering.
The rare 4-1 put out at first base, and that was, we saw DeRiggi's little chopper over there. Novotny didn't get to the bag. And so DeRiggi's able to beat it out. Brecht does a great job getting off the mound. Guerin goes and tries to dive at it in the hole, which only left Brecht to go cover, and he did a great job. Honar gives him the ball. He's able to find the bag.
2 outs in the inning. First pitch strike is dealt by Brody Brecht, and that's a good job by all 3 Hawkeyes on the right side there. Brecht with a ground ball to the right side has to assume that he might be needed at first, so it's good to start moving over there anyway. Guerin with great effort to try to knock that ball down, and then Honar, again with the shift, was in the right spot.
Exactly, and he was a little bit deeper, had a chance to get over there and get it.
Here's a tough play. Raider Tello charges hard at third, scoops it, throws it, got him at first. How about this Hawkeye defense on the infield?
Really well done there. And we talked about it before the game, how high Iowa's fielding percentage is. Haven't been tested all that much because they tend to be high strikeouts. 3 exceptional plays there, though, by 2 by Honar and 1 by Tello.
Another 1-2-3 inning for Brody Brecht and the Hawkeye defense. We'll head to the 5th right after this. Hawkeyes lead 3-0. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
John Evans and John Leo welcoming you back to the broadcast booth at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Happy to have you along with us this Friday afternoon. Got a couple of games today. We're about halfway through the first of two this afternoon. Iowa leading Minnesota 3-0 in the fifth. Good part of the order coming up for the Hawkeyes now. DeRiggi, Tello, and Huckstorf facing off against Tucker Novotny for another inning of work. Brennan watches the first pitch go by outside for a ball.
Hawks have done a good job creating traffic. 4 walks, 4 hits, so 8 base runners through 4 innings.
We were talking during the break as this one sails to the backstop, 2-0. Novotny's coming into the inning with 82 pitches. Maybe see him get close to 100. Honestly, don't see anybody throwing in the Minnesota bullpen rather. 2-0 to DeRiggi. Hit on the ground to the right side. Diving play by the first baseman. It's a race to the bag. Brennan beat him, didn't he? Oh. No, they called him out. They called him out at first. It's a close play. And DeRiggi is out number 1. Coach Heller comes down the line a little bit at third with his palms to the sky. And a little bit of a shrug to the first base umpire.
Mitchell Bowe.
Mark Lolo.
Mitchell Bowe was negotiating there just to kind of ask what he saw or what he didn't see there to get that punch out. Hawks haven't caught any breaks over their first base yet.
Batter's Raider Tello walked a couple of times today. Just as you look back on that play, it was more that the pitcher had a hard time locating the bag with his foot, right?
Well, and we talked about it when Brody got there.
Tello pops this up to the right side. The wind will play tricks on it. It's carrying towards the line. It is caught by the right fielder up high above his head, 2 down.
Just that Brody got there in time to locate, and both times Novotny, the first time particularly, he didn't beat DeRiggi at all. That time he really didn't beat DeRiggi either, and so he kind of had to stomp and stretch for it, and looked awkward trying to get there to actually get his foot on the base.
Huckstorf will try to keep the inning going for Iowa. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. 0-1. Iowa on top of Minnesota, 3-0 in the fifth. 2 outs, bases are empty.
Of course, if Novotny goes super efficient here, he might come back out for another inning.
Huckstorf does not offer at this one, and it's a strike. 0-2. You just feel for Kyle right now because you can just sense that his confidence is a little bit down.
Yeah, I mean, even with the hit last inning, still just not quite himself yet.
And he swings at this one, low and out, will not jog down to first. And so heading back to the dugout, he strikes out. He's out number 3. Iowa goes down quietly in the fifth, but still leading Minnesota 3-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to us mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Bottom of the 5th inning from the Twin Cities. Iowa leading Minnesota 3-0. Brody Brecht out for another inning of work in the sunshine today. He's only at 59 pitches, a little bit different than Novotny.
He's done a nice job, especially last inning, kind of got ahead early and was able to control more of the at-bats, was, fewer pitches per at-bat last inning. And so see if he can, this is that part of the order we talked about in the second inning, see if he can try to mow through this part of the order.
Bottom half, he'll see 6, 7, 8. First pitch strike on the outside corner. Starts with an off speed. That one looked like it had a little bit more vertical break than horizontal, and good thing. Otherwise, it probably would have been off the plate for a ball. 0-1, line drive over Tello's head for a base hit into left field.
Good hard turn there. Have to retreat back.
Wilmus will get it in to keep it as a single. The second hit of the day for Minnesota. That was a true one. There's no doubt about that one being a hit.
Now we could not argue too much about what happened in the first inning. Yeah, that was the first inning.
Right.
Niels hit that ball.
All right. Well, not the first or second base runner of the day. So Brody's been here before. Batter squares to bunt, pulls it back, and it's a called strike. Down and in. Jurgella is the hitter. He had squared to bunt. Brought Tello in even with the bag. That's where he's playing now. Runner at first. Looks like he might think about going to second. Next pitch from Brecht is inside. See Jacob Henderson head down to the bullpen.
Yeah, I suppose you go sit in the right spot. You can't warm up sitting in the dugout. So now you go down and watch the game from the dugout or from the bullpen. It's all good.
1-1 pitch on its way home. That is inside. Maybe a bit high too. 2-1. I think in the bottom of the 5th with Brody just up over 60 pitches now. Got a couple more on the tank, you'd think.
You'd think so. Jurgella walked. He's going to walk his first time up, so you want to see Brody come get him now.
Swing and a miss on the 2-1. Buried that slider low and out. Had a nice break on it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out in the Minnesota 5th. Hawks out in front 3-0. The pause, the pitch from Brecht, swing and a miss. There's a strikeout for Brody.
Good job attacking back there.
Third strikeout of the day for Brecht. That number's a little bit down, isn't it? But he's been efficient in other ways, getting a lot of ground balls today.
Well, and that's Brody will go deeper into games as he gets those ground ball out. Hokinson ground ball to Seegers the first time up. And that's what got out of that second inning. And so, when you get ground balls and are able to use your defense there a little bit, you can keep that pitch count down just a little bit.
Could use another double play right here. Runner takes off for a second. The pitch is in the dirt. You could tell that Counsell was just itching to go.
Well, and it's one of those things with Brody. We haven't seen it as much this year. We saw the balk he got called for earlier in the season. I think that was at Texas Tech. There's still a little bit of inexperience on the mound, whether it's holding guys, coming set, fielding the position, doing all those little things. Strike there, improving by leaps and bounds, and that's he's only going to get better now as he's focusing full time on baseball. But that's still a little bit of rawness in how many innings he's thrown.
2-1 pitch from Brecht, inside corner, 2-2. Good battle back, and to your point, if Brecht looks over there while that runner is headed towards second, probably get him out, or he'll step off and make a throw somewhere. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, that's in the dirt. Good block by Cade Moss. Counts now full. Bottom of the order, and Svensson on deck.
Svensson's got a little pop, so he's got the ability. If he comes up, he could be, as the tying run, could be dangerous.
Here comes the 3-2. Too far inside. Ball 4. Brecht a little bit frustrated on the mound. And so we do get to the bottom in Svensson.
He's also a guy you could send back to the dugout with a strikeout, or you could get him to ground into a double play. But he had a good ball out to Huckstorf back in the third.
Bottom of the fifth inning, Iowa 3, Minnesota nothing. Here's the first pitch to him, up and in, ball 1. And we're going to have a mound visit from pitching coach Sean McGrath right now. He'll come out and check on Brody. He'll bring the entire Iowa infield in. Runners at first and second for the Golden Gophers with 1 out. Bottom of the fifth inning. Iowa out in front 3-0. Scored all 3 of their runs in the third. Nothing doing in the first, second, fourth, or fifth. Iowa with 4 hits, Minnesota with 2. We've had clean baseball played for the most part. No errors by either team.
Iowa had done a pretty good job limiting free bases, and got one here this inning, and now you've got a couple runners out there. So be up to Brody. Help take care of himself, but keep that ball down, hard to handle, and see if he can get another double play. Maybe get a strikeout, whatever to kind of advance his cause here this inning.
He throws that hard slider down into the barrel. That's a ground ball up the middle, right? And that could start the double play. A ball, no strikes. The pitch to Swenson. That's up and in. Ball 2.
Yeah, you talked about Coach McGrath and his mound visits, and usually there's a strike afterwards. Brody missed there, so it's 2-0 again. Just struggling a little bit with his command today.
The pause and the delivery. There's the slider. That's in there for a strike, 2-1. Broke that from left to right. Good pitch from Brecht. Top of the order waits on deck. He's their best hitter. That's Bateman. 2-1. That's outside. Ball 3. And now in a little bit of trouble, as another ball and the bases would be loaded. Brecht takes his time, looks in for the sign from Moss. He's got it to 3-1. Check swing. He went around. That pitch was way outside, too.
Brody catches a break there. So now if you're Brecht, you got to take advantage of that. You caught a swing that shouldn't have been made. Now go get the out.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Brody's got the sign. Here's the pitch. Fouled back. Again, he's really trying to go with that slider off the plate outside. Swenson's gone after it a couple of times in a row now.
Well, I think Brody is just having a little bit of trouble still commanding and hitting that exact spot. So it might be more kind of middle aiming here and trying to work off edges.
Here comes the 3-2. This is lined into left field. It is a fair ball right inside the line. 1 run is in for the Gophers. They're going to slam on the brakes at the runner at third. It's a double and an RBI for Swenson, and it's 3-1.
Boy, that ball hit right on the line as he just hooked it. Third base coach was windmilling the whole way. He was convinced it was going to be fair. I was still hoping it was going to hook a little bit more, but ended up landed right on the line. And now we've got the tying run standing out there at second base at the top of the order.
I don't want to hear about the wind anymore, John. How did that one get pushed foul, huh? Man. All right, still trouble brewing for the Hawkeyes now with a runner at second and a runner at third. 1 out, top of the order. Here's Bateman. First pitch inside, ball 1. Iowa 3-1 in the fifth.
Now all of a sudden you went from a good clean 59 pitches to 79 just like that.
Missed outside, 2-0. Brody's been really sharp in his last 2 starts, a little less sharp today. Got to find a way to get out of the jam in the fifth. Runners at second and third. 2 in scoring position for Minnesota. 2-0 pitch. There's the outside corner, 2-1.
Well, unfortunately, it's been self-inflicted. Even if he hasn't lost all the hitters at 2-0, you're behind 2-0. So you're throwing more pitches. You're limiting the hitter's reason to chase because they're in command of the at-bat. Now it's 3-1 again. So I wouldn't be surprised to kind of see this be have this be the last hitter if he doesn't battle back here.
3 balls and a strike. Brecht comes set the pitch. Way outside, ball 4. Brecht laboring in the fifth now. Up over 20 pitches in the inning. He's about at 25. And the bases are loaded for the Golden Gophers in the fifth. Tying run being at second. And the go-ahead run at first.
Coach Heller on the...
He's on the step. He's going to let it rip, though. Trying to see if Brody can get out of this. First pitch, way inside. Ball one. Here's Jake Perry. He's 0 for 2 today. Left-handed hitter. Brody's struggled to find the zone. The last few hitters. And Cade Moss will take a walk out and go chat with Brody, and that'll allow Jacob Henderson to get loose. I think Jacob might be ready because he is not throwing with a ton of urgency down the line in the bullpen and left.
And I would expect Coach Heller's, he's done this a lot this season with a 1-0-0-1 count. He's walked out of the dugout.
So Moss will jog back from the mound. We'll see if Coach Heller comes out of the dugout. He's on the second to top step. Leaning forward, he is going to stay put. 1 ball, no strikes, pitch from Brecht. That's low, ball 2. Bases loaded for the Golden Gophers in the 5th. You're a ground ball away from getting out of this.
Actually just went and grabbed Zach Volker too, so Zach's not going to be able to warm up in this part of although maybe it's to get Henderson through and bring Zach into this one, but hopefully Brody just gets out of it on his own and call it good.
2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch from Brody, way outside, ball 3.
The problem for any of the relief pitchers now is you're going to bring him into a mess.
Troubled waters. Brody's 3-1 delivery on the way home. Low and out, ball 4. Walked in a run. 3-2, just like that. And it's just a shame because you just haven't really felt like they've earned the runs, right?
Well, they absolutely haven't, but that's Brody's not an easy guy to walk on either, and Coach Heller will go out and get him now. But Brody'd been showing that steady improvement, and through 4 innings had been just rock solid, and threw 30 pitches this inning, but really just kind of lost command of really all of his pitches. Just had a hard time finding a strike with anything, and kind of had that all day with fighting behind from 2-0.
We'll see Jacob Henderson come into the game. We'll update you on his statistics after this pitching change break. Brody Brecht's day is done. The bases are still loaded for Minnesota in the 5th. Hawks holding on to a 3-2 lead. Back after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Well, we felt pretty comfortable and kind of had our feet up a little bit after the 3rd. Since the 3rd, now Minnesota has arrived. They scored a couple of runs already in the bottom of the 5th now to make it a 3-2 ball game. Iowa with the lead, but the bases are loaded for the Golden Gophers with 1 out. New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes is Jacob Henderson from Gilbert, Arizona, the right-hander.
Jacob 2-1 on the season. This will be appearance number 14 with a 4.50 ERA, 12 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs. They've all been earned, 6 walks and 18 strikeouts. And he's going to need to get that that ground ball slider double play here would be ideal.
These are all Brecht's runners out there at first, second, and third. Henderson is ready for the first pitch on the way home. It's a called strike on the outside corner to Weber Niels. He's their power hitter, leads the team in home runs with 5. Henderson has the sign, the pitch. Popped up right side. DeRiggi's got a lot of room to run to get there. It'll drop foul. In foul territory. Counts 0-2.
That was in just a little Bermuda Triangle over there that Guerin or Jurigi had no real chance at, as they're kind of playing him to pole a little bit. So sneaking one over there is just a zone Hawks don't have covered.
The right-hander's ready. The 0-2's way outside. Moss will slide over to grab it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Good slide, good grab out there from Moss as that pitch missed well outside.
Henderson came in on Friday of the Indiana series and was lights out. Absolute nails. Going to need him to be the same here. The 1-2 drifts low. Was a great pitch, but didn't have the right height to it.
Well, and you had Moss set up a little bit outside, so when he has to come back and catch it, he almost had to trap it down. And so it might not have been terribly low, but the way it had to be caught made it look really low.
The 2-2, this is off the end of the bat, popped up foul. This will find the stands.
First base coach saw Blake Guerin coming at him and panicked a little.
He got out of the way.
Don't blame him a bit.
1 out in the inning, bases loaded. The infield is really playing Niels to pull. They got 3 infielders on the left side of the bag. 2-2, line drive into right center. That's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run is in. We're going to have a tie ball game. Here comes another. We're tied at 3. No, Minnesota's got the lead 4-3. Forgot about that bases loaded walk. The Gophers lead it 4-3 in the 5th.
Yeah, that was a good piece of hitting there. He just stuck with Jacob's slider, and as it broke out over the plate, Niels just stayed with it, didn't try to pull it, just drove it right back up the middle. Huckstorf actually made a pretty decent play on the short hop. The Hawks are still in a little bit of a bind here with another runner in scoring position.
4 in the inning for Minnesota. On the backs of 3 walks. Got a couple of base hits, 3 of them, but 3 walks, and that's the damage has been done. 4-3, Gophers lead in the bottom of the 5th. Batter is Mazenga. Runner is at the corners with 1 out. First pitch is low and in from Henderson. Here's one that's up and in this time, 2-0. Really felt the momentum totally shift, and it was never really hanging in the balance. I mean, we got through 4 innings, and Iowa felt like they were in complete control.
Oh, absolutely. It was pure cruise control there. But when you start missing the strike zone, you give a team that can't hit really well life, and all of a sudden, then they do find a hit with a lot of free bases wrapped around it.
The Iowa dugout coaching staff has just been awarded a warning. Coach Heller popped up and asked if it was inside. That's all he wanted, was just a simple explanation. Saw him motion with the hand if it was inside, and the home plate umpire, Brent Rice, must not have liked the tone. I don't know. 3-0 pitch. That's right down the middle. Have no choice but to call that one a strike. 3-1.
I think it's the quantity of asks that might get you in trouble after a while. Iowa hasn't really been happy with the strike zone. I might be glad we don't have TrackMan.
3-1 pitch is fouled back, so Henderson's done a nice job to move on to the next pitch after not getting a couple of calls, and the count will be full.
Big spot here you'd like to see. Like to see that ground ball double play and just get back in the dugout and give the bats a chance.
And they're going to have a line drive and a base hit in the left center. It's going to score another run for Minnesota. Runner takes off from first. He'll get to third. And it's 5-3. A base hit in the gap to left center. They're hitting Henderson.
Really outstanding base running there. The runner on first was full tilt all the way around. Huckstorf was a little slow on the ball out to him and really never had a chance to throw him out at third. And you look at the streak he left again. We've been talking about the little weird marks, and the streak he left in the brown dirt there as he slid across that. It's an odd rubber compound out there.
Slid a long way too. Next Minnesota batter is Marilla, and this will be the 9th Gopher batter into the box in the 5th. They lead at 5-3 now. Out of nowhere. Momentum was not even hanging in the balance. It was just on our side, and then it wasn't. This pitch is outside from Henderson, 2-0.
That ball was pretty darn close there. If they hadn't gotten a dugout warning, they might have got one on that one.
Off the plate outside again, 3-0.
Hey, honestly, it's been the whole key to today. Is Iowa pitchers have been behind 2-0. Haven't been a ton of 3-0s, although we started adding them up here lately. But just...
Here's one that's a called strike on the outside corner. It's just you just kind of going through this game and thinking, it's such a great weekend at Indiana last weekend with the pitching, and off to a bit of a slow start Friday afternoon up here in Minnesota. Gophers lead 5-3 and a walk. High and out. Ball 4, bases loaded again for Minnesota. Still 1 out. Iowa hasn't recorded an out since the second batter of the inning, which is Jurgela, and he's on deck.
That's too long.
It's a long time.
I think that's too long.
Volker's getting loose in the bullpen. He might be coming in just a moment as Cade Moss has gone to the mound.
Yeah, I think the hope would have been to have Jacob clean up this inning. Whether you give up a run or two, okay, fine, but get out of the inning, clean it up, and then bring Zach in. But Coach Heller's going to go ahead and walk, and we'll have our third pitcher of the inning.
Tough situation for Iowa right now. We'll have a pitching change. Zach Volker will be coming in. Jacob Henderson came in, could not get an out, and he'll leave in the same position that Brody Breck left the Hawkeyes in, with the bases loaded and 1 out. Gophers lead at 5-3. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Well, a game that was moving along rather quickly has come to a screeching halt, and not in the Hawkeyes' favor. The Gophers have put up 5 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. They lead Iowa now 5-3, and we'll see another pitcher in for the Hawkeyes. It's Zach Volker. He's a right-handed pitcher. Volker from Granite Bay, California.
3-1 on the season, 4.41 ERA. This will be appearance number 9. Does have a save. 32 2/3 innings, giving up 26 hits, 16 runs that were all earned, 11 walks, 25 strikeouts. Opponents hit just 224 against him, but has given up 12 extra base hits. So when they've hit him, they've tended to hit him maybe a little bit harder, but they don't hit him a lot. So big spot here. Could use one of those Volker strikeouts would be good at this point.
He comes in a ridiculously difficult position with the bases loaded and 1 out. And the batter being Counsell, who's already hit this inning. Singled and scored to lead off the inning.
A good solid line drive single, what feels like an hour ago.
Yep. And now the Gophers are smelling some more blood in the water. Time to stop the bleeding. Hawks down by 2. Volker will retie the laces on his cleats and step onto the rubber, and we're ready. Tello playing in at third. First pitch from Volker. That's high, ball 1. Wonder what it is about the pitching today. It's mainly not finding the strike zone. Issued a ton of walks.
And they'd been pretty good at finding the zone. I don't know if the
1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Nice off speed there from Zach. Got him to be way early on it.
I don't know if it's you're going to pitch on windy days, so you're going to have to just be able to adjust and be ready to throw no matter what the conditions. There isn't anything outstanding that should make it more difficult than any other day.
He's really got counsel fooled to this point. A swing and a miss, 1-2. That one looked like it might have been outside. So a good pitch from Zach to get him to chase. He's got to throw one more strike. Just one out in the inning. Bases still loaded for the Gophers. They're on top 5-3 all of a sudden. Zach comes set, the 1-2. Line drive into left, another base hit. One run is in. They're going to wave home a second. Here comes the throw. It is cut off by Raider Tello. It's 7-3.
Hawkeye pitchers, when they've found the zone, haven't been able to miss the barrel of a bat, as that one was just kind of, although I don't know that one was just demolished out there, but, saw the breaking ball, got out on it, and hit kind of a good looper out there. So, the out pitch is, I guess there's that balance between missing, in the zone. We talked about, Zach against Indiana, he threw a good pitch when he had 2 strikes on Kalapi, but Kalapi was able to get the barrel on it and hook it down the line. When you miss, you just can't miss in the middle of the plate. The Big Ten hitters, they're gonna find a way to get you, and even if they're a little bit off balance, they're gonna be able to find grass.
Well, I will need an offensive explosion now, trailing by 4 in the 5th. 1-0 pitch is below the knees, ball 2 from Volker. Gophers have put up a touchdown and an extra point compared to Iowa's field goal today.
Unfortunately, there's probably a lot of people that would say that sounds about right.
Yeah. 2-0 pitch from Volker. There it is. That's a strike right down the middle. Good thing is we're getting the ball back.
we get it to start the second half.
Yeah,
we should be fine.
Go. 2 balls and a strike. Runners at first and second for Minnesota with 1 out. The pitch, ground ball to the right side. Honar bobbled it. He'll pick it up. The throw to first is hurried and accurate, though, for the second out of the inning. Good hang by Honar.
Nice job there. Went to his left, but probably wasn't going to have any real way to turn a double play. So good job just to keep it corralled, not panic, and get the out. Just to finish that football analogy, normally I probably would have said, let's put our defense out there first. But in this case, we're going to have to put the offense out there and see what happens.
Well, when we get there, it'll be Guerin, Honar, and Seegers. Top of the 6th coming up. Runners at second and third for Minnesota. First pitch swinging is Hawkinson. He fouls it out of play to the left side.
He grounded into a double play and walked, hitting just 190.
Nothing in one pitch on the way home. Swing and a miss. Volker goes outside on that one. Nice changeup. 0-2. Manageable deficit for the Hawkeyes at this time, but getting towards the late innings. We're in the bottom of the 5th right now. Minnesota up 7-3. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Volker. That is high. Just high, and the Iowa dugout is kind of on thin ice over there, so they can't really comment.
Right, there's no question asking aloud right now.
Volker's in the windup. Here's the 1-2. Fouled back. Hawkinson stays alive. Got a few clouds moving in to block the sun. So we get closer to 5 o'clock this Friday afternoon. Here's the 1-2 from Volker. That's low and in. Moss will block it. 2-2.
Yeah, there was a chance of some funky weather still this afternoon with the heat here, so hopefully we can dodge all that.
Right. 2-2 delivery from Volker. That's low and out, ball 3. Swenson is on deck. He had an RBI double his last time up. Hawkinson earlier in the inning walked and scored. Don't want to walk him again. Here comes the full count pitch from Volker. Popped up left side, heading towards the Iowa bullpen in foul territory, and it'll get over there. Foul ball will do it again. This is turning into a lengthy at-bat between Volker and Hawkinson. Hawkinson with 2 outs is a 111 hitter. He's 188 with runners in scoring position. 190 overall.
Yeah, but they've scored 7 runs this inning.
Anything's possible. All right, here's the 3-2. Outside. That was close. Ball 4.
I guess that's the. I'm probably talking a little bit out of both sides of my mouth when I talk about how you can't miss in the plate to Big Ten hitters. When a guy's kind of proven to you that maybe he isn't such a good hitter and you had him down 0-2, 1-2, you got to go attack a little bit more and make sure you're getting the strike call, not trying to just paint black.
There's a gopher on every base once again in the inning. Volker starts with a strike to Swenson, who swung and missed.
Especially when you may not completely agree with the way the umpire's calling the game right now.
Kind of interesting that Zach goes back to the stretch now. He was in the windup for the last batter. Here's the 0-1. Another swing and a miss. Goes outside corner with a hard fastball. 0-2. A few times that Iowa's had 2 strike counts on these gopher hitters in this inning. See if he goes with a chase pitch or goes right after him here. Moss flashes the signs. Volker agrees. The 0-2. Lined foul to the right side. This will get out of play. 0-2. It'll remain.
And that's been part of the problem. It's not that in some cases he hasn't kind of gone at them, but they've been able to foul off some good pitches too. And it's just trying to. You're going to have to kind of miss competitively to try to get that swing and miss.
0-2 is a nice breaking ball, and it's called a ball.
And that's the problem with Cade's set up outside. The ball ends up probably catching the inside part of the plate, but because Cade's set up in a different spot, it just looks like it misses a lot.
Setting up outside again. Here comes the 1-2. Off the plate, 2-2. So now he's gone inside and he's gone outside.
Yeah, I think he really tried to go outside on both of them, but again missed on the other one. But now it's back to hitter's got a better chance here.
He goes up and in with a heater and strikes him out. Swenson chased it, but it's a big inning for Minnesota. They put up 7 runs in the bottom of the 5th, and the Gophers lead it 7-3. Gut check time for the Hawkeyes coming up in the 6th. Guerin, Honar, and Seegers. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the 6th inning, the Golden Gophers out in front now 7-3 after they put up 7 in the bottom of the 5th. Iowa's got plenty of outs to work with, but the sooner the better to chip away at this deficit. The Hawkeyes scored 3 runs in the 3rd, have been quiet since then. It'll be Guerin, Honar, and Seegers. Who's the leader in the clubhouse, John, to get these guys going? We're going to have to find out here by the time this one's over. You wouldn't want it to come from the coaching staff. You'd want it to be one of the players, right, to step up. And
well, somewhere in there, the players have to decide it's not acceptable and make a move from there.
First pitch to Guerin, skips to the plate.
And you heard Coach Heller talk about that early in the year with free bases too. Coach can preach free bases, but the pitchers have to eventually deliver. And they've done a better job with that, the last inning notwithstanding.
Right.
And so now, the hitters are in a little bit of a funk, and so somebody's got to step up and decide this isn't acceptable.
1-1 pitch to Guerin. Takes it down the middle, 1-2.
Iowa right now at 51.6% strike percentage. So, it's not enough strikes to win a game.
Then you get a couple of base hits mixed in, and it multiplies the damage. Here's a foul ball off the bat of Blake Guerin. Guerin making his return to the state of Minnesota today. 6'6", 280-pound first baseman. Played at Mounds View High School from Shoreview, Minnesota. Got a lot of family in town. Novotny out of the windup. He is ready with the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Sweeping curveball. Guerin is out number one.
We were talking about how, the Hawkeyes had a little bit of an advantage. Looked like they were going to get into the Minnesota bullpen and really kind of set it up. Now here we are in Novotny back out there. He's just at 94, 95 pitches. And Iowa's 3 pitchers deep into the game so far. So a lot of work to be done here.
Honar's the batter. First pitch drifting just low to Sam. You just got to find a way to chip away. Lean on the plate discipline. Honar punches this foul to the left side towards the Iowa dugout. The plate discipline, maybe a couple sawed-off singles, any way to get on and create some pressure on Minnesota that they haven't really faced any since the third. 1-1 to Honar. He fouled this off his foot in the box, 1-2.
Well, and you can't score 4 runs until somebody gets on base. You've got to do. Honar's got to do his part now, which is he's got to win this confrontation with Novotny.
The windup and the offering. Another foul ball to the left side. Sam's hanging tough.
And then you've got Seegers in the on-deck circle. He's got to try to win that. And you have to start winning battles. That's what Minnesota did in the bottom half of the 5th inning there. They went up against Breck and Henderson. They won battles.
Here's a line drive into right. That's a base hit. Off the bat of Sam Honar, hops into the chest of the right fielder Hawkinson, and Sam is on with 1 out. There's your start.
Really good job there. Good piece of hitting. Drove that ball out there. Got good barrel on it. Now it's up to Michael to win his confrontation.
Consider getting creative. I don't know that Honar would steal any bags, but put some pressure on this infield, especially with the slow infield. Maybe Seegers considers one of his famous bunts down the line, uses speed.
Well, and down 4, you're probably not going to try to get too crazy on that part of it. But again, if you feel like you can win by getting a bunt base hit, absolutely.
He squares the bunt, puts it down, and it's hit foul. At least bring that third baseman in or make him think a bit over there. Minnesota 7-3 in the top of the 6th. Michael's hitting .272 on the season. Novotny in a stare down with Honar. Here's a ground ball up the middle to short. This is double trouble. Flip to second for 1. High throw. Got him on the tag at first. Double play. That'll do it for the top of the 6th. Iowa gets a base hit from Sam Honar, but a double play will end it. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Gophers lead at 7-3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the 6th inning at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Gophers lead at 7-3. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. All right, well, we got a base runner in the 6th, but a double play extinguished any threat there. And so now the top of the order coming up for Minnesota, got to put up a 0 here. Got to put up a 0 the rest of the way if we're being honest.
Right. You can expect to try to score your own touchdown, but yeah, you'd like to limit Minnesota right where they are and let the offense, your own offense, start piling on.
Volker returning to the mound out of the windup. First pitch to Bateman is on its way home. That's low, ball 1. You mentioned the strike rate is basically at 50%.
51.6 and just down slightly after that one.
Next delivery from Volker is on the outside corner. That's a strike, 1-1.
Meanwhile, Novotny, who feels like he struggled a little, is up at 59%. So still not a great strike rate, but certainly good enough right now.
Volker throws it off the plate outside, 2-1. Brody Breck got the start for Iowa today. Only got through 4 1/3. Gave up 3 hits, 5 earned. He walked 4, struck out 3. Also hit a batter. 2-1 pitch from Volker. Swing and a miss. Jacob Henderson came in first out of the Iowa bullpen. Did not record an out. Gave up 2 hits, 2 earned, 1 walk. Faced 3 batters, and it's been Volker's show since then. He got the last 2 outs in the 5th. The 2-2 is a breaking ball outside. Counts now full.
It's just like some of those pitches almost seem like they're slipping out of the hand a little bit. They're missing pretty well wide.
3-2's hit on the ground to second. Honar is ready for it. He'll bring it in and throw it over to Blake for out number 1. Okay, there's the first out of the inning. Good job there to keep Bateman off the base paths.
Honar's looking for it's his 5th assist of the game. He's got plenty of action out there at second base.
A lot of these left-handed hitters for Minnesota are taking it that way. Another one here with Perry. Ooh. Not sure where that one missed.
In the umpire's mind. You're watching the top step of the Hawkeye dugout, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to use my resources here to get the best look that we can. 1-0 pitch from Volker, swing and a miss. Perry chased that one low and in. We've got our managers, down below us here, and I think Coach Heller is checking with them to see where the pitches are, because he cannot ask this home plate umpire. There's no question about that. 1-1 pitch, that's off the plate outside. Yeah, got Joey and Zach down there with the
flashing signs.
Yes. Coach Heller will check with them every once in a while if it's close. So I try to intercept that message. Here comes the 2-1 from Volker. Line drive into right. DeRiggi coming forward. He'll slide, and it's down for a base hit. He knocked it down, but he trapped it, or it one-hopped into his glove, I guess. A single to right for Perry, and he's on with 1 out in the 6th.
Yeah, it looked like he caught it just on a short hop. I like how he didn't even really try to sell it too hard, but the difference between that play and the one that Huckstorf hit out there back in the 3rd inning for the Hawks, little sliding play, was able to keep his glove kind of in the range, so that when he didn't get it, he was still able to scoop it just like he would over at first base.
3 Hawkeyes on the left side of second base. Volker deals a first pitch. Up and in for a ball. Got to be careful throwing that to this guy, though. He might be able to hit it out of here. Drifts one up and in again. That one certainly a ball. 2 balls, no strikes now to Niels.
And wind has died down a little bit now. It's a really nice day for baseball at this point with the wind died down.
Runner at first with a short lead. The 2-0. Off the plate outside. I give up.
I think it's just a very tight, very exacting strike zone right now.
That one missed. 4-pitch walk for Niels. I think 2 of those might have been a strike, if I'm being honest.
Well, I was pulling your deal. I was trying to intercept Zach, and it looked like Zach did give that 2-0 pitch the low and away sign. So, I just don't, and maybe it's the whole ball versus part of the ball and all of that stuff. But let's just say it's not a very big strike zone right now.
Here's a ground ball to the right side, past a diving Honar. DeRiggi picks it up. They send the runner. Here comes the throw. It's cut off at the mound. 8-3, Minnesota with the lead in the 6th.
He said it was big for the Hawkeyes to put up a 0. It was, and unfortunately, a good single out to right, and then a free base puts the guy in scoring position, and then another single bites you, and so. The free base itself hasn't scored a run yet, but it moved a runner into scoring position and got you that way. And Zach doesn't walk a ton of guys, so it's not like him.
Iowa pitchers just having a hard time throwing the first pitch strike, and then that puts the pressure on him the rest of the at-bat. Volker missing high and out to Marilla.
Iowa pitchers have walked 7 batters today through 5 1/3 innings and hit a guy, so...
Here's one driven to right. DeRiggi going back. He'll catch up to it, and he'll grab it for the second out. Didn't quite get behind the ball. The runner will tag from second to third. Runners at the corners with 2 outs have a chance to get out of this one now.
You're almost always going to get the tag to third there. Unless DeRiggi's got the old Vlad Guerrero arm that was going to zing it in there from right. I think that was always going to advance, but that's another one of those. The wind probably holds it up just a little bit. Looked like he hit that hard, and DeRiggi handled it pretty easily out there.
Back to Council, and he's really been killing us today. He's 2 for 3. Got a run scored at a 2 RBI single in the 5th. He's up with 2 outs. Runners at the corners. Volker's ready. The pitch. That's a strike. Called at the letters.
Yeah, Council had a heck of a productive 5th inning to be coming up again here in the 6th inning. That's can't possibly be a good sign.
Volker's 0-1 delivery. Swung on and missed. Good high heater there from Zach. 0-2. Iowa has struck out 4 Gopher batters today through 5 2/3.
And that is a really low number for these Hawkeye pitchers. I mean, especially the ones we've seen today.
And Coach Heller, he talked about it even from the midweek. He struck out Milwaukee. I know he only played 7 innings against them, but only struck them out a couple of times, 4 times, I think. Volker's ready with the 1-2. They'll send it over to first on a pickoff move. Runners back in safely.
And it's an interesting difference, too. This is the first time that the Coach McGrath's called pitches for this staff, which, a little bit different than when Robin Lund called them last year. I mean, not that Coach McGrath's never called a game, so it's not that it's brand new for him, but it is a little bit different to see how guys like to get out. And, as you get to the midpoint of the season, you get a better and better feel for that. But teams also make adjustments for how you go at people as it gets the strikeout there.
Council chased that one high and out. He's out number 3. Good pitch there from Volker, but the Gophers get an additional run. We've played 6 at Siebert Field. Minnesota 8. Iowa 3. Got some work to do. We'll try our luck in the 7th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Top of the 7th inning, Iowa trailing Minnesota 8-3. The Gophers will go to the bullpen now. They'll go with a left-hander, another one, 6'5" from Prior Lake, Minnesota, Connor Whitgriff.
0-2 on the season. This will be appearance number 14 with a 4.98 ERA. Does have a save. 21 2/3 innings, 16 hits, 15 runs. 12 of those were earned. 13 walks, 26 strikeouts. Opponents hit .213 against him. He's going to bring it up. He'll be in the low to mid 90s. Got a good slider, kind of a firm changeup, but that left-handed, it's kind of a little bit of a Jared Simpson action. Kind of slings it over. It's not quite over the top. Hawkeyes will have to be really disciplined again. His off-speed stuff doesn't necessarily throw it for a strike. So identify the fastball if it's in the zone. Identify that off-speed stuff and know that he's going to need your help to get a strike on it.
Right. Use the plate discipline. Find a way on. Iowa trailing by 5 in the 7th. First pitch to Cade Moss. Fastball low and out. Time for a late game rally. 1-0 pitch to Moss. That's downstairs again, 2-0. I don't know if you believe in any of those rally caps. You turn your hat inside out. Maybe you go change your shirt quick, sit in a different chair.
You saw me stand up a couple half days ago. Did you trying to break something up?
We do a little bit of that up here.
I tried. It didn't work.
That part didn't work. Maybe I need to do it.
I'll
put
the headset on backwards, whatever it takes.
Yeah. Somebody listening at home, if you're superstitious like that, it's time to pull out all the stops. And whoever listening at home flipped their hat around, good job, because Cade Moss gets to first on a 4-pitch walk.
4-pitch walk. You hear Coach McGrath say all the time, I'm not superstitious, I'm a little stitious.
Yeah.
So baseball players are notorious for having some version of those little quirks and routines,
right.
I guess we'll call them.
Leadoff man is on for the Hawkeyes in the inning. Here's Ben Wilmus against Whitgriff. Whitgriff has not thrown a strike as he sails one outside to Wilmus. That'll force the catcher Swenson to go out and talk to him.
Whitgriff's not particularly fast to the plate, but at this score and this base runner, you're not going to see Cade going anywhere.
Right.
But we do know that teams like to try to pick Cade off for some reasons.
Yeah, and he's a lefty, so I don't think Cade will have a great lead at first. Great meaning large. You should probably keep it close to the bag. And listen, down 8-3, got plenty of time with the Hawkeye bats that are in the lineup today.
Just got to get started. That's the thing is you've got to start finding a way here. You got the top of the order coming up, so it's a good place to start.
And if Whitgriff can't find the zone, then that is even better for the start. 2-0 to Wilmus.
Well, and we know what free bases do and how they what the damage they can cause, and especially when you get kind of the meat of your order here.
Throws his first strike of his outing down the middle to Wilmus. It's a combination of things here. If the pitcher's struggling to find the zone, the zone is a bit tight today as well. 2-1 to Wilmus. Doesn't go after that one. 3-1. Keaton Anthony's on deck.
And that's, the scouting report was, he has a hard time commanding the off-speed stuff. Right now he's having a hard time throwing a fastball for a strike. So you don't want to lose your aggressiveness, but you don't want to go up there as a free swinger.
Off the plate. Oh, outside, but called a strike. Counts full to Wilmus. It's quick to call that one. Ben's got to protect now, especially that outside corner. He's choked up a little bit on the bat. Here comes the 3-2. Ground ball to third. Double trouble. Flip to second for one. On to first. Double play. 5-4-3. And that hurts.
Just feels like every time the Hawkeyes maybe get some momentum in their favor, 2-0, 3-1 there, and you get a questionable 3-1 strike call, and then the high chopper that's just easy to throw and turn 2 on.
2 outs, bases empty for Iowa in the 7th, trailing 8-3. First pitch to Anthony is in there for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, you go from feeling like you had a chance to build an inning and build a rally, and now you're out of it on the ground ball to third. No, off his foot. So
they will say it's not off his foot, and
third base umpire's coming down the line.
All right, good. Thank goodness. Said it's a foul ball. Who's the third base umpire? Let's take a look. Kirk Dominic, tip your cap to him. Called a foul ball from 100 feet away. No balls and 2 strikes, though, to Anthony.
Yeah, let's just say the home plate umpire at this point is not going to get a Christmas card from Coach Heller.
Whitgriff has settled in now, the 0-2. Anthony skies it foul to the right side. Again, we can be a little bit, frustrated. It's going to take a decent run for Iowa in the 7th to get some magic going. Anthony off the hand, sends it to right. That's a base hit. So you're going to start it up again, this time with 2 outs, though, and we'll see Brennan DeRiggi come up in the inning.
Lefty on lefty matchup here again, but DeRiggi's a good guy. Good guy to come up here, good pop. He's willing to go the opposite way, get a little bit of that carry out to left center field.
First pitch to DeRiggi, right down the middle. There's a strike. Whitgriff had missed to righties outside, so inside to lefties, and DeRiggi standing a little bit closer to the box than I think he normally does. If he gets lucky, he could get hit by a pitch. There's an 0-1 sweeping breaking ball in there for a strike, 0-2.
See if he can battle back here. They are playing him actually the opposite way, which he's such a pull hitter, and they're shifted the other direction.
Now, DeRiggi had to swing at that one on the 0-2 and sends it foul. Another breaking ball that started probably down the middle and ended up a bit outside, but got to protect the zone.
Which, we've seen a lot of teams attack him away and then still play him to pull. Now they're attacking him away and actually playing him to go the opposite way.
0-2, swung on and missed. DeRiggi is out, number 3. Couple of base runners in the inning, but a double play kind of extinguishes the threat. We'll stretch things out at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. We'll bring the bottom of the 7th to you right after this. The Gophers lead at 8-3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans-win.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine, too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Minnesota 8, Iowa 3. Hawkeyes need a little bit of help as we get towards the end of Game 1 of the doubleheader. Again, Game 2 will be 40 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Marcus Morgan will get the start for the Hawkeyes coming up in just a little bit. Really got to hope that Volker can finish this one out. You don't want to have to burn another arm out of the Iowa bullpen on a short weekend.
Well, and that'd be kind of the ideal here is you get through it with just the 3 pitchers here. But unfortunately, you might only have to go 2 more unless the bats come back to life.
First pitch swinging is Jurgela, and he missed it. Good start from Volker.
And not the way I saw this game playing out.
Not at all. Here's one just outside to the Gopher left fielder, 1-1. I mean, obviously, you don't expect to be down 8-3 on a game that Brody Breck starts. You hardly expect to be losing at all at any point of the day. 1-1, half swing, sent foul to the left side, 1-2.
Well, especially after kind of mowing through the first 4 innings, but I guess, you know, in hindsight, maybe that was a little bit of fool's gold with just the challenges he'd had of kind of getting through it.
1-2's way inside, almost hit him. 2-2.
You know, and this is the spot we finally get ahead, but we've had a hard time putting away the hitter even with 2 strikes.
Here is the 2-2. That's a called third strike on the outside corner. Great pitch from Volker, floated one in there. Went with the off speed.
And Minnesota hitters aren't used to getting called strikes, so they're a little puzzled when that happens.
Yes.
Had to point back to the dugout that he's supposed to walk back that way.
Back-to-back strikeouts now for Zach. Facing the 8-hitter Hawkinson now. Hawkinson is 0 for 1 today. Grounded into a double play. He's walked twice, though.
He walked twice in the 5th.
Yep. Hard time getting him out. First pitch is a ball to him. Second one is on its way home right now. This one is hit well to right. This is trouble. Into the corner. It'll be a fair ball, and it will hop over the fence. It'll be a ground rule double for Hawkinson to right.
You know, again, that's a guy hitting 190 with 3 extra base hits. You know, just when he's been on base 3 times, which is kind of the story here of game 1 of this doubleheader.
And, you know, if you look at Minnesota's record, you see 9-22, you think, wow, this team must not be very good, to be quite frank. But, you know, they've really turned things on lately. They started 0-11. So if you look at it about halfway through the season so far, here's a ground ball to short. Seegers has got it. He'll throw it to third. Tello applies the tag. He's out at third.
Good play there by Seegers and terrible base running by Hawkinson. You know if the ball's in front of you, you stop, you wait. And instead, he just stuck his head down, took off going. I guess I appreciate the commitment, but made a pretty easy play for Seegers to just jump his feet around, put a good throw to Tello, and runners out of scoring position all of a sudden.
Everything was good about that for Iowa defensively. 2 outs, runner at first. Here's Bateman. He hits this foul. He went for a bunt opportunity. He's got the speed.
I kind of liked watching him run down the base there. He was just kind of watching, waiting for Guerin to touch it so he knew he could stop, but just kind of cruising along. And I mean, he just kind of glides. He moves quickly, and it looks like it's just effortless as he runs down the line there.
Coach Heller talked about that in pregame, that you can't give up on any of the bunts on the line. Seem like they'll roll in. Here's a ground ball to the right side, base hit. Honar dove for it, but too far out in front of him. 2 on now for Minnesota with 2 outs.
And not that I want to get too cheerleady for Minnesota, but that's exactly why you don't run into that out. Is then they'd had a runner on second base. He ground ball single there, and they could have added to the lead. So Hawks catch a break. Now they need to finish it up here and make sure that they take advantage of the base running mistake.
Still threatening a bit with Perry now. First pitch to him. Slow breaking ball that was low. Looked good, but dropped below the knees. Perry's a bit of a taller hitter. Volker's got the sign from Moss. The pause, the pitch. Outside, ball 2. I think every bullpen pitcher is down in the bullpen for Iowa right now. Maybe some stretching, but nobody throwing. This is Zach's game for now. Here's the 2-0. Outside corner, 2-1.
I just found Perry 6'4". So, yeah, you were dead on that one.
Compare him to Bateman, too. Bateman towards the top at 5'10". 2 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. This is a line drive into center. Huckstorf moving back, still sprinting, jumps, and makes the over-the-head catch for the 3rd out. That could have been a problem, but Huckstorf with his trusty hands out there in center, he's got it for the 3rd out. All right, 6 outs to work with for the Hawkeyes, trailing by 5. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Top of the 8th inning, game 1 of the doubleheader today. Not going favorably for the Hawkeyes right now. Still have a little bit of time. Trailing 8-3. It'll be Tello, Hucksdorf, and Guerin to give it their best shot and start the Iowa comeback.
Checking some of the scores, I've got the RPI page pulled up so you see how games impact Iowa. So I've got the Quinnipiac game, their actual baseball game, not the Frozen Four hockey game. We're talking about how this was a 7-3 game, the football score. Quinnipiac leads Iona 21-10. Those 2 first quarter touchdowns really got them off to a good start, and they're holding in there nicely. So
21-10. Ugh. Here's Tello to lead off the 8th. First pitch is a called strike, low and out corner. What do you want to see from Iowa right now, John? I know your back's really against the wall, and maybe you can't come all the way back in this game, but some fight for starters, right?
Well, some fight, but just stick to the plan. You've got whatever it is, you've got 2 more innings here, and then you've got 9 innings after this. If you don't stick to the plan, instead of sweeping, you're going to get swept. So you need to kind of pay attention to what you're doing.
Here's one that's called a strike on the low and in corner to Tello. He's down 1-2.
So even if you make outs, that's okay, but it's got to be good at bats. What you wanted to do.
Some positivity, some good body language for starters. 1-2 on the ground is short. Shortstop charges hard, throws over to first. 1 down.
We'll have a Frazier pinch hit after Hucksdorf, looks like, but see if Huck can get going. I know he's got the triple and driven in a couple runs, but just has been a little bit out of sorts at the plate against the other left-handers. We'll see if he gets a better beat on this one.
First pitch to Huck, drifts outside, ball 1. Iowa trailing Minnesota 8-3. The Hawkeyes scored the first 3 in this game. Came all the way back in the 3rd. 1-0 pitch, that's called a strike on the inside corner. Minnesota put up 7 in the 5th. Chasing Brody Brecht out of the game. Added 1 in the 6th. We're now in the 8th inning. 1-1 pitch to Hucksdorf. Breaking ball. That's high and out. Ball 2.
To be fair, they chased Jacob Henderson too.
Right, yes. Got Brody out. We went with Henderson and couldn't quite get it done. 2-1 pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. 2-2.
Wow.
That's tough. Breaking ball drifts in. That's high. Ball 3. I wouldn't have been surprised if he would have rung up Huck right there.
If he'd have rung him up, every coach in the Hawkeye dugout would have been ejected from the game.
Find a way on here, Kyle. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Foul tip, had to swing at it because it was a call to strike a couple of pitches ago. I think it was off the plate, but Kyle had to swing at it. 2 down.
Yeah, it's off the plate, but again, that kind of is that's kind of the setup when you're in protect mode and you're not ready. He did get a foul tip, good hang from Swenson to grab it. He kind of had to re-grip it twice to get it, but be up to Frazier now to try to keep the inning going.
2 outs, bases empty in the 8th. Can assume Frazier pinch hitting for Guerin, so Frazier probably to right, DeRiggi into first base would be our guess. Frazier, first pitch swinging. There's an aggressive cut, and he hit it foul.
Yeah, we're probably better off that I don't have TrackMan today.
Yeah,
not sure anything good would come from that.
I think you're right. We're both benefiting from that. The 0-1 is low, ball 1.
The only good part is that I'd have had I'd have had Keaton's distance on the home run.
Right. Could have thrown in some exit velo stats. Here's the 1-1. Frazier pops it up. Shallow center. Second baseman going back, but it's Bateman who loses his cap on the way in. He reaches up and grabs it. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Iowa in the 8th. Backs against the wall. Minnesota leads at 8-3 in the bottom of the 8th. We're back with more after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Bottom of the 8th inning at Siebert Field. Minnesota 8, Iowa 3. Hawkeyes have a lot of work to do in this game, but if they can't come back and win it, boy, you have a quick turnaround for Game 2 of the doubleheader that'll be coming up in just a little bit. You have to get rid of this one as soon as possible and try to come out and dominate in the next one.
Yeah, I guess it's better than going back to the hotel and playing tomorrow. You get to wash it right away and jump back out. But like I said, that's where you want to see some quality at bats. You'd love to see Zach go 1-2-3 here and at least build some momentum for the pitching staff. Not that it carries over a ton, but anything to help.
First pitch is low from Volker to Niels. We were right about that change that Iowa made defensively. Frazier's in right. DeRiggi is now at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch from Zach. There's a nice curveball. Swung on and missed. 1-1.
Niels, 247 on the season, but 2 for 3 today. Driven in a run.
Check swing. Got the hands going, but was able to hold off. Pitch just inside. 2-1. Did you get the inside call down there?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, maybe.
Here comes the 2-1 from Volker. It's off the end of the bat, foul. On the right side, 2-2.
I mean, I suppose you could argue with 12 total walks. Minnesota's walked 7 times. Iowa's walked 5. It's just been a small strike zone.
Nice pitch there from Volker. Really ran it inside, a swing and a miss, and a strikeout for Zach. Once he got out of that inning when he came in the 5th, right? Once we finally stopped the bleeding there, Zach's been pretty good.
Yeah, he has given up 5 hits through the 3 innings. So, I mean, they've 5 hits and 2 walks so far today. So, yeah, it took, to your point, took a little bit to get kind of out of that mess, but he's been able to be a little bit cleaner since then.
Here's Mazenga. First pitch outside.
And does have 4 of the 7 Hawkeye strikeouts, so kind of rolled up a little bit of a number there.
Deals the 1-0 that's fouled back to the screen. 1-1. Iowa in jeopardy of dropping to 2-5 in the Big Ten.
Your hill's getting bigger, and that's not a good thing right now.
1-1 is inside from Volker. Hawkeyes are currently 23-8, 2-4 in the Big Ten. Big series with Nebraska next weekend at home, but need to get some wins on the board this weekend.
Say it's only a big series if you start taking care of business and win this series.
Count is 3-1 to Mazenga. Here's the pitch from Volker. Inside ball 4. Minnesota's got a base runner in the 8th. They lead at 8-3.
So is it safe to assume now with the flag flipped around all the way that the cold front's on the way?
Cold front is on the way, I believe.
Because we've now got the wind blowing dead straight out to center field versus all game long where it's been blowing in.
Absolute opposite. First pitch strike to Marilla. Hey, and you know what? That could play to our favor in game 2, right? Statistically, Iowa's got the better offense. It comes to batting average, extra base hits, runs scored, all those things. Just not proven to be the case in the first game today. A ball and a strike. Volker looks in for the sign. He's got it. Here's the delivery. Breaking ball missing high, 2-1.
Well, the 8 walks, we've talked about that a ton, but the free bases are just, especially the number of free bases that Iowa's run up today. You're not going to overcome that and win very many games that way.
3-1 now.
And these are just not particularly competitive at this point. There's no reason for Marilla to think about swinging at these pitches right now.
Volker's been in there for quite some time. Pitch count is nearing 70, and he walks Marilla. Back-to-back walks for the Gophers in the 8th. And just like that, they've got a couple of runners on with 1 out.
Or it's 72 pitches for Zach, but looks like Coach Heller's up on the top step.
I think that's Chaz Wheatley getting loose down there, and he's really picking up his pace quite a bit as Moss will go out and talk with Zach on the mound. So we could be seeing Wheatley fairly soon as Council is in the box.
Zach just 15 walks on the season in total, but has 4 today.
Iowa will execute their strategy of a catcher to the mound, catcher back, and then Coach Heller. So Coach is out of the dugout, going to get Zach Volker, who did a nice job to come in and stop the bleeding in the middle innings. He's walked a couple in the inning. He'll come out of the game. Chaz Wheatley coming in. We'll take a pitching change break. We'll be back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Iowa goes to the bullpen in the bottom of the 8th, trailing Minnesota 8-3. We'll bring in Chaz Wheatley, a right-handed pitcher. 6'6", 215 from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Wheatley into the game.
Tall right-hander.
Tall righty.
Tall right-hander. Making his sixth time out on the bump for the Hawkeyes this season. 4 1/3 inning, 3 hits, 1 run. It was unearned, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 176 against Chaz. I think kind of nice. He's been. We talk about it a lot. He's hasn't got a ton of opportunities, but as he has, he's done the job that he was asked to do, and then that's earned him a couple more opportunities.
Yes.
And so he's able to get it a little bit more, and now you see him really needing to close the door here in this inning to give the Hawkeyes any chance at all of coming back in the 9th inning to win.
I said steady improvement on the season to this point. He's got a bit of a strange delivery physically when he brings it in. First pitch is ripped down the left field line. Fair ball. Oh, brother, into the corner. One run will score. They'll stop the next runner at third. It is a double for Council. He's just been killing us today.
3 for 5. And yeah, that was 3 RBIs now, as that one was just absolutely tattooed. And
the Cade Moss special, just dive bomb into the corner there and left.
And they've had a couple balls down there that probably combined haven't been more than 2 feet fair. But sometimes that's the way it goes.
(9-3) is the score now. Runners at second and third for the Gophers with 1 out. Infield will come in for the Hawkeyes.
Jergello, one of just 2 Gophers that don't have a hit today. They've all been on base now.
Wheatley will go with the wind-up first pitch. Breaking ball in, backing Jergello off the plate.
You're going to ask me at some point that ball bounces, good block there. You're going to ask me at some point during our 40-minute break between games, okay, what do you take from this, or what's the positive?
Yes, I am.
And the correct answer to that is going to be nothing.
Nothing.
Wipe it.
Yep. It's going to have to be one of those. And a lot of people get upset with, the phrase, hey, you just got to flush it and move on. 2-0 pitches hit back to the screen. But that is literally what you have to do.
Well, what else are you going to do with this
right.
one? I mean, there's you can go try to find some phony positive for it, but unless the Hawkeyes score 6 runs in the top of the 9th inning, there isn't going to be a whole lot positive that comes out of this.
2-1 pitch from Wheatley. Ground ball up the middle, through into center. 1 run is in. Here comes a second. It's 11-3.
And now 6 runs in the top of the 9th aren't going to be very positive either. So
brought the infield in, trying to save a run, but
probably would have been a tough play for Honar anyway. We've seen him make a couple of good range plays, but I'm not sure he would have had enough space to get that one.
I think you're going to flush it and move on, sure, but the pressure is now big time on the Hawkeyes these next 2 games.
If you want to reach your goals, it certainly is.
Wheatley's first pitch to Hawkinson is a strike on the outside corner. 11-3, Minnesota in the 8th. This one's in the dirt. Runner at first with 1 out. You just kind of look back at this game, and I certainly didn't see 11-3. I don't even know if I saw 11-3 Iowa the way the game started. Got through 4 innings, 4.5 innings, and it was 3-0. In favor of the Hawkeyes, the Gophers have rattled off 11 runs in a row.
Well, and to the Gophers' credit, when Iowa has missed over the plate, they've punished them, and Iowa's had a hard time adjusting to the strike zone, and
there's one on the inside corner, 2-2.
Some of it has been, oh boy, that's a tight strike zone, and some of it has been, really non-competitive 0-0 and 1-0 pitches, and so they were behind 2-0 a lot and had to fight behind, and Chaz has come over the plate, and they've hit him now. The count goes full there as he misses low again.
Swenson's on deck. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Hawkinson, who now has that average up over 200. He's been on 3 times today. Wheatley is set with the 3-2. Here it comes. Outside, ball 4. So we will see Swenson.
So we just have 1 out in the inning. We were probably going to see him one way or the other.
He's hoping for that ground ball. I think we'll learn quite a bit about Iowa these next couple of games, especially the next one. Runners at first and second with 1 out. Righty on righty matchup now. Pitch from Wheatley. Flared into center. Seegers is going back along with Honar. The 2 come together. Seegers makes the catch at the last second. 2 down.
Good job there. The shortstop's the Shortstop's the king of the infield, and so when he calls, the second baseman is supposed to peel. Honar did there, and Seegers is able to make the catch. But we're back to the top of the order again.
Yeah, back to Bateman, who to this point has been relatively quiet. Walked and scored in the 5th, singled in the 7th. First pitch from Wheatley, low and out.
Anytime your leadoff hitter's making a 6th plate appearance, though,
yes,
that's a bad sign for the pitching team. And that's where we're at here with Bateman, as he's 1 for 4, but he's been on base 2 out of 5 times.
Nice breaking ball there from Wheatley. That's called a strike. It's 1-1. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Minnesota's pushed across 3 runs. It's 11-3.
And Bateman pretty much does what you'd expect from a speedy leadoff hitter. He hits the ball in the ground and tries to run.
Here's one that gets just slightly away from Moss. He's able to block it. No advancement by the runners. 2-1.
He's grounded out 3 times. His single was a ground ball through the right side. Showed bunt and pulled one foul.
Here comes the 2-1. That's a called strike on the inside corner. One more strike, Chaz.
I think we've pretty much seen the Brett Bateman quiver at this point.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good, really. I mean,
the 2-2 from Wheatley, way outside. That breaking ball slipped out of his hand. It's a full count now. With 2 outs, runners will be going. A border battle, a rivalry series. Probably didn't need to add anything to it, right? And Hawkeyes will be fired up for game 2. Here's a ground ball up the middle with runners in motion, through into center. Another base hit and another run scored for Minnesota. Well, it's been the 2-out, 2-strike hitting for the Gophers today.
Well, and just a good piece of hitting there again. Just a ground ball single, just on the other side of Honar this time, and that'll be it for Chaz. But I mean, Gophers 8 for 16 with runners in scoring position,
Wow.
9 for 20 with runners on base, and actually they're just 3 for 9 with 2 outs, but have capitalized on every other opportunity with a runner in scoring position.
Iowa goes to the bullpen. We'll update you on who the new Hawkeye pitcher is right after this. Pitching change break, Minnesota 12-3 in the 8th. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Minnesota 12, Iowa 3. The Hawkeyes go to the bullpen again. They'll go with Minnesota native Caleb Strack, a left-hander, 6'3".
Strack's 3rd appearance, 13.5 ERA. He's thrown 2/3 of an inning, given up a hit, a run, walked a batter, struck out 2, and gave up 1 home run. We'd like to see the strikeout version.
The strikeout version. Just got to get 1 out. Minnesota with 12 runs on 13 hits. Iowa 3 runs on 6 hits. So the batter is Perry. Runners at the corners for the Golden Gophers. First pitch to him. Breaking ball just high. Ball 1.
And this is probably as much of a lefty-on-lefty matchup. You've talked about how this lineup's loaded with left-handers, so
Strack misses way high that time, 2-0. Minnesota has now batted around. I guess this is the 9th batter in the box in the inning. 2-0 pitch on its way. That's high, ball 3.
You might be foreshadowing.
Yeah. Niels led off and struck him out, but a couple of walks, a double, a single, another walk. Here's a walk on 4 pitches to load the bases for Niels, who's back up again. I think we might actually see a new batter for Minnesota now.
No, that's Niels.
It still is.
Yeah, that's walk number 11 issued by Hawkeye pitchers today.
That is the 4th walk of the inning. Bases loaded for Niels. First pitch, high. Strack has missed high on all 5 pitches. Bring it down a little bit. One-0 pitch, high again. Might have time called. Might have a mound visit from Coach McGrath, and yeah, he quickly comes out of the dugout. Going to go have a conversation with Caleb Strack out there on the mound. He's thrown 6 straight balls, all of them out of the zone high.
Yeah, they've all pretty much been in the same spot. You know, it hasn't been, it hasn't really been a mystery right now. They've all kind of dented up to that same spot. So hopefully there's something fundamental that Coach McGrath can go out there and say, hey, you're just kind of cued in here, and give him a little something to focus on and get that ball down in the strike zone.
And Niels is a good hitter too, so that really makes things difficult. He's got a 244 average, but probably their biggest home run threat. He's got 5. He leads the team.
Well, he's got the best slugging percentage on the team. If you throw him the get-me-over fastball at this stage in the game, and with the wind changed around, he might notice there's a guy sitting out there between the evergreen trees up on the hill, and might go say hi to him, give him the souvenir if you're not careful.
2 balls, no strikes, the pitch. That is a called strike at the knees, 2-1. So there you go, brought it down and in the zone.
Yeah, it was a good pitch too. He kind of got it on the outside part of the plate, so it wasn't just a here it is pitch.
Comes back with another strike, this time on the inside corner, 2-2. Whatever Coach McGrath said, it worked. Got to do it one more time though, Caleb. Here we go. Looks in for the sign. He's got it. The 2-2 is bounced foul over the Iowa dugout to the left side.
High chopper there. Got around on that one.
Golden Gophers have runners on every base in the bottom of the 8th, leading Iowa 12-3. The pitch popped up to center, carrying well. Huckstorf is back towards the wall. He's got it 1 step in front of the wall. That was close. He got a hold of it, hit it a bit too high. Minnesota will leave the bases loaded, but they do score 4. We head to the top of the 9th. Last chance for Iowa coming up, trailing 12-3. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
All right, last chance for the Hawkeyes. Going to need some magic in the 9th. Minnesota leads at 12-3. They've scored the last 12 in this game after Iowa scored the first 3 and took a seemingly comfortable lead through the 4th. But Minnesota woke up in the fifth. They scored 7 then and have not looked back.
Yeah, the first 4 innings of this game and the last 4 innings of this game, I'm not sure could be a play. Could have been played any differently.
Right. Batter is Sam Honar to try to get things going for Iowa. He's worked a 2-0 count on Whitgriff. Watches this one go by for a hard strike on the inside corner, 2-1. Reminder, after this game, we'll have 40 minutes until the start of the second one. We'll stay on the air in between games. The 2-1 is bounced foul towards Coach Bowe down the first base side, 2-2. So we'll stay on the air. We'll have a couple of interviews played back before the second game. John and I will break down this one. The 2-2 is waved at and missed by Honar. Good battle back from Whitgriff. 1 down.
And that's the 11th strikeout for Gopher pitchers.
You put those two together. You put the strikeouts. You put our strikeouts against their walks, right?
11 walks for the Gopher hitters, 11 strikeouts for the Hawkeye hitters. Coy Sarsfield will get a pinch hit appearance here.
Those are the two stats probably stand out the most. Slow chopper to the left side, gloved by the third baseman, throw on the run, 1 pitch and another out. Sarsfield grounds out, 2 down.
We'll get another new appearance. Will Mulfleur is going to get a chance to hit.
He's the last chance for the Hawkeyes with 2 outs in the 9th. Mulfleur's a right-handed hitter from Mercer Island, Washington.
Pitch hitting for the Hawkeyes, number 42, Will Mulfleur.
Whitgriff's first pitch to him, dots the corner, called a strike, 0-1. But we kind of thought we had this game figured out, especially when it comes to Iowa's pitching. As the 0-1 is waved at and missed, 0-2. We only saw 2 Minnesota pitchers today in this first game.
Wow, yeah.
Would have thought it'd been the opposite, right?
Looking at the way the first part of the game had gone and how Iowa was getting to Novotny, you certainly thought you had a chance.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Hawkeye pitchers started to struggle to find the strike zone, and Novotny and now Whitgriff have not.
The 1-2, that's low. Ball 2. Mulfleur's still alive.
I mean, Whitgriff came in with an almost 5 ERA, 1 hit, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts now, so just about to finish up his 3rd inning here.
Out of the windup, the 2-2 on its way home. Ground ball up the middle, shortstop's got it. He'll throw it on the run over to first, and that'll do it. The Gophers win game 1 of the doubleheader, 12-3. They score 12 unanswered and knock off the Hawkeyes. That one hurts.
That's got some bite in it for sure.
So we'll wait about 30 to 40 minutes. I think it's going to be 40. And get ready for game 2. Marcus Morgan will get the start for the Iowa pitching staff. The nightcap of today's game, and Iowa feels just a bit of pressure now to win these next 2 of the series to salvage it.
I wish I had something brilliant for you at this point, but you kind of hit it towards the end of that last game too. Is now it's how does Iowa respond? That was certainly kind of outside of anything we talked about. I think you even talked with Coach Heller where you felt like of all of Iowa's losses, there was really only kind of one of them that they were out of. There's 2 now. and unfortunately, we talked a little bit about body language and just kind of the slow pace of movement. And so can they bounce back now and put a little bit more pep in the step and show some interest in game 2?
Yeah, we'll take a deeper dive into it as our coverage heading into game 2 will now continue after this. Minnesota wins game 1 of the doubleheader, 12-3. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Minnesota wins game one of the doubleheader 12-3. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. All right, well, we don't really want to beat a dead horse, and we do talk about moving on and flushing it, but feel like we have to break down this game in some capacity if you're just tuning in. Minnesota with a 12-3 win, and that's a big-time gut punch, I feel like, to Iowa, who, coming out of the Indiana series, you felt like you could have won all three of those, to be honest.
Right. You felt like it in Bloomington that you went 1-2, but you felt like you were competitive with a top 25 RPI team, competitive to the point of you maybe could have won all three games. Friday night last week was the most complete game Iowa has played all year. You kind of hope to carry that over and extend it to, instead of a game, maybe extend it to a series. And instead, you got about exactly the opposite, where bats were okay at best and pitching was less than acceptable. And so, you got the defense part right, but really that was about it today. If you're a Hawkeye fan in game one,
I know Coach Heller talks about maybe we feel like we got away with some things early on when it comes to the free bases, and I know that's a key to victory almost every game, right, is to clean up the free bases and don't give them the walks and the hit batters. But I don't know how that gets fixed, right? I mean, it's just showing up and doing it, I guess, but that's easier said than done.
Well, yes and no. The throw and strikes part is something they work on obviously all the time, and they work on trying to find the edges and those types of things. But when the umpire is maybe shrunk the strike zone up a little bit, you still have to be able to throw strikes. I mean, he didn't eliminate the strike zone, and that doesn't mean you can miss up over the plate and just serve up some batting practice fastballs. And so you've got to make some adjustments. And we talked about it through Brody's stint in the game, and it really carried through to a lot of the other Hawkeye pitchers. It was 2-0 a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a good count because we have a way to go back and really look at that. But you just can't work from that position. That's not a position of power as a pitcher. And then you give the umpire all kinds of reasons to not call a strike. You haven't thrown pitches to make him call a strike.
Right, and we talk about that a lot with the 2 balls, no strikes count, how that turns into advantage for the hitter. I always think of it as, well, he's got to throw you a strike, so he probably will, so you might as well swing at it and give it a ride somewhere. It's not necessarily just that. It's about the pressure that's on the pitcher to throw that strike, and just didn't do that enough in that first game.
Well, the flip side of that, too, is at 2-0 now, with the Hawkeyes having a lot of pitchers who throw breaking balls, and even Brody, whose sliders maybe is better pitch than a fastball. You want to be ahead, because then when you start that on the outer edge of the plate and break it off, somebody might swing. If it's 2-0, they're not going to swing at it because they can't hit it very hard anyway, so they're going to take it more. Now it breaks off the plate, and now it's 3-0, or maybe you get a call, it's 2-1. But it's so important to work from that position of power as a pitcher, and then once you get there, to finish off at bats.
Brody gets the loss today, dropping his record to 3-2. Tucker Novotny gets the win for Minnesota. He's now 1-4. Iowa is 23-9 overall, 2-5 in the Big Ten. The Gophers now 10-22, 4-3 in league play. And just head-to-head with Minnesota, they kind of expand their gap on their lead over us in the conference standings. You get to that point where the head-to-heads will probably play a factor, especially as we get later towards the tournament.
Start to matter at some point for tiebreakers, and you didn't really expect to end up in a race with Minnesota for a position, but you're getting there.
Yeah.
If you don't start taking care of your business here.
Novotny with the win. He threw 6 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 earned runs. He walked 4, but he did strike out 8 Hawkeye hitters today. Iowa elevated the ball a bit against him. He got 6 flyouts. Iowa gave it a ride a few times early. I guess as I'm thinking about the early innings, the Hawks didn't really threaten with base runners, but really threatened with some good at-bats and some solid contact, and we've kind of noticed that the couple of games. You think back to the Sunday game with Indiana, where Wilmus took it to deep center, caught at the wall. Huckstorf hit the one to the short fence in left that got brought back in. So instead of being up 5-0 in that game, you're only up 1-0. You end up losing it. Those things start to trickle down. When you talk with Coach Heller, he says, hey, let's jump on these guys early. I was trying to do that, just haven't got the breaks.
Well, and part of it, too, though, is, if you're a pitcher and there's a 15-mile-an-hour wind blowing in, you can afford to attack hitters a little bit differently.
True, good point.
And so, you can go ahead and Wilmus's ball was, he hooked it in maybe the one place that carried a little bit. Huckstorf kind of got his, or Honar kind of got his into a spot over there in left center. But, you even saw it from the ball that Niels hit there at the end. Even with the wind blowing out, when he made contact with that, I thought it was a grand slam because the wind had switched around.
Right.
It didn't carry out. And so, when that wind's blowing in, you're able to attack hitters. Then you can attack them up in the zone a little bit, because it's going to be hard for them to really drive that ball through the wind. And so it's part of just, all of a sudden pitching in what's effectively a giant ballpark. And it's a good job by Novotny to take advantage of what he had and what he was able to do. And, he pitched around quite a bit of traffic, but, was always able to get that big out. And that's, now a weekend and a half or so where the Hawkeyes have struggled to come up with that kind of clinching hit in a variety of innings there.
Every Minnesota batter got on base in that first game. We didn't have a guy that was a so-called easier out. They had a few multi-hit batters. Council was 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs and 2 runs scored. So he was definitely the thorn in the side today. Mazenga, Niels, and Bateman each with 2 hits. Every Minnesota batter got on base and also scored runs.
Every Minnesota batter got on base at least twice.
Well, there, you've one-upped me. Wow.
And so, I guess what you hope for now is they're all tired from running around the bases too many times, and Iowa will go back. But seriously, that's the part of it. You look at a team that came into the game hitting 240, I think it was, 249.
Last in the Big Ten, John.
Yeah, last in the Big Ten, 249, on-base percentage of 343. And unfortunately, Iowa kind of made them look like the Yankees. They hit 361 on-base percentage, well above that. So that's the thing is now, does Marcus Morgan come back in and give us a show like he did in Bloomington, where he threw 5 innings and matched Senard pitch for pitch there.
Marcus was outstanding, and you hope for a similar performance coming up in just a little bit. You're going to need it.
Absolutely going to need it.
And we hope that Marcus has turned the corners. We flip things over to Iowa quickly. We gave you the line on Brecht and Henderson from earlier. Brody gets through 4 1/3, gives up 5 earned, walked 4, struck out 3. Henderson came in, couldn't quite get an out, gave up 2 hits, 2 earned, walked 1. Volker closing his book, 3 innings pitched, gave up 5 hits, 3 earned, walked 4, struck out 4. Chaz Wheatley came in, Caleb Strack came in, each getting 1 out. Wheatley gave up a couple of runs and a few hits when he came in. Iowa offensively, see quite a few zeros there, but 2 hits for Keaton Anthony, including the home run.
2 hits for Anthony. Huckstorf had the triple and drove in a couple runs, but otherwise it's a hit here, a hit there. As like I said, Minnesota scattered some traffic out there, but Iowa couldn't put enough together to score in any other inning other than the 4th.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go over a couple of the highlights from that first game that happened early for Iowa. Minnesota wins it 12-3. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
The Golden Gophers take game 1 of the doubleheader 12-3. Things started pretty good for Iowa. We were scoreless through 2. Iowa jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the 3rd, held Minnesota a couple more innings, but the Golden Gophers would score the next and last 12 runs. They put up 7 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and the cherry on top of their Sunday was a 4-run 8th to win it 12-3. A couple of highlights from it on the Hawkeye side. Another left-handed hitter.
Well, I'm sure that's intentional.
Here's a ground ball up the middle. Seegers has got it. He'll step on second for 1. On to first for 2. There's a Hawkeye double play. 2-0 to Anthony. Keaton drives this deep to left center. Get going, baby. It is gone. Ho-ho! Anthony, boom! Blake Guerin's on deck. The pitch to Huck, line drive into right. It is down and past the diving right fielder. It's going to get to the wall. 2 runs are in. Huckstorf rounding second, headed for third. Will they send him? No, they'll keep him there at third. 2 runs are in for the Hawkeyes on Kyle Huckstorf's line drive to right. Wish we could rewind time and go back to about then, right, John?
It was a lot more fun at that point in the game.
Well, we're going to have some fun in game 2. Iowa's going to regroup and rebound and give Minnesota a run for their money in game 2, coming up on just about 20 minutes away from first pitch in that one. Coming out of this break, we'll re-air our interview with Minnesota's play-by-play voice. We'll talk with him and revisit what he had to say about this series. Coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today up in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis for the series opener with the Golden Gophers. We're joined now by play-by-play voice of Gopher baseball, Dom Dandria. Dom, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
All right, so just a season recap so far, a 9-22 record, but that schedule's been pretty tough.
It has been, and I know they faced a bunch of ranked teams at the start of the season during the Cambria College Classic at US Bank Stadium, and they fared pretty well. But again, when you're going up against tough teams, you know it is a growing kind of type of season with a young roster for head coach Anderson. But they fared pretty well against the ranked opponents. Now they dip back into conference play, and they're sitting 3-3 in the Big Ten. So I think they're happy with how they're doing in conference play, and I think they're starting to kind of turn the corner and figure out who they have. Again, the roster's so young, but I guess the future is bright here at Minnesota.
It looks like those early season games against Vanderbilt, Ole Miss, those teams out in California, really prepared the team for when we get closer to conference play now.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And we saw Purdue in last weekend, and all 3 games were good games. They ended up coming out and beating Purdue on Easter Sunday to take one of those 3 games against the Boilermakers, and they had a midweek game against North Dakota State, and the Bats came to life then. So hopefully, like you said, hopefully they can keep things going, and it's a tough test today this weekend against Iowa.
What would you say the strengths of the Gophers team is as a whole right now?
I think they play quality defense. Their pitching struggled at the start of the season, but now the ERA has gone down from the start of the season, and they're filling up the strike zone, and the bats are coming around. And when you have the middle of the order producing, and then once it gets back down to the bottom of the order, always you want to try to flip it back to the top and keep those innings alive, and that's what Minnesota's been doing here as of late.
Let's start with the starting pitching. We talk with them. We'll start with Novotny. He gets the start in Game 1 today. Let's talk about the starting pitching a little bit.
Yeah, he's a lefty. He's going to fill up the strike zone. He like in college baseball now, everybody works fast, but he does like to control the tempo out there, and I think when he's at his best, he's in the zone, inducing a lot of ground balls, and we'll see what he has today.
And what do you got in Game 2?
I believe George Clausen is the scheduled starter, and he's someone that is a MLB draft prospect. He's had some arm issues throughout his career, but this is someone that Minnesota has counted on, and he should be good to go. And he's someone that, again, Minnesota is going to need to throw pretty well here in this series.
How's the bullpen been for Minnesota?
The bullpen has been good. Noah Rooney and Noah DeLuga, a couple of lefties, have looked good in recent days, and so the bullpen is good. And again, it's trying to get quality starts and then make the job for the bullpen pretty easy.
I'm talking with play-by-play voice of Gopher Baseball, Dom D'Andrea, right now. Okay, offensively, what kind of team is this?
They get on base. They have a lot of quality at bats. Their extra base hits, that has kind of come around here lately. Really, the Sunday game against Purdue, they were taking, the difference from Game 2 to Game 3 in that series against Purdue, we noticed it right away. The at-bats were a lot better, and they were putting much better swings on the baseball. But they get on base, you'll see a lot of activity on the bases, and that's one of their strengths, base running and not giving away outs on the bases.
And Brett Bateman, he's the star of the offense, kind of does it all, a few extra base hits, and from Iowa's perspective, got to keep him off base. He's going to steal a few bags.
Yeah, when he's on base, you have to be on alert. He can really control his plate appearances. He has an extremely good eye. He also can play out in the outfield at center field, so he's a well-rounded player, and he's someone that has been counted on in big moments here at the University of Minnesota, and he's having another good season.
This is a big series for the conference standings. I know it's early. You guys have a series win over Ohio State. Iowa's still looking for their first series win of the season. So this one really, with you guys ahead of us in the rankings right now, shaping up to be a big one.
Yeah, it's a big one, and here today, starting the doubleheader, the doubleheader on Friday will be interesting to see how both teams come out. This is a big series for both teams, like you mentioned, and it's a great day here on campus, and the weather is good right now. Hopefully we can get all the games in this weekend, but yeah, this is a big weekend for both of these programs.
It sounds like no shot to play on Sunday. I kind of joked with our coach, it's a shame we couldn't play all three today, because tomorrow and Sunday look a little bit dicey. When you look at Minnesota's success in this series this weekend, what are some keys to the Gophers' success if they want to win the series?
I think they have to play really strong defensively. Their at-bats, when you're going against a great pitching staff like Iowa has, you have to have quality at-bats. But, it all comes down to, I think, the start of games for Minnesota, and when you have the pitchers kind of lined up, we'll see what they can do, maybe giving a few quality starts.
All right, Dom, thanks for your time. We'll wish you the best of luck after this series. How about that?
That sounds good. Thanks.
Play-by-play voice of Gopher Baseball, Dom D'Andrea, joining us on our pregame show. When we come back, we'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. The series opener with Minnesota. We've got a doubleheader on tap today, joined now by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a good performance against Milwaukee this week.
Yeah, it really was. Really clean game. 2 free bases as a team. 8 pitchers were able to get out there, and for the most part, all of them did a decent, to good job. And offensively, a little slow starting against their left-hander, but then took advantage of some free bases with a couple big innings in the 4th and 5th, and got a lot of guys in to hit, and couldn't ask for a better day weather-wise. And we had a great crowd, and thanks to those that came out and supported us, it was a good midweek situation. Happy with how we played.
And the pitching was really on point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. We weren't given any free bases, and when we do that, it's tough to beat. The guys that are out there, all guys are capable, have good stuff, and time to strike zone on Wednesday, and that was good to see.
Offensively, maybe didn't get a lot of pitches to hit, especially in the middle, but you got to be pleased with the plate discipline. That seems to really be a strength right now.
Yeah, that's what we strive to be really good at, and have been most of the season. Couple blips in the radar here or there where we weren't, but hopefully that will set us up for this weekend, which in my opinion is the biggest key offensively for us, especially with these 2 games tonight with the wind blowing in, pretty hard. We haven't had a wind blowing out game in the conference yet. It's the same. It's been the same wind from right field, right center field, blowing right in all 6 games so far, and that's not going to change today. And the only thing that's great today is that the weather's super warm, and I was thinking the wind would be blowing out, and I was kind of looking forward to that, but I forgot Minnesota's field is the one that the sun sets in left field and in the third baseman shortstop's eyes, and you don't see many of those, and that means the warm wind blows in and the cold wind blows out at Siebert Field. So that discipline and finding ways to get on base, and with the pitching staff or the starting pitching that we're going to see this weekend, there's definitely a benefit to strike zone discipline with all 3 of them. And it starts with the left-hander Novotny tonight, who's very, very capable and relies on guys to chase up a little bit with the fastball, and relies on guys to chase down and in, the right-handers anyway, down and in and down and away with the left-handers.
This is an intriguing series because if you look at Minnesota's record, well, you might not think very much, but man, they've played a tough schedule and they have a series win in conference.
Yeah, they definitely do. They've had 3 wins already in league play, and it's going to be a dogfight for sure. And they're playing the best baseball. And like I said to some people earlier this week, whenever we play Minnesota, you can pretty much throw the throw the records out the window. I mean, it's just a good rivalry and a good rivalry series, and I think we have a good plan, and we had a good week of practice and good midweek game, and we're in a good place, and it'll all come down to the things it normally does. And the wind is a definite neutralizer this afternoon as far as the offensive advantage that I felt like that we might have. So it's going to be who comes down to executing and eliminating free bases on the mound, and we'll see how it goes.
This will be the best day to play for the weekend as we look ahead. With rain the next day and the day after that, cold. So take advantage today. Yeah, I take advantage today. Thank goodness we're playing 2 today. The cold front's coming in, and tomorrow, it's going to be a blustery. Wind will be shifting directions, I think, and going the other way. But it'll be a blustery, windy, rainy Saturday, but with wind chills in the low to mid 40s at best. And the reason we bumped it up is that Sunday looks right now, at least from the forecast, unplayable. It's got to be 28 real feel, and the high I'm seeing on most of the weather apps is 25, 26 for the high on wind chill and some snow flurries and rain on Sunday. So we just hope that we get a window tomorrow afternoon where we can play. There's pretty heavy rain chances, after midnight through midday, and then they pick back up again later in the afternoon. But right now, as we look at it, the least amount of percentage anyway is 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So hopefully we'll get a window and be able to get it in tomorrow. It's a shame we can't play 3 today, Coach.
That's a fact, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Siebert Field today in Minneapolis. Their coach has been here for quite some time. Do you have any history with him?
Oh yeah, I mean, John and I are good friends, and a ton of respect for John and what he's built here at Minnesota, premier program, and he's been the head coach since 1982, and the amount of championships and great players that John has put into professional baseball and in the baseball world in general. I mean, just, I go back, the oldest sister, Rob Fornacier, fantastic baseball coach and a guy I respect a ton, and, Todd Oakes, who, sadly passed away to cancer, another really good friend and to me a big part of this Gopher program. And, John is a legend. I mean, tons of wins, tons of championships, tons of regionals, raised the money for this new stadium. And, just a lot of respect for John.
His team this year, maybe offensively, isn't hitting as well as maybe they would think. They're towards the bottom. That advantage to your pitchers this weekend?
Well, they're a different type team, John. The average is isn't great, but they're this team is really a contact-driven team, and you know how that goes. I mean, if it's at you, it's great. If it's in the hole, it's not so great, and they don't strike out much. And I don't know if you noticed Wednesday night against Milwaukee, our staff generally strikes out a lot of guys, especially in the midweek games, and I think we only struck 4 out on the night, but still had a great night with a lot of weak contact. We played good defense. Minnesota is very similar to that. Whenever you face a guy like Brody Breck, the opportunity, the potential for a lot of strikeouts is there. But these guys are going to put the ball in play, and it's a turf field. Their infield turf is substantially slower than ours. And last night when we were practicing, I mean, it's a perfect field to bunt. Bunts stay fair here. They don't roll foul. The type of turf just kind of eats it up and slows it down. Ground balls are much slower. Then the outfield is super bouncy. Like if you misplay a ball, it'll bounce over your head. I seen more balls like bounce over the fence from a greater distance yesterday than I've seen in a long time. So the field will have a little bit of impact with how they play, but the Bateman kid is a really, really good player, and he kind of makes their offense go. He can do a lot of things. He can run and gets on base, and just a really good hitter and good player. And we just have to do a good job of limiting the free bases with these guys. They do run a little bit on the bases. They some decent amount of stolen bags, but it all comes down to me is like great defense. Really be aware we're going to have to make some adjustments in our bunt coverages as far as playing in. Maybe, I'm telling our guys 5-6 feet closer than normal in a bunt situation against the fast runners. That when they're hitting, the infielders are going to have to come in a couple steps because the turf definitely isn't flat.
This will be the only time we talk to you before tomorrow. So with 2 games on the slate for today, so we got Brody getting the start, and then Marcus in game 2.
Yeah, Marcus in game 2, and that's where we'll face their big arm. George Clausen is going to throw that game.
Are they doing the same thing as Indiana did, or is that just typically what they do?
Novotny's been their Friday guy, and George is throwing on Saturday. Now George didn't throw at all last week. I think he was tired, wore down a little bit, sore. He hadn't thrown as many innings as he has this year. And I just think out of precaution, they let him rest and tried to get him healthy. But you're going to see triple digits. He's going to be over 100 miles an hour at times, and really good breaking ball. And we're going to have to do a really nice job of pushing the strike zone down and staying in the middle of the field. The oppo approach. When you get a guy that throws that hard, a lot of guys' mindset is I got to swing faster. When in reality you got to go slower and slow the ball down, hit it deeper. The strike zone, if you look at all the scouting stuff and all the video we looked at, all the damage on George is usually opposite field, up the middle. We're going to have our hands full today. There's no question. And they got some guys in the bullpen that are going to run it up there, and some good arms.
Really quickly, what does the lineup look like, especially when it comes to health-wise?
Well, yesterday, 2 days ago, I'd have told you Raider Tella had no shot of playing. As of yesterday, big improvement, and he's going to go today. So Raider will start at third today, and then we're gonna get Blake Aaron another start at first base and put DeRiggi in left field, and then Wilmus will be in right, with Frazier coming in at some point, probably here or there. Other than that, it will be the normal lineup, and just really happy that it was a pleasant surprise for all of us that Raider came out and looked as good as he did yesterday. Kudos to Jake Feldman, our trainer. They've been working tirelessly to come up with a way that to get that pain out of there, and they did a really good job, and Jake did a great job with him, and we're super pumped that he's going to be able to play.
One last thing, homecoming for Blake Guerin, huh? Is he going to have a lot of fans here?
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he'll have a lot of fans here, and obviously knows a lot of the guys in the other dugout, but it just gives us a presence in there, and some pull side power if need be. And the left-hander Novotny that we're facing today is the one guy that is going to give our right-handers a chance to pull the ball properly, possibly. He likes to come in, the breaking ball comes in, and if we do a good job with our path and not try to get big and yank it, it's going to, the ball will carry, it looks like, from about the last 50, 60 feet in left field, very similar to what we talked about at Indiana last weekend, very similar wind pattern. Roll the dice, and maybe Blake will run into one.
Yeah. Good defense, good pitching, and jump on them early. Any other keys to victory today, Coach?
No, that's pretty much it. And then the bullpen come in and do the same thing. Pound the strike zone, like Jacob Henderson did last Friday night. If we do that, I feel good about where we'll be.
All right, Coach. Thanks for your time. Let's win the day. Take down the Gophers.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Siebert Field. First pitch coming up in just a minute. We're back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
All right, getting set for game 2 of the doubleheader tonight, Iowa and Minnesota. The Gophers took the first game. Time to regroup and move on for this one. How do you think you get that process started?
Well, it comes down to doing your job. You talk about it all the time. The coaching staff talks about it all the time. 1/9. We kind of tried to touch on it there at the end of the last game. It starts with Ben Wilmus, his first at bat. Go up, have a good at bat. They're going to face a good live arm in Clausen. But they've seen Brody throw that hard before, so it's not going to be something that they haven't seen. But going up with discipline, going up with purpose and intent, and that'll be kind of the key first part. And then on the defensive side, it'll start with Marcus building on his best career start as a Hawkeye and coming in and doing what Hawkeye pitchers struggled in the first game, is throw strikes.
Yeah, and I think the thing that we'll probably see is within the first few innings how Iowa's responded, moved on from that first game.
Well, certainly if they come up, especially with the plate appearances, and we kind of noticed it a little bit. You saw fewer high fives, fewer little chatter, things of just kind of keeping going, and so it doesn't matter how you lost the last game. It's over. This game is now 0-0. So can you pump yourself back up? And you're exactly right. You're going to see that. You'll see that right away, especially if Clausen strikes out 2 guys in the first inning, and it's like, oh, is it, oh, poor me, or is it, oh, well, let's buckle up and go get them.
Right. And I think the coaching staff has talked about that a number of times where, hey, practice has never really been a concern. The positive attitude has never been a concern. So we have no reason not to believe that wouldn't be the case again this time, even after a disheartening loss in game 1.
You'd like to think so. I mean, but you Coach Heller was a little disappointed with with some of the body language in the middle game there at Indiana, and now you're going to put it to the test again, because now it's maybe back-to-back weekends that you've seen that a little bit, and maybe you won't. Again, maybe they'll come out flying around here, jump on Clausen early, and all of a sudden a bunch of good things will happen.
Let's go over today's starting lineups for the second game. A couple of changes for Iowa, but not too many. Ben Wilmus will lead things off, followed by Keaton Anthony and Brennan Durigge. Durigge gets the start at first base in the second game. Raider Tello will be the starting third baseman batting cleanup. Sam Honar batting fifth. Braden Frazier will start in right in this game, and he'll bat sixth. 7, 8, 9, Huck Moss. And 2 of those guys in particular, Huckstorf and Seegers, were usually at the top of the order for a majority of the season, especially early on, and they just hit a little bit of a cold spell right now.
Just a little patch, and Seegers, has been hitting the ball reasonably well, gotten a little bit unlucky a few times, but you want to kind of see him keep making good swings, and again with Huck, you want to see him just kind of go back to shortening that swing up and making good aggressive contact that way, because he's got plenty of pop when he takes that good short approach. It's when it gets lengthened out, it's easier for the pitchers, especially a guy like this, to maybe throw that ball past him when it's up belt to letter high.
Minnesota will send out a right-handed pitcher. They'll go with George Clausen.
Clausen's 1-4 on the season. He has 8 appearances. This will be his 9th appearance, his 8th start. You heard Coach Heller talk about how he didn't start last weekend, as he had some, just maybe a little bit of a tired arm. 1-4 on the year, 4.70 ERA, 30 2/3 innings, 20 hits, 16 runs. They've all been earned. 23 walks, 29 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 198 against him. 6 wild pitches, 5 hit batters. So, there's a lot of velo. He's going to bring it up there, 97 to 100 miles an hour. And he throws that a lot. He was a start maybe 2 starts ago. He showed a little bit more breaking stuff and had pretty decent command of it. But for the most part, he doesn't really command it well. He breaks it well, but it doesn't have a lot of strike on its own potential. So Hawkeye hitters will really have to kind of sit on that fastball, be ready to go, make him prove he can throw the off-speed stuff for strikes, and then adjust if he starts hitting.
All right, we're just perfectly timed up for first pitch now. as Clausen has thrown his last warm-up.
It's like we knew what we were doing.
Perfect. Good work, John. Michael, the board op down in Jefferson City. Great job. And we timed that up real nice, and we're ready to go.
Have you noticed how the temperature changed, though, with the wind shift?
Yeah.
When I was walking around there a little bit between games, boy, it really has changed quite a bit.
I didn't want to come back up in here.
It's very nice outside right now.
All right, the first pitch of Game 2 is high and outside to Ben Wilmus.
I do kind of miss, though, having a clock. I'd like to see how hard he throws.
That one looked pretty hard, John. So did that one, and that's a strike on the outside corner. Has a little two-seam tail to it.
A little bit different strike zone already on that called strike.
Yeah, Mark Lolo's behind the plate. Here's the 1-1 to Wilmus. Fouls it off to the right side. Brent Rice is at third. Kirk Dominic's at second. Chris Deichmann is at first. Clausen is ready with the 1-2 to Wilmus. Here it comes. Called third strike outside corner. One down in the first. And this might take a little bit, to adjust to a different zone.
Well, yeah, and I guess we'll like to make sure that those pitches are called on the home half of the inning as well. And so, but Hawkeye hitters have got to be ready. That pitch was certainly close enough with 2 strikes to be taking a cut at.
First pitch to Anthony is high. I don't know if we've seen anything other than a fastball from Clausen.
And that's, again, he primarily, I think the pitch usage is up in the upper 70s on fastballs. So
Anthony shoots this one fair down the right field line. He goes opposite field. Anthony rounds first. He's headed for second. It'll be a 1-out double in the first. Keaton Anthony, and he's pumping up the bench. I love that. That right there is what we didn't see in the first game. Love to see it early on right now.
Well, that's because we didn't do that in the first game, to be fair.
Somebody getting fired up.
Double number 17 for Keaton Anthony as he paints the right field line. We talked in Game 1 how Minnesota had a couple balls right inside the left field line. Iowa early in the game gets one right down the line there.
Already in scoring position. First pitch to DeRiggi. That is a called strike right on the inside corner. Brennan didn't like it. Must have been a bit inside. DeRiggi singled and scored in the first game. Struck out a couple of times. A 1 pitch is waved at and missed. Breaking ball. Good pitch there from Clausen. 0-2.
Again, that'll be the thing, is trying not to chase. Easy for me to say up here, but try to see that breaking ball and not go out of the zone for it.
Here comes the 0-2. That's low and in the dirt. Great pick by the catcher, Sam Hunt.
Country songwriter?
Yes. Doubles as Minnesota's catcher, I guess.
It's good work if you can get it.
I noticed that earlier, writing that down in the scorebook. You beat me to it.
Clausen does have 6 wild pitches, so.
Here's one in the dirt. DeRiggi swings at it, misses. They throw it down to first for the hard way strikeout. Couldn't lay off the breaking ball in the dirt.
No, and obviously we talked a lot about it before too with the that works when you're ahead 1-2. You're able to get ahead, you're able to get somebody to chase, and so important here for Tello to try to get on the right side of the count right away.
We'll see Raider Tello now. First pitch to him, low and outside, gets away from the catcher. Anthony gets up to third. Would like to see him there with less than 2 outs though, but Raiders got the clutch gene in him.
Raiders got the clutch gene, and another one of those isn't impossible to imagine.
True, that's a good point.
So you just, if you're Keaton, you've got to get a good secondary lead so that if the ball skips away, the catcher has to go out and block it, you're ready to move.
1-0 pitch to Tello. Ground ball to the left side. This is a tough play. The pitcher picks it up. He'll throw it to first. Got him. It was a swinging bunt for Tello. Down the line at third, Clausen, the athlete, comes off the mound. Made a good play. Tip your cap there. Iowa threatens with a runner all the way to third, but they do not score. We'll go to the bottom of the first. Minnesota coming to the plate. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Bottom of the first inning, Minnesota going with a similar lineup that they had in the first game. Brett Bateman will lead things off, followed by Jake Perry and Weber Niels. Ike Mazenga, the shortstop, in the cleanup spot. Boston Marilla to follow. He's their DH. Brady Council, yeah, he's back in there in the sixth spot. He killed us in the first game. 7, 8, 9, Brady Jurgella, Chris Hokinson, Sam Hunt. So I think everybody's the same except for the 9-hitter, right? The catcher's just swapped.
Catcher swapped out.
Iowa defensively with DeRiggi at first, Honar at second, Seegers at short, Tello at third. Left to right in the outfield, Wilmus, Huckstorf, and Frazier. Behind the plate catching is Cade Moss. On the mound for the Hawkeyes in Game 2 is Marcus Morgan, the sophomore righty from Iowa City.
Start number 7 for Marcus, appearance number 9. He's 0-1 on the year, but coming off his best start of probably his Hawkeye career. 5.67 ERA, 27 innings pitched, 20 hits, 18 runs, 17 of those are earned, 18 walks, 33 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .202 against Marcus. And so
he was outstanding against Indiana. Marcus is ready for the first pitch. Here it comes. That is low, ball one.
I need to close that door if we're creating a wind tunnel.
Well, the wind blowing through the door now behind us. 1-0 pitch is high. We're in an interesting booth setup. It's a very nice press box and everything, but there's really poor ventilation in here. And so in the first game, it got extremely hot, so we had to open the door to the outside world. As the 2-0 is a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. So now the wind is shifted. It's no longer blowing towards us. It's blowing from behind us and kind of coming in here and mixing up our papers a bit.
That was Lubbock where they warned us about that.
Yeah, right.
We were going to create a wind tunnel and toss all our papers out to the crowd. And we would have done that a handful of times already tonight, except for we got a glass window here instead of the garage door that opened up.
Morgan's work back now to a 2-2 count on Bateman. Left-handed hitter, center fielder. Morgan is ready. Out of the windup, the pitch. Fouled back. Iowa going with their same uniforms, the all grays with black lettering and numbers. Minnesota switches it up. Now they've got maroon tops on with Minnesota spelled out in cursive across the chest. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Morgan. High and out, ball 3. As much as we talked about the offensive side of things for Iowa, you kind of hope that the pitching woes don't carry over into the second game. I think that goes without saying, probably. Here's the 3-2 from Marcus. Fouled off again. Bateman staying alive.
Yeah, you've got to throw more strike ones early in counts to start with. I mean, that's always been a key for Marcus. You know, that kind of is telltale for him of how he gets going. But obviously with this lineup,
fouled again to the same spot over here to our left. 3-2. It'll go to another full count, and it'll force the home plate umpire to go get some more baseballs.
Well, he'd asked for a couple more, and then they hadn't brought him out yet, and all of a sudden a couple foul balls later, and I'm not sure if his pouch had anything left.
Another 3-2. Chopper to the right side. Honar has to back up. He fields it, throws it, got him at first by about a step. Wow, Bateman really gets down the line.
Well, and like I said, he's effortless floating down there. I mean, he gets out of that left-handed batter's box, and Honar kind of had to play it that way, and fortunately, he didn't really fool around. He made the catch and got a good quick transfer. And
any hesitation, he's safe at first.
He had to do all that to make sure he got the out.
Batter is Jake Perry now. First pitch from Morgan in there for a strike. Good start from Marcus. Cloud cover moving in. It's cooled off significantly. Lights are on at Siebert Field. Nothing in one pitch on its way home. That's high for a ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen or been involved in a set of games where, by the time the first pitch of the first game to now, the wind is blowing 180 degrees in the opposite direction.
1-1 is popped up. This will stay on the infield. Raider Tello is camped under it near the line at third. He's got it 2 outs.
I think popped up that time was perfectly legitimate.
Yeah, we were joking about that. Sam Honar hit a home run on Wednesday, the midweek game, right? Yeah. Yep. And I had said that he popped it up to the right side, but it was carrying well. And maybe popped up. It ended up being a home run, so I don't know. You can't pop up a home run, I guess.
Well, you can. But
I think you can. Here's Weber Neals, first pitch strike from Marcus, like that.
I think Kalapi was a pop-up where he just kind of popped one over, and God, I'm never going to forget that guy's name because of what he did there. Man.
No kidding. This one's lifted in the air. Down the third base side. It's going to find the seats.
Ooh, everybody clears out of that one up on the roof. Lost a souvenir. I think there's actually a couple baseballs over there now that you look. There's 3 or 4 balls on the roof of that, the restroom, and it looks like must be a concession stand on the other side over there.
No balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Morgan. Ground ball, left side, foul.
Good job by Marcus getting ahead early in the count here. I'll see if he can finish off the at-bat.
He's got the sign that he likes from Moss. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the high heater. And Marcus goes with a fist pump. He's jacked up. Good job by Marcus Morgan. A 1-2-3 inning. We've played 1 at Siebert Field. Headed to the second with no score between Iowa and Minnesota. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Sam Honar will lead things off for the Hawkeyes in the second, followed by Braden Frazier and Kyle Huckstorf. Iowa with 1 hit in the first inning. It was a double by Keaton Anthony, but he was stranded out there. Taking on Clausen again. First pitch to Sam. That's outside. Hard fastball. Boy, that gets home in a hurry, doesn't it?
Well, that's exactly why he's the number 3 Major League draft prospect in the Big Ten coming into the season.
Flipping things over to Honar quickly, I've been impressed with his plate discipline today. A couple of those outside pitches that he's swung at, I guess last week even, hasn't offered at him yet. Rips this one foul back to the screen. This is, hard pitch versus hard swing, right?
Guy that wants to take a rip at it, and he's got a more favorable wind. I'm just watching the way this catcher sets up, and I'm just not sure there's any way in heck I'd do this with a 90-some mile-an-hour fastball coming at me.
Honar flies this to left, fouling out a play towards the train tracks. Almost hit two random ladies out there on the street. Of all the places to get hit.
It's like walking on the street by a golf course. Somebody slices one out of you. You're not really expecting that one.
The 2-2 to Honar. That's a good pitch, but just outside. Full count now. How about we get a free base?
Free base would be good. And again, it's another one. It's an interesting setup from the catcher with 2 strikes, because if that ball gets away like it just did there, and Honar would have swung at it.
Softly hit to the right side. Second baseman will charge, pick it up, and he'll throw Honar out at first. Good at bat, though, from Sam.
Strung it out, did a nice job, and boy, I've been impressed with the Minnesota defense too. The only time it's even looked like they could possibly make an error was the double play ball that he threw high, and the first baseman went up and tagged Seegers, and even that wouldn't have been an error because you can't assume the double play. But the only time they've even been not almost perfect in the field.
Batter is Braden Frazier, getting a start in right field in the second game tonight. Frazier pinch hit towards the end of the first game. Ooh, that's up and in on the hands. Got that run to it that comes inside. You try to back away from it, but it almost follows you like it's attracted to you. Yeah. 2 balls, no strikes.
It's definitely tracking in on you. I mean, that's that good cross, two-seam movement.
Ooh, again, 3-0. I just kind of get nervous because you think about how Raider Tello got hit in the hand there, and it's...
Yeah, Hawks don't need to lose another position player that way, that's for sure.
Here's one that's a strike. He worked it back towards the middle of the plate. 3-1. There's a train on the tracks out there and beyond the wall and left that's saying hello. Here comes the 3-1 to Frazier. Up and in again. Ball 4. Good job by Braden.
It's John Bonenkamp Americana right there.
There you go. He served it up on a tee for you.
Runs the train whistle, and it's even slow coming by here. So
wants to catch a little of the game tonight.
Why wouldn't you? So again, this is one of those spots for Huck where that little bit shorter swing to try to make sure you're able to keep up with that fastball.
Great lead at first by Frazier. First pitch to Huck. That's a high strike. Starting things off. Huckstorf still up over 300 with a batting average of 307.
Clausen not extremely fast to the plate, but when you throw it 97 to 100, you don't have to be super fast.
Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball low and out. Good job by Kyle to lay off that one. Had a lot of sharp break on that one.
Well, and that's, again, the scouting report says that the off-speed stuff has a lot of good shape and good movement. So just trying to identify it as quick as you can, because if you make a mistake, obviously that fastball will get by you.
Here comes the 1-1. Check swing. They'll send it down for the appeal. He did not go. I think the Minnesota dugout's a little bit upset because they're thinking that he wasn't even looking.
Well, that's, I was say, I got to be honest, I don't even think he had any idea whether he did or didn't. I don't think he did, but I don't think the first base umpire knew either.
2 balls and a strike. The pitch to Huck. Foul tip. It's something that we'll probably have to learn more about with Huckstorf. He's got a 2-2 count. Swing just looks a little different.
Just a little. Again,
maybe he's just not seeing it well. Something simple as that.
Kind of gets a little bit longer, and I don't know if it's trying to generate power, trying to do too much, or just unconscious.
2-2 is way inside. Almost hit him. It'll back him off the plate. Counts full. The pitch is really getting up there for Clausen early in this second.
Well, and, it's a little bit about how you saw Brody pitch games last year. Maybe got a little bit higher in counts and things. And
Braden takes off for second. Won't matter. This pitch is high and out. Ball 4.
A little bit easier to send the runner there because you kind of know you're going to get a ball inside the strike zone that Huck's going to get a chance at. And if not, then you go ahead and take the walk, and worked out. Now Seegers will have a chance after the mound visit.
Got a mound visit for Minnesota, so we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. So it's up to Seegers now, followed by Moss with one out. Runners at first and second to get the runners moving.
Seegers hasn't had a great season so far with runners on base or in scoring position, so it feels like a very good time to change that trend.
Yeah. Just a little, different than what you'd expect from Michael. He's drawn 16 walks, but he struck out 25 times.
Yeah.
And as a leadoff guy, initially in the season, he typically would get on base and really heat up as games would go on as well.
Well, I mean, he's not a guy that is typically afraid to get deeper into counts, and so that's why you feel like it's going to turn, the tide will turn for him. He's hit a couple balls hard, just maybe not been super fortunate on placement. So you just kind of keep trying to do the right thing and know it'll work out.
Takes the first pitch, high strike at the letters, I think there.
Yeah, if this pitcher gets high strike, it's like, it's like Brody. If you're going to give him high strike, he's going to be unhittable if he tries to live up there, and if he can consistently hit that spot.
0-1 to Seegers. That's low and in. Ball one. Frazier's got a great lead out there at second. If Michael finds a little grass in any of the gaps, really like Frazier's chances of scoring based on that lead.
Yeah, short of hitting it like right at one of the outfielders, he'll have a good chance to boogie around.
Breaking ball, nice pitch. Outside corner. Seegers took it for a strike, 1-2.
Yeah, that's the strategy right now. So that's the hat tip. Now you have to be ready, and you're still going to try to identify that and not chase it, but be aware of the fastball sneaking around here.
Here's the pitch, up and in, eye level, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the second inning. Scoreless so far, but the Hawkeyes, as they have in many of the games recently, are threatening. Really have to find a way to get some of these runs in. 2-2 is just high. It's close.
Yeah, really good breaking ball, but it was high. And the home plate umpire nodding over to the dugout. I mean, if it was a fastball, it was high. It was as a curveball, it was really high.
Another full count in the inning. Iowa doing a nice job in the box. The 3-2. Frazier takes off. So does Hucksdorf, but it's hit foul.
Frazier's been able to get that, you mentioned it, that walking lead, and really Clausen doesn't look back at him. And so Frazier just kind of kept going and kept going and kept going. And when he started to go to the plate, then he just took off and would have had third base stolen easily.
Must be having a lot of confidence that Michael's going to hit on the ground or draw a walk or get a base hit. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch is low and out.
Really, really good at bat there from Siegs to keep battling, keep hanging in there after he fell behind. Just kept hanging with it and was able to work the walk then by maintaining a good eye and not chasing some of those pitches.
Bases loaded for Iowa in the second. Got to make this hurt, John.
Absolutely have to do damage here.
I mean, they're all free bases too. 3 walks in a row.
Multiple run damage, but you say that because you want to make sure you get a big hit, but you can't expand the zone with a guy that can't throw strikes right now.
That's right. And he doesn't throw one to Cade Moss to start his at bat. Top of the order, Ben Wilmus is on deck. Clausen struggling right now.
I mean, Coach Heller mentioned he didn't pitch last weekend, so
1-0 paints the corner on the outside.
Ish.
1-1.
Ooh.
Scoreless game so far. Top 2. Moss is in the box. Here's the 1-1. Popped up to center. Should be deep enough to score a tagging Frazier. It's caught. Here comes the throw into third. Hucksdorf is safe there because Frazier scored from third. Hawks lead it 1-0 on the sac fly from Cade Moss.
Good at bat there. The questionable 1-0 pitch that was called a strike, so then you've got to be a little bit, changes the at bat where you got to be a little bit more aggressive there, but did what he was supposed to do. Elevated a ball, got it deep enough, especially with the wind kind of pushing it out there. Good hustle from Hucksdorf because, as we talked about in the first inning, Clausen's a little bit of everywhere. Ball sneaks away from that catcher. Huck's going to have enough speed, and you might be able to play some games with Seegers over at first as well.
Minnesota's catcher Hunt, he'll come out in front of the plate and issue signs to the infield just in case Iowa gets a little crafty on the base paths. Back to the top with Wilmus. Iowa leading 1-0 in the second. First pitch to Ben. That's downstairs, ball one.
Michael 7 for 8 on stolen bases this year. And Huck's 10 of 11, so execute a little double steal here would work out all right.
Wilmus is a pesky hitter. Makes you throw strikes. We'll check on Siegs over there at first. He dives back safely.
Clausen throwing a fastball over there at first base could handcuff him as well.
Yeah. Michael has a large lead at first. Another pitch in the dirt. Clausen has not been able to find the strike zone at all in this inning. Iowa's pushed across one, but with 2 outs, probably need a base hit to bring in more.
Really good secondary lead from Huck. If that ball skips away from the catcher, especially as he gets down into that weird crouch, chance to score.
The 2-0. Strike at the knees. Good pitch. 2-1. Now we go, Ben. Check on Seegers at first. Now Clausen comes set. Ready with the 2-1. Michael takes off for second. Here's a ground ball to the left side. The third baseman waits for it. Ben is hustling down the line. The throw is in the dirt, but picked. Got him out at first. Iowa had the bases loaded. They score 1 run. We'll go to the bottom of the second inning. Iowa leading 1-0. We're back with more after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Marcus Morgan, he gets the opportunity to pitch with a lead. Get to the bottom of the second inning. Iowa 1, Minnesota 0. Set down the Gophers 1-2-3 in the first. Like that Marcus picked up where he left off from the Indiana series.
More of that. I mean, and that's, you mentioned it as he came off the mound after the strikeout there to end the first inning. You don't see Marcus with a ton of emotion. He kind of walks slow and kind of keeps that same straight face all the time. And so good to see him with a little pump there and see if he can just keep building off that.
Mazenga leads off the Gophers second. First pitch from Marcus. That's outside, ball one. Moss is the catcher in this game as well. Wonder what the plan is for him tomorrow. 1-0 pitch low and in from Morgan. 2-0 now.
That's where you'd love to get a lead like Minnesota had and maybe let Tallman or Christensen catch the back end of this game.
Yeah.
And if you want Cade tomorrow, he'd be closer to ready.
Morgan's missed on 3 in a row to start the second. He's in the dugout for quite a while there. Iowa did not really put up a crooked number, but forced a lot of long at-bats. 3 balls, no strikes. The pitch to Mazenga.
Boy, we called
That's
that
high. Ball 4.
Was it, though?
I thought he ducked it, John. It was down the heart of the plate at the letters, maybe a bit below it.
I suppose maybe, it was that breaking ball, so maybe it misses up just a little bit, but
Leadoff walk to Mazenga. That brings up Marilla. Don't really feel like he did too much in the first game. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, and that missed low and in.
He walked a couple times. He didn't have a hit, but
got on 3 times on free bases.
Walked twice, got hit once.
Yep. Count is 1-0. The pitch. There's a called strike on the inside portion of the plate, 1-1. Use one of those ground balls right here.
Yeah, I was just looking back at the box score from the first game. 7 of the 9 Minnesota hitters walked in the first game, too.
Here's one in the dirt, gets away from Moss. Runner advances up to second base now, into scoring position with nobody out. Look for that. I don't know if you really call this a shutdown inning, right? Because he only scored 1 in the top half, but just to keep that momentum.
Well, exactly, and that's right now it's 6 of 7 pitches that are balls, and a couple have been close, but
2-1 is tapped foul. Good pitch from Morgan there, a little bit low and in.
You really want to get back into that rhythm you had, where you were just kind of pumping strikes and able to work both sides of the plate. For Marcus, it's commanding multiple pitches that makes him really dangerous.
He's got the sign from Moss, the 2-2. That looked good. It is called third strike. A little bit of a delayed punch out right there, but that's out number 1. Down goes Marilla.
Good pitch there. I'm not sure Marilla was fooled or what he was looking for, but right down the center of the plate. I suppose if you're gonna, he's probably arguing it might have been a touch low, but with 2 strikes, boy, you better be a little more ready to go.
Now we'll see Brady Counsell. First pitch to him from Morgan. Breaking ball high that he turns away from.
3 hits, 3 RBIs in game 1 for Counsell.
Really good hitter, and he's kind of buried in the bottom half. Morgan ready with the 1-0. Here it comes. Inside, hit him. Maybe nicked the jersey.
Yeah, he got off in a good way if you're going to get hit by a pitch, but
that'll bring out Coach McGrath. Good talk with Marcus. Runners at first and second for Minnesota with 1 out. Iowa leading 1-0, bottom 2.
And that's Marcus is just a little bit, the first inning really sharp, a lot of strike ones. And now here in the second inning of the 4-pitch walk to lead off, and had to battle back and come back and get Marilla, and then just kind of actually lost both pitches up to Counsell and hit him with the second one. So
quick meeting of the minds. Coach McGrath hustles off. See Brady Jurgella now.
A ground ball to Honar.
Be great.
Turn 2.
Marcus takes his time. First pitch, throws it right by Jurgella. He swung at it, but it was already in Moss's glove.
Again, we'll go back to what I said a lot the first game. Jurgella struck out 20 times in 56 at-bats. So if you attack the strike zone.
Throws it to the backstop instead on an inside pitch. Runners up to second and third.
I don't even really know.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that's just...
held on to the fastball too long.
Yeah,
simple as that.
You throw a really good pitch, and so you just have to, for Marcus, there's a lot of the mental game thing. It's one pitch at a time. Stay focused on what you're trying to do. Zoom in on this one and get it done.
Saws him off on the 1-1. He punched it back to the net 1-2. So now you're in a strikeout position. We just didn't have too many strikeouts in the first game.
Exactly. You're in the right spot here. You're now, you've got to throw a competitive pitch so that you tempt Jurgella to swing, or you've just got to pick off an edge.
The pause, the 1-2. That is a called third strike. Low corner, got him.
Jurgella dives away like it's going to hit him, but that's what happens with Marcus's fastball. Good movement away from that left-hander. He gave up on it thinking he was going to be too far inside. Broke right back across, and now chirping going on by the Minnesota dugout. Umpires.
They don't get a warning yet.
We do have a different home plate umpire.
That's
Maybe
right.
His fuse is longer.
All right, so we're back with Hawkinson now. Runners at second and third for the Gophers in the second with 2 outs.
I'm going right back to the well. 24 strikeouts in 59 at-bats. Be competitive here. Go right after him.
Morgan's 1-0 pitch. High and out. 2-0. Trust that your stuff is better, right?
Yeah, I mean, Hawkinson walked 3 times in the first game. The guy hitting 203. You can't walk him 3 times.
2-0 is popped up left side. This will get out of play. Into the street to the left side. 2-1. All right, that one was better.
That was better. And that's your pitch count isn't off the charts yet. So, I mean, you've still got a chance here if you can buckle in, but that's just misses way outside.
Felt like he rushed that a little bit. Quickly brought that one home, and off the plate outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Morgan takes a deep breath this time. Comes set with a sign from Moss. He's ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-2.
It goes to exactly what you just said a minute ago. Marcus's stuff is better than what Hawkinson has.
Believe it. Trust it.
So he's got to just go right after him and get him.
Here's the 3-2. Check swing. Did he go? No, they sent it down. They said he did not go around. It's a walk.
I'm not sure he went around, but I thought it was a strike.
Man, it looked good. All right, bases loaded for Minnesota now. Iowa had him loaded in the top half of the inning. We got 1 run out of it.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that was, but Sam Hunt struck out 37 times in 81 at-bats.
I mean, that's almost half.
Almost half. So you've just got to throw strikes here.
Yep, and he starts with 1 there. A foul tip into the glove of Cade Moss. Bases are loaded with 2 outs. Hunt is a left-handed hitter. Seeing him for the first time tonight. Morgan is ready to pitch. Outside, ball 1.
Moss is going to need to watch what he's doing as he throws that back. Mazinga is not going all the way back to third base. And we saw that.
Texas Tech did that to us. Here's the 1-1. Foul tip in the box. 1-2. What a big moment for Marcus Morgan if he can get a strikeout, getting out right here.
Giant spot here early in the game.
Iowa leading 1-0. Morgan looks in for the sign from Moss. He's got it. Feels it, deals it. Swing and a miss. Got him! Big-time strikeout, Marcus Morgan. He pounds his fist into his glove as he comes off the diamond. And the Gophers will leave him loaded.
Really nice job there. And you'd like to see him attack batters, the 2 hitters earlier, but Marcus is certainly trying to do that. Just was having a hard time executing. Good, came back and executed at a really good time there and got that 3rd out.
3 strikeouts in the inning for Marcus. He's got 4 through 2 of play. Iowa 1, Minnesota 0. The 3rd coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
All right, big-time momentum for the Hawkeyes after Marcus Morgan gets a strikeout, leaving the bases loaded for Minnesota in the second. See if we can get some runs, some more runs on the board. Iowa leading the Gophers 1-0. As we get to the third, Anthony, DeRiggi, and Tello.
Sounds like runs.
Sure does.
You know, you're the Hawkeye hitters. You kind of felt like maybe you left a little bit out there the top of the last inning, but then, you know, you kind of gave some free bases around there in the bottom of the inning, but stole it and got back in the dugout. So now keep that momentum rolling and pile.
And you got to be kidding me. Keaton Anthony, time violation, so he gets
strike one,
dinged with a strike before he even gets in the box. Music is still playing at the stadium, and now it's 0-2. I just don't get it. The music's still playing from the in-house.
Yeah, that wasn't 8 seconds or whatever it is before the music stopped when Keaton got in the box.
0-2 to Anthony, hits it foul in front of the Iowa dugout. Third base umpire who called that is Brent Rice. He was the home plate umpire in the first game.
Interesting twist of fate.
0-2 to Keaton. That's high, ball one. Okay, so we would have got here eventually because he had a foul ball. It's just the idea.
Well, yeah, maybe. You're assuming that.
Trying to give the benefit of the doubt,
yeah,
John.
I get you. I get you.
The 1-2. That's high again, 2-2. We've been at places before where the music plays a half a second too long, and the umpire is turning around, telling people to turn it off.
Well, we've had it at home where the music's gone a little too long and didn't start the pitch clock.
2-2's up and in. That hits Anthony. Keaton loses his helmet. I think that got him left shoulder. And he'll head to first. Ooh, a little glare towards the pitcher's mound.
I think Keaton's mostly angry at the umpire, and it's just kind of carried over now to I'm just mad in general.
I think Iowa in general, like you said, I think they're kind of mad right now. I think we're kind of mad, aren't we?
Well, then can you channel it correctly?
I hope so.
That becomes the next test. Is
let's play mad. Let's see what it looks like one time.
Do something with it.
We'll see DeRiggi in the box now. First pitch to him. That's way inside. I'd like to see this Hawkeye team play a little upset, play a little angry. We haven't had a reason to be for a majority of the season, if you think about it.
You felt like things have gone your way a lot, and maybe, some bad breaks. Well, now you've got some work to do as that breaking ball goes across for a strike. Good pitch there.
Good one from Clausen on the outside corner, 1-1.
So now your more benefit of the doubt is that the time clock violation doesn't hurt Keaton Anthony that bad as he's on base anyway.
We just had to let it play out. Just the one pitch, as this one's outside to DeRiggi.
Clausen doubled up on the breaking ball there. Tried to throw really the same pitch, just a little early release on that one, missed wide.
2 balls and a strike to the Hawkeye first baseman. That's inside again, ball 3. Got a couple of bodies in the Minnesota bullpen, but nobody throwing right now. Clausen has only given up 1 run, but, man, he's walked a ton of batters, hit 1. 3 balls and a strike, nobody out. Pitch to DeRiggi. That's low, but called a strike. Brennan tossed his bat, got to pick it up quickly. Tello sprints over to grab it, tosses it to DeRiggi, and Brennan's back in the box. We're having fun with that now, aren't we?
Tello could be the MVP right there. If this turns into anything, that's a Tello save right there.
I love it. 3-2, that's ball 4. All right.
Tello still saved the walk.
Man.
If nothing else, Tello saved that walk because I can guarantee you there was a time violation coming.
I hate to fix on it, but Brent Rice had started his clock down there at third.
His clock started at 3. It was moving. Tello running around in a circle saved that at bat.
Oh. Now Rader has a chance to do some damage here with runners at first and second, nobody out. Third baseman Perry's playing in like Rader might bunt. I don't know if you want to take the bat out of Rader's hands right now, but it could be the smart play.
Rader does not want to bunt right now. He's looked past Coach Heller in that sign.
Oh, takes a great cut at the first one, just got a piece of it and fouled it off.
Minnesota's got a little ball boy that's trying to help, and he's running things out of the home plate umpire, but he's not really coming out when he first calls for it. That umpire ends up giving away all the baseballs by the time the young man comes out there.
0-1 is a count. The pitch to Rader. Nice breaking ball. That's in there for a strike. 0-2.
And Clausen's done a pretty good job throwing that pitch for a strike a couple times now. One to DeRiggi and one to Rader.
Now you're going to have Rader guessing. Could be fastball, could be breaking ball. It's breaking ball. Rader hits it to right, towards the line. The right fielder's over. He's got it. Anthony will tag from second to third. Runners at the corners for the Hawkeyes with one out.
Good job from Anthony there to head back to the base and tag, as it was, looked like it might be able to find a hole, and then right fielder tracked it and Keaton went back to the bag. Good piece of hitting, though, from Tello as he hung with the breaking ball, drove it to right. Again, productive out. You advance the runner, and now it's up to Honar to take advantage. Runner on third, or less than 2 out.
Yeah. You got to worry about that runner being at first. So, a ground ball to the right side doesn't necessarily auto score Anthony, considering the double play is in the realm of possibilities. Honar's using a different bat this time. Hits it on the right side, but threw into right. Base hit for Honar. Anthony scores. DeRiggi will stay at second. Throw quickly comes in. RBI single. Sam Honar. Yes.
But you caught the bat too. I'm like, he's not using the kind of the blue-green highlighter bat. It's a different one there, but stuck with that one. Got a pitch he liked right away and drove it right into that gap. The second baseman was really playing closer to the bag and gave him a big hole to hit through with the runner holding, or with the first baseman holding DeRiggi on. And so good piece of hitting there from Honar, and Hawks have another one.
See Braden Frazier now. First pitch strike to him on the outside corner. Started with a breaking ball. Huckstorf's on deck. Do you consider a bunt here for Frazier?
Not with one out. I like Frazier trying to put one in play here, and he can drive a ball, and he's got a home run as well. So a little bit of pop.
Slaps this foul to the right side, 0-2. Iowa leading 2-0 in the third.
If Clausen locates his breaking ball for a strike, he'll be a handful to hit. But, he's thrown 2 in the at-bat here to Frazier for a strike and gave one to each of the other guys as well. So
to see Frazier do what Tello did, find a way to advance the runner down on the count. 0-2. High fastball. Ball 1.
And Frazier's a willing, Frazier wants to pull it first, but he's a willing opposite field hitter as well. So a good chance to maybe line one into right center, and get DeRiggi home, or at least advance him.
That's low and out. Clausen falls off the mound in a funny fashion. 2-2. Come on, Braden, find a way. DeRiggi at second, Honar at first. Iowa on top of Minnesota in the early going of Game 2 of the doubleheader, 2-0. Runners take off, the 2-2 into the gap in right center. It is down and to the wall. Go Braden Frazier. He's at second. DeRiggi scores. Here comes Honar. Safe at the plate. Yes. 2 RBI double. Braden Frazier. 4-0.
Frazier did exactly what we asked. The scary part, though, was with the runners in motion, the right fielder laid out, tried to make another spectacular play, and Hawkinson just missed it. Ball bounced to the wall. All the runners kind of got to the bases, had to stop, and then once it got past, and that's what made the play reasonably close at the plate for Honar. Hawks have another runner in scoring position, need to keep piling on here.
3 runs in the inning. And that was close out there in right. He almost caught that. He reached fully for it. Got down into the wall. First pitch to Huck. Saw it off. Popped foul to the right side. That'll find the seats.
Yeah, that had Sports Center top 10 written all over it when he got up and threw somebody out on a base. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take our guys out there. I think Braden Frazier makes that play defensively. Huckstorf makes that play.
We've seen Braden make that play. Last Friday we saw that.
That's right. 0-1 pitch. Huck will take that on the outside corner. Called strike 0-2. Iowa's done a great job getting good leads and even just randomly taking off on Clausen. He's not done a good job holding our runners on.
Well, Driggy did the hop, 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 and when he was never stopped, he just kept right on moving then.
Now he'll try a pickoff move to second just to keep Frazier close or maybe get him leaning.
Pitch clock.
Yeah, or that. No balls, 2 strikes to Huckstorf. Boy, what would a base hit for an RBI do for Kyle right now? 1 out. Now check on Braden again at second. A little gamesmanship from Braden that he winds up on the right side of the bag where the second baseman's crossing him.
Frazier with gamesmanship? No way.
No shot. Wouldn't expect that from him at all.
Can't see that happening from him.
The 0-2. Tapped foul in the box. All right, Kyle hanging tough.
Good job there. That's another one of those, that outside fastball. I'd like to see maybe Huck, instead of kind of pulling over top of it, just kind of go with where it is. With Clausen's velocity, you don't have to do a whole lot with it to just poke it out into right center field and get something good on it.
0-2's in the dirt. That was a great read. That one looked like it could have been a strike out of the hand, but wasn't close by the time it got to the plate. 1-2.
Snapped all the way over. Huck was ready for it. Good take there. He's in the box ready. Putting the pressure on Clausen in the pitch clock.
Yeah, not even stepping out. The pause, the 1-2. Kyle hits it on the ground to short. It's welcomed in there. Throw across the diamond is in time to get Huckstorf at first. So 2 down. Frazier had to stay put at second.
Yeah, kind of the difference in what we saw in the first game where Minnesota ran into an out at third base on that ground ball. Frazier stayed there and gives Seegers a chance to drive him in now.
Hawks lead 4-0 in the third. Runner at second is Frazier with 2 outs. Here's Michael Seegers.
Hawks have done a nice job taking advantage of free bases. 4 walks, a hit batter.
First pitch to Michael. In on the hands and fouled off to the right side.
And just 3 hits. So, five free bases and 3 hits. So
I'm just amazed by the leads that Iowa is getting on the base paths. And watch Frazier here. He's already a mile off the bag at second. And by the time the pitch is thrown, he's about halfway to third.
Yeah, Iowa has kind of the pitchers timed up here, and they're getting that step vault, and you saw Derigi go on the one he had it timed up on. So.
Now, in this situation, there's not that much of a benefit for Frazier getting to third, but I guess we could go back to the wild pitch thought.
Other than Clausen does throw it a little bit of everywhere. So
1-1. Seegers popped up right side. Get out of play. It will.
Yeah, I was looking back at the box score. The run in the second inning was a walk. Keaton Anthony and Brennan Derigi were both walks in this inning. So 3 of the 4 runs the Hawkeyes have scored with were walks or hit by pitch. So taking advantage of the free bases now and doing what they needed to do. Oof.
That's a good pitch from Clausen. Breaking ball outside corner. It'll freeze Michael, and he is the 3rd out of the inning. Caught looking on a curveball. Iowa does some more damage. 3 runs for the Hawkeyes. It's 4-0. We'll take you to the bottom of the 3rd right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Visit shelterinsurance.com to find an agent to help you pick a policy that's right for you. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
All right, now we can officially go for the shutdown inning, right? Up 4-0, headed to the bottom of the third.
This feels like a good time for a shutdown inning, and you want to see Marcus come out and we'll vault into the Captain Obvious territory. Throw strike one.
Yes.
In the last inning he was able to get the shutdown inning, post a 0, but it took a lot of work, and so you'd like to see him. Maybe go through the top of the order here like he did in the first inning, where he, aggressive, inside the zone, around the edges of the zone, but all competitive pitches.
Called strike on the outside corner. Perfectly timed up, John. Good job.
I'm Marcus's secondary pitching coach.
There you go. We'll let Coach McGrath know that. Here comes the 0-1 on its way home. Another strike. Floated that one in there. 0-2 to Bateman. He's got him totally puzzled.
Well, on the, as you get through the second time, now you're going to have to attack hitters a little bit differently, show them something new.
That one fouled off the end of the bat, out of play to the street to the left, and that's a good point you make right there, because that was probably a ball, but close enough where Bateman had to swing at it and just through his hands at it.
Amazing what 0-2 will do for you to be able to get that.
Okay, that one missed high and out. Hard fastball. It's 1-2 now.
And the Hawks have had a hard time. Bateman isn't a guy you're going to strike out, so you got to try to manage contact.
That one drifted low and in, around the shins, 2-2.
It's not really a matter of trying to see if you can throw it a little harder to get it by him or break it off a little bit more. It's just, hey, I'm going to hit my spot and make him hit it where I want him to.
This one's punched over to Tello. He dives, can't make the play. It's going to get into foul territory. It's a fair ball into the corner and left, and that's going to be a double for Bateman.
Worse, though, is that might have got Tello's right hand again.
That had incredible spin on it. Weakly hit to immediately to Tello's right. But he's playing so far off the line, he went over, dove for it, and it bounced on the line and then kicked into foul territory. I've never seen a ball do that.
And I don't know, there was part of me that wanted him to not try to dive and catch it, but that ball would have sliced away from him anyway and probably would have.
Here's a comebacker right to Marcus. He'll grab it, check the runner at second, jog over to first, underhand, flip it to DeRiggi. There's one out.
Probably would have ended up in the same spot anyway,
right.
Because, if you're Tello, you're not going to get all the way around to cover that. And so then the ball spins and kicks away from you and rolls that way anyway. The only upside was then maybe he wouldn't have. He's still kind of working on his right hand over there.
Yeah.
But good job there by Marcus. Field that ground ball right back at him. 1 pitch, 1 out, and keep Bateman at second.
Iowa 4-0 over Minnesota in the bottom of the third. First pitch strike again from Marcus Morgan. Got Bateman dancing around there at second.
Well, that's Cade Moss has to watch his pattern and his rhythm of throwing it back there, because Bateman was kind of looking like he wanted to maybe challenge a little.
Long pause and look at second. Morgan will spin and throw it over there. Bateman will get back.
Bateman, 13 stolen bases coming into today.
Seems like every team has one of those, right? The leadoff guy that's just super fast. And
one pesky guy.
Yeah. 0-1 pitch, just a line drive into center. That's a base hit. Hucksdorf picks it up. Got to hurry. Here comes the throw. It'll be cut off by DeRiggi. Minnesota's on the board. 4-1. RBI single. Weber kneels.
That was a good piece of hitting, and then right now, if you're Marcus, you've just got to be, all right, that was cheap.
Yeah.
So, I didn't do anything really wrong. I was ahead in the count to Bateman, and he beat me, but I'm not even sure he really earned it to beat me. And so minimize the damage here. Just you gave up one legitimate hit. Now go ahead and roll over a ground ball here, get back in the dugout, and be done with it.
We'll see Mazenga now. First pitch sails outside from Morgan. 4-1 is our score in the bottom of the third. There's no reason that this should snowball. Marcus has been very good for the Hawkeyes tonight. Good lead at first. Nice breaking ball with a lot of movement on it. 1-1.
Yeah, Marcus has had good command of most of his pitches here. He had the little bit of a a lull, but for the most part, he's been right around the plate.
Here's the ground ball to the right side. Tough play, so Honar only can throw it to first. He'll get Mazenga there. Runner will advance to second.
Yeah, Honar had to kind of gallop 2-3 times over to his left, and so by the time he got over there, no way to right your feet around and try to sling that to second base and get a double play. So take the out in front of you and try to limit the inning and have him go get Marilla.
Left-handed hitter. Their DH. First pitch from Morgan. Swing and a miss. What a pitch from Marcus right there.
Buried that one right on the back foot, swung right over the top of it as Marcus had him fooled.
You can see the confidence with Marcus.
That's the nice part right now.
0-1 delivery, shot foul to the left side. Nothing in 2. How about another strikeout, Marcus?
Yeah, I told the story last week after talking to Marcus, and I told you earlier again, but just, once Marcus realizes how good he can be.
Yep. 0-2, that's high at eye level. Not a bad pitch, 1-2.
What's one of those now? You throw that fastball up, you could throw that breaking ball down at his back foot again. He's going to see it up at chest level and then just have it snap down off, and he'll swing right over top of it.
A 1-2, ground ball to the left side, through into left field. They're going to have to stop the runner at third, just a base hit.
Good job there from Wilmus. Wasn't playing terribly deep, charged it, so he got a really good jump on it. Had to jam the brakes on Niels there at third base, so.
He couldn't really get going right away. Runners at the corners for the Golden Gophers in the third. It's 4-1 Iowa. 2 outs in the inning. Got to get just one more, and we'll see Counsell now. He's in the box, right-handed batter. Morgan takes his time. The first pitch, right down Main Street. Called strike. Short lead at first. Probably don't have to worry about him too much. Here comes the 0-1. Popped up on the infield. Honar, DeRiggi, they come together. Who's going to call it? It's DeRiggi. He's got it. And the Hawkeyes get out of the jam. Great job, Marcus Morgan.
Really nice piece of pitching there to come back, attack the hitter, and get that out and get out of the inning.
Hawks lead at 4-1 after the Gophers get one back in the third. We'll take you to the fourth right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Top of the fourth inning of Game 2 of the doubleheader. Iowa leading Minnesota this time 4-1. We'll see a new pitcher into the game for the Gophers. We chased Clausen early. The Gophers will go with a right-hander, a senior from just down the road in Eden Prairie. They'll go with Ben Shepard.
Shepard's making his 8th appearance on the season, but just his 3rd relief appearance. He's 1-2 on the year, 3.82 ERA, 30 2/3 innings, giving up 31 hits, 15 runs, 13 of those are earned. Here's a pretty impressive stat: just 5 walks, 22 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .261. Going to bring it up there, probably just under 90, right around 90. And likes to really spin it up there. Curveball, change-up, slider, so he's going to give a little bit of everything. The the right-handed guys especially will probably have to be kind of a full change from Clausen. They're going to have to be probably more ready to hit spin than fastball now against Shepard.
Out of the windup, first pitch to Cade Moss is a called strike on the inside corner. Iowa leading 4-1. Lost the first game of the doubleheader 12-3. So far, a little bit of a different energy in the black and gold. This one is low and out, 1-1. You said about the walks. Only a few walks on the season. I like that. Give us something to hit, right?
Well, and you're diving into what versus what you just saw as he catches the outside corner there for strike 2. Minnesota needed 3 hits to score 1 run because Marcus didn't give any free bases. Iowa scored 3 runs in the top of that inning.
1-2, Moss sends it right to the third baseman. That's a line out, 1 down.
Really good piece of hitting, though, is that breaking ball was going to get called a strike, and he waited on it, and then lined it right down there. Iowa scores 3 runs in the top of the inning with just 2 hits. And so because of those free bases, they were able to pile on, took advantage of it. And because Marcus made them continue to earn it, they were still only able to get 1.
Back to the top of the order with Ben Wilmus. He squared to bunt. Good idea, but fouled it off.
Yeah, good. That third baseman was very deep, had a really good chance there, but
he's still deep. Why not try it again? Outside corner with the curveball instead. Called a strike, 0-2. It's a tough pitch there.
Do you feel like the outside part of the zone is well expanded over what the first game was?
I do. Until after we got the warning on our dugout. 0-2, Wilmus taps it foul to the left side. I'm just chalking it up to the fact that we can't see the entire plate based on our perspective here. If you lean to your right, you can see it, right?
I can see the outer edge of it, yeah. Appreciate the sell job there, but
0-2, Wilmus hits it to short. This is a tough play. Scooped up, thrown on the run. He's safe at first. Yes! Great hustle, Benny Wilmus.
Wilmer was beating feet down the line, beat it by a half step there. Nice infield single. That's it. Kind of goes back to that. Just it's a slow surface. A lot of these turf surfaces are fast. You get big bouncers. This one just seems to soak up the bounces, and good play by the shortstop. Just couldn't make it.
At home, that's a routine ground ball.
Yeah, he's got to hustle a little bit, but he's going to throw him out.
Yep. First pitch to Keaton Anthony, missed it. Oh, he's frustrated. He fouled it back.
Boy, did he try to lift that one out of here.
Headed for some light tower power in left center, I think. I was up 4-1 in the top of the 4th. Wilmus at first base with a good lead. Check on him, and he gets back safely.
Shepard's not slow to the plate, but might have a chance, especially if you catch a guy that likes to throw a lot of breaking balls. If you pick the right pitch, you might be able to get moving.
0-1 pitch, ground ball up the middle, through into center field, base hit. Wilmus is going to stop at second. Good idea. Good idea.
I've seen Bateman's arm a couple times. Yeah. I don't know that you want to test it on that one when he's got a full run right at third base.
He was fixing to get to third, though. Did you see him round second? That was an aggressive round.
I appreciate the effort to make sure that Bateman was on top of what he was supposed to do, but the discretion, the better part of breaks there.
Now we'll see DeRiggi. 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the first, walked and scored in the third. Runners at first and second for the black and gold in the top of the 4th. 1 out. Iowa 4-1 over Minnesota. If we learned anything from the first game, a 3-run lead, you got to keep going. Otherwise, you never know what might happen. The first game, Minnesota scored 12 unanswered and beat us 12-3. First pitch to DeRiggi. That's in there for a strike. Inside corner, 0-1.
Yeah, scouting report does that he's going to come into left-handers a little bit more too, and not something that happens to DeRiggi all the time. So see how he handles it. A lot of space over there on the right side of the outfield.
0-1 pitch, breaking ball that didn't break enough to drop in for a strike. It's a ball high and outside, 1-1.
Yeah, for as fast as Clausen worked, Shepard is not quite in that camp.
He's using 19.5 seconds to throw the pitch. Another pause, the pitch. Brennan fouls it back. 1-2.
Good spot here, though. Just still one out. Wilmus out there in scoring position.
You can just see him go opposite field, can't you?
I feel like this one feels like he's going to rip this guy. He's going to take the curveball and just drive it somewhere.
1-2's poked down the left field line. And foul. We'll try your method next, John.
Well, he did. He snuck the fastball in on him. And, again, that's that scouting report of he does try to sneak that ball inside. I don't know if that's something he'd be willing to double up on. But, again, I think if he floats that breaking ball to Brennan, it's got right center field gap written all over it.
One ball and 2 strikes. Pitch to DeRiggi. Swing and a miss. Backdoor breaking ball. He offered at it, and he tried to pull that one, I think.
I think he did, too. That was probably one where he left it outside, and as it broke down low in the zone, might have been, well, certainly one that would have been better to take, but looked pretty tempting floating in there.
Here's Raider Tello. A couple of Iowa base runners are out there if Tello can find a gap. First pitch to Raider. Called strike on the inside corner.
Tello's been good on the season with runners in scoring position and with 2 outs. So we've got both factors working for you here.
Yeah.
So be good to see him come up with a big hit and get that run back.
Tapped it foul left side.
Now you probably need to be ready for that big looping spinner here.
Boy, Minnesota takes a long time to get their pitches in. They go with a numerical system, and then they look down. 0-2, Tello sends it foul to the right side. To be honest, when does this clock start for the pitcher?
Well,
Is it when he's on the rubber?
Home plate umpire's not ready yet, so.
Right, I'm just curious because this pitcher stands behind the rubber.
It should be going now.
I think so. Now, he got on there pretty quickly this time, but.
He had plenty of time because the home plate umpire was messing around getting baseballs.
Here's the 0-2 delivery. Raider with a good hang on there was that breaking ball, hit it foul. But Minnesota comes in with a verbal sign that requires the pitcher to look down at his wrist to get the call. Like, I think it should be going right now.
Yeah, it is. That's where it would be great to, like when we were at Texas Tech, we had the clock and we could see it.
Yeah.
That was more fun. Good
Raider
job.
is being a menace in the box right now.
Good job from Raider to keep slapping these pitches around and staying after it.
Unfortunately, he's still down 0-2.
Right.
It feels like it should be at least 2-2 for him. Not based on any calls or anything, but he hasn't been thrown a ball yet.
But that's, Shepard talked about it, just 5 walks on the season, so you're going to have to be up there swinging.
Finally got Raider on that one. Went with a
No, hit the ground.
Ball.
Hit the ground.
No.
Interference.
Yes,
even
catcher
better.
interference. Catcher interference. We're not done yet in the inning. Raider will take first. Boy, you should have seen the Iowa dugout erupt. Everybody came out. Coach Sutherland was, about a third of the way to the box. And it was very strange, wasn't it, that Tello was so late on that?
Well, it was an odd swing, almost like Tello was fooled, looking for the breaking ball. And so then when he swung down and the catcher had reached out for it, then Tello's downward swing just ended up hitting the back of the mitt. And I'm not sure what you're well, I'm going to not even say that because his 42 years worth of baseball experience is he knows. He's forgotten more about baseball that I'm going to learn in the next 15 years than what I already know. So we're not going to really ask any questions about what he's negotiating with. He's not going to win, but he's probably going to make a better argument than I could on that one.
John Anderson, the head coach of Minnesota, in his 42nd season. Seems to be okay with the explanation that he got. So he's back to the dugout. Boy, it'd be nice to make this one hurt, too. Iowa's leading 4-1. The bases are loaded with 2 outs for Sam Honar.
It goes as an error. It's catcher interference, but it goes as an error.
Sam swings at the first pitch, fouls it back.
Now, same thing here. You hope that Honar was watching the DeRiggi at bat to understand how Shepard wants to come after left-handers, especially now that he's ahead in the count. So know that you're going to see, you might see a fastball in. You're going to see that breaking ball out on the outside part of the plate.
There was the curveball. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Two outs, 2 strikes. Find a way, Sam. Give us a few more runs here. Shepard is ready. The pitch. That's in the dirt. Honar was eager to swing at it, but knew it was not a good decision. And it's a ball, 1-2.
And again, another guy that's really good with runners in scoring position, runners with two outs, bases loaded, kind of all of those. He's got the trifecta working for him here. Good spot.
Live up to it. Oh. Swing and a miss. Looked like a good change up there on the outside corner. Sam was early on it, missed it, and we'll leave him loaded in the 4th. Still on top of Minnesota, 4-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Marcus Morgan back out for another inning of work in the bottom of the 4th. Iowa leading Minnesota 4-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, impressive performance, I think, so far on both sides of the game for Iowa, offensively and defensively. On the defensive side of things, Marcus has been really sharp.
Marcus has done a nice job. The first game, Iowa threw 206 pitches, 103 strikes, 103 balls.
Ooh.
So 50-50. Marcus is up over 63% of strikes now as he misses outside there.
Pitch count's getting a little close, though. He's at 60 through 3.
Yeah, you hate the averaging 20 an inning, but if he could kind of get through this one a little cleaner, attack the batters here.
He's fallen behind to Jurgella 2-0, though.
Here he's able to strike Jurgella out the first time he faced him. Come back after him here.
Yeah, nice pitch right there. A swing and a miss, 2-1.
And Jurgella, again, he's another one of those high strikeout guys, 21 times and 57 at bats, so more than 1 in 3.
Sends this one foul to the left side. That'll get out of play in the air. 2-2. Great battle back. Now here's where, in the past, pitchers have gotten a little too fancy and they miss and then end up walking. I just go right at him right here. 2-2. Okay, in the dirt, 3-2. We'll try it his way.
I liked your theory better. If we're gonna be honest about it, I liked your theory better. I understand the trying to get him to chase a pitch, but you haven't really shown him enough to go get him.
Here's one fouled back, and I don't know if it's as much, on Marcus or Brody or any of the pitchers so far for Iowa today. I just think that Minnesota, despite their high strikeout numbers, they just don't seem to chase a ton.
Right, I think it's the execution.
Yeah. And end up walking Jurgella there after back-to-back balls.
You've got to go get him, and so you can get him to swing and miss, but you're not going to get him to swing and miss a ton outside of the strike zone. And so, we've seen a couple chases, but we've also seen, you've got to be in the zone, especially like Bateman at the top fouls off a lot of pitches.
Right.
But, you get down into the bottom, and even the guys that do have high strikeout numbers, you got to work to get it.
There's a first pitch strike to Hawkinson. I look back to the last game. We were licking our chops when we got to the bottom half of the order. Poor averages, high strikeout numbers, and just kind of struggled to get them out. This one drifts low and in for a ball.
Well, but that becomes the problem is, you still have to attack the zone. If in that case, you hit your spot, and it's just about executing. He's not missing by a ton on that one, but it's just, get ahead now 1-2. But instead you miss wide, it's 2-1. You really start to limit how much a guy's going to chase.
Interesting to see when the time comes who Iowa goes to in the bullpen. I don't know if we want to play a guessing game in a little bit or what we'll expect to see. The 2-1. Runner takes off. Pitch is inside for a ball. I don't think Moss saw him take off for a second. He was delayed in the throw, and it wasn't even close out there at second. I'm not sure if that was a poor communication. Nobody said that the runner was going because Moss, he didn't see it.
Well, a lot of times you hear going, and I'm not sure I heard any of that. And that's, you got all the guys on the dugout rail, and now it's 3-1 here. So
that pitch looked close too, by the way, on the inside corner. But instead, 3-1. Morgan's delivery way inside, and this gets by Moss, and so now the runner gets from second to third. And already some trying times in the bottom of the fourth. Runners at the corners, 2 walks in the inning. There are those free bases.
Well, yeah, and that's now you make the scratch single really hurt, or the double in the gap. It takes 1 hit to score 2 runs, and so
Iowa leading 4-1 in the bottom of the fourth. See Aaron Savory getting loose. Saw Jack Whitlock. He was up as well.
Yeah, what hoped for a relatively quick inning is your 12 pitches into 2 hitters, and you walked them both. So
bottom of the order was Sam Hunt, first pitch strike. Hunt is the guy that we talked about earlier who's struck out in basically half of his at-bats. That would be ideal right now.
That would be good. I'd actually trade that for a ground ball right at Honar so they could flip 2 over.
0-2, swing and a miss.
Because I do not think they're going to turn 2 on Bateman.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's on deck.
He's so comfortable, he's not even coming out to the on-deck circle.
Morgan comes set with the 0-2. Ground ball right back to the middle. Seegers has to charge it. Throw to first is in time. I thought it was right back to Marcus. A run will score on the backside. Unlucky right there.
Marcus fell off the mound to the other side, and then it just kind of squirrels past him. Squirrels past him up the middle. Not sure he'd been able to turn 2 anyway, but he would have been able to
keep that runner at third.
Keep the runner at third and maybe get the same out.
So now we'll see Bateman in a 4-2 game. Hawks with the lead. 1 out, runner at second. Bateman squares to bunt. First pitch from Morgan. Lined right to Seegers. Seegers caught it. He's headed to second. It's a double play. Yes!
They went with it was actually a good play by Bateman, because with Seegers playing so far up the middle, if you show bunt and Tello charges, you're going to leave third base unoccupied, and then the runner can probably pretty easily win a race. Iowa didn't fall for the game. Bateman pulled it back. Line drive right at Seegers, was able to pick it off his shoe tops and get the double play.
Who do you think messed that up? Was that Bateman or Hawkinson? Because he took off for third.
I think the whole thing was kind of a show bunt and go, but then, I think he thought he could steal the base anyway, and then kind of ended up in a hit and run and got unlucky.
All right, the Gophers get 1 back. It's 4-2. We're headed to the top of the 5th. Hawks with the lead. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo. Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Top of the fifth in the Twin Cities. Iowa leading Minnesota in game 2 of the doubleheader 4-2. Hawks dropped the first game 12-3. A bit of a different story so far. Got to keep the foot on the gas. This Minnesota team just is relentless. They don't give up. Braden Frazier will lead things off for the Hawkeyes in the fifth. First pitch from Shepard on its way home. That's high for a ball. We've talked about the weather quite a bit. We're in the transition phase, I guess, from the nice, hot, sunny day that we had when we got here to what's expected the next couple of days, which is rain and cold and wind and then some snow. And we've got cloudy skies now, lights in full effect, and wind blowing out to center. 1-1 pitch, Frazier taps foul, 1-2, and we've got the door closed in here now, so we're comfortable, but my guess is that it's a little cooler out than it was earlier.
Well, my watch says 57 at midnight.
Okay, I was going to say, whoa.
And that's the best it's going to do then for the next 2 days.
Frazier swings and misses at the 1-2, and he's out number 1.
But it is down to, it's 68 degrees now, so we've lost 12, 14, 15 degrees.
And obviously with it, getting closer to nighttime, it is 8 o'clock here. That was naturally going to happen, but you can just definitely tell that there's been a shift. Batter is Kyle Hucksdorf now. First pitch low and out, ball 1. First pitch tomorrow is scheduled for 2 p.m.
First pitch tomorrow could be anytime it's not raining.
Yeah, I think we've kind of put on our weatherman caps a little bit and tried to predict when we might have the best opportunity to play. It's supposed to rain starting kind of at midnight tonight, I think, overnight into the morning. 2-0 pitch to Huck is a called strike, low outside corner, 2-1. There's a break in the middle of the day, but very brief, and then rain and snow and just kind of a mess the rest of the way, all the way through Sunday. It starts tomorrow evening.
Well, that's just it. If you don't get it in by 6 o'clock-ish tomorrow, it's not going to get better.
It's not going to get played.
You wouldn't think so, because the real feel on Sunday, if you believe the weatherman, ball 4 there. If you believe the weatherman's never going to get to the level that Big Ten games start at.
Right.
And so, because high winds come in with the temperature and the high winds, it just, your real feel is going to stay buried in the 20s, and you're not going to be able to get the game even started.
They must be busy at U.S. Bank. I mean, that was open early season for Minnesota, and it seems like I haven't really even thought about playing in there.
Yeah, I would assume there's some advance notice required, and once you kind of missed your window.
Mm-hmm. So Hucksdorf walks. First pitch, strike to Seegers. Looked a little bit outside, but called a strike anyway.
A little bit.
Yeah. Michael's got a really good attitude. Didn't let that bother him. Here comes the 0-1. That one's lined into the net to the right side, nothing in 2. Gophers have had a couple of games canceled due to weather this year. One here in Minneapolis in early April. We haven't had one canceled, have we? We've had moved around.
We've had a schedule shuffled, but been pretty good otherwise.
0-2 to Seegers. That hit him. Got him on the elbow pad.
Hawks with good speed on base now. I was just thinking about Hucksdorf and the speed, his ability to steal second base. So now he moves down to second with his 10 stolen bases, and you move Seegers and his 7 down to first base on the hit by pitch.
Boy, you really think if you can find a way to get Moss and Wilmus on, then you get to Anthony and Tello. Turiggy mixed in there as well. If you can do this all in this inning, that'd be great. We'll see Moss up now with runners at first and second and 1 out. Iowa leading 4-2 in the 5th. First pitch to Cade. That is outside, called a strike. The catcher brought it back in.
Outstanding frame job from the catcher, but wow, did that miss. I blame the stolen base thing on Sam, though. Ever since he wrote up in the game notes about how Iowa had stolen bases at such a high clip, they've been slacking off that number since then.
Well, Sam does such a good job with the game notes that I think other teams are picking up on it, not letting us steal the bags.
They're using it as a scouting report. I like it.
Count is 0-2 to Moss. Shepard's ready. Got to find a way to move these runners, Cade. The pause, the pitch. Popped up, shallow center. Bateman comes forward. He's got it, 2 down.
All right, good spot for the top of the order. That kid was Sam, but he gives us so much great data on the other stuff, the trivia geeks, to make us sound good.
Sam's done a great job as the SID for baseball this year. Make sure that we're well taken care of. Great host at Dwayne Banks for all the media personnel. First pitch to Wilmus. Fair ball! Hit into the corner and left. Come on, Huck. He's going to score with ease. Seegers, he's rounding third. He'll score. Benny Wilmus. Boom!
Painted it right down the line. And with that speed, once it bounced in the corner, there's kind of a little half wall that's at an angle there, and it took that angle and it bounced away from the left fielder there, Jurgella. And once it got away from him, the second run, Seegers, was going to score from first. Wilmus cruises into second base, and the Hawks have answered back. We don't have to worry about 12 in a row from Minnesota at this point.
Great job, Ben Wilmus. Pulled it hard at 6-2 in the 5th.
Third double. He had 2 Wednesday night, now one today.
Keep it rolling with Keaton here. First pitch to Anthony. That's high and out, ball 1. Boy, did you see the ball get away from the left fielder there? He just really struggled to pick it up. It rolled around the wall out there.
It hit that wall and just took an angle that kicked it away from him, and then that made it easy for Seegers.
The 1-0 to Keaton. Nice breaking ball. Outside corner, 1-1. That's all right. Keaton probably sees something a little bit better coming up.
Again, the right-hander's going to have to be ready to hit that breaking ball, so Keaton will have to be on top and kind of looking for that one, and now that he's seen it.
1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs, the pitch. That's low and out. Good block by the catcher there. Wilmus has to stay put at second.
Wilmus has a good secondary lead, but a catcher in that weird little split position, I almost see how quickly he could jump up and throw some of those.
Sure. Shepard comes set with the 2-1. Anthony takes a hack at it and fouls it off. It's comical watching Keaton sometimes. It's just a little bit dramatic when he knows that he misses one, that he should probably hit a mile.
He's such a good hitter and kind of knows his strike zone. He's ready to go.
You know he's not going to step out of the box anymore today. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. That's way high, ball 3.
Once I have 2 strikes, there's no way in heck you'd get me out of the box right now.
Yeah. Can't risk it.
Yeah, I don't care how slow Minnesota is getting on the rubber. I'd be in the... They're not going to call it on me. I'm going to be ready to go.
Full count with Wilmus and a great lead at second. He'd be going on contact. The 3-2, that's low and out. Gets away from the catcher. He can't locate it. The pitcher has to come get it down the first base line. Wilmus will get to third. Keaton Anthony walks.
Funny enough, the ball almost ended up hitting Anthony as he was jogging down to first base. As we talked about, that's just walk number 6 on the season. And what are we at now? 32 and a third innings for Shepard. So that's almost like a milestone win for Anthony there. Come on, Rig.
Here's DeRiggi. Yeah, he feels like he's had a tough day today with a few strikeouts. First pitch to Brennan. Takes a swing at it and fouls it off. That's a little bit different than what we're used to. He usually watches one go by. I think he could benefit from trying to break out of this little mini slump that he's in by swinging at the first pitch.
Did walk and score a run back in the third, but making his 4th plate appearance here in the 5th inning.
0-1 pitch hit on the ground to short. Gathered in and thrown across. And did he hang? Oh, they said he hung on to first base. He definitely pulled it. He was leaning to his right over there at first. That was Niels, but he got back to the bag to retire Duriggi. Hawkeyes get 2 on the Ben Wilmus double to left. Iowa 6, Minnesota 2. Back for the bottom of the 5th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Hawks lead Minnesota 6-2. Bottom of the 5th inning. Marcus Morgan back to the mound. And the Hawkeye hurler is ready. Hopefully keep Minnesota in check. The Gophers have scored singular runs in each of the last 2 innings. Time to end that. Put that to rest.
That's a trend that needs to stop.
Yes. Good time right now. But this is a good portion of the Minnesota order. 2, 3, and 4. Haven't done a ton tonight, but earlier today we're pretty solid. See if Marcus can throw a first pitch strike. Here it comes. Breaking ball, just
goodness.
Tying out. Ball 1. Close enough, and you're surprised Perry didn't swing at it. Here comes the 1-0, and now all of a sudden you're down 2-0 just like that.
Well, I mean, that's... Whew. We've seen that breaking stuff called a ton so far, so have to bear down here, now come back, battle back into the at-bat.
He does start towards that with a foul ball back to the left, 2-1. Perry's 0 for 2 today. Pop up and a ground out. Morgan out of the windup, pitching with a 4-run lead in the 5th. Here's one shot down the line and left, hooking foul. It will get foul. Good hustle by Wilmus to give it a thought.
Good job by Marcus. Got back in the at-bat now. Did this last inning, though, where he got back to, battled back from 2-0 to 2-2 and then ended up losing him on the next 2 pitches. So needs to get down here.
And he does. Nice pitch right there. Low and out corner. Swing and a miss.
Went back and got him. Strikeout number 5 for Marcus. It doesn't feel like, you look down, Marcus has walked 4 guys. It doesn't feel like it's been that bad, but.
A couple of leadoff walks that we seem to have erased. He had 2 walks in the second, including the leadoff walk there. Walked the leadoff man in the 4th.
Yes, they've kind of come in piles, as he hit the guy in the, no, that's the Hawkeye box score.
Couple of walks in the second, couple in the 4th. That's just kind of how it's gone. Here's one hit on the ground to short. Seegers takes a funny hop. He's got to hurry. The throw is in time for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, that was a crazy big hop. It looked like Michael was just going to cruise over and get a good Sunday hop, and instead the ball bounces up almost over his shoulder height.
Yeah. Kicked up off the lip of the artificial turf.
Yeah, just to finish that thought, back in the second inning, 2 walks and his hit batter in that inning, and then leading off the 4th with 2 walks. So much better job here in the 5th for Marcus.
Oh, fastball off the plate outside, right around the zone though. You haven't seen Marcus miss uncontrollably today. A ball and no strikes. There's the breaking ball, back door, called a strike, 1-1. The batter is Mazinga. He's 0 for 1 in tonight's game. batting just below 300. Here's the windup and the pitch. Shot foul to the left side. Marcus really moving quickly, and you can tell that his confidence is high when he gets on the mound, gets the sign, and pitches it.
Right. There's no shaking off. There's no really thinking about it. It's just, you need me on there. Here's a deep breath. I'm ready to go.
Ready with the 1-2. Here it comes. Ooh, inside. Almost hit him. 2-2.
I was talking to Coach McGrath last weekend and about just some of the things that they've done with Marcus and trying to add some rhythm into his motion so that, instead of coming static, just giving him a little bit more rhythm to the delivery. Helps him find the strike zone a little bit better. He can, how he picks up home play or how he picks up the catcher's mitt, all of those things, and just finding that little bit of movement as opposed to just doing it from a static start.
Sure. Makes sense to me. Here comes the 2-2. Low and out with the slider. Full count now. How about a 1-2-3 inning? Haven't had one since the first. If he gets Mazinga, we'll have another one here in the fifth. Iowa leading 6-2. Morgan approves of the sign from Moss. The pitch. That's low and out. Ball 4.
To say 1-2-3 inning might have bought him the 6th inning, but we'll be
it's
pushing
going to be
it
tough,
now.
Isn't it? Pitch count probably close to 90 after all that.
Yeah, it is 90, so you'll run him out there. Even if he gets this batter out relatively efficiently, you're going to have to think about running him out there knowing he's going to go over 100, and Marcus hasn't spent a lot of time in that neighborhood. But more importantly, let's just get out of this inning first.
Sure. I'd like us to have to entertain that thought, and that would mean that Marcus gets out of here. He throws it to the backstop on the first pitch, and so the runner gets to second.
Going to channel Bob Uecker there, but we'll skip that one.
Yeah, now he's going to have to probably should just focus on getting out of this right now. Iowa up by 4 in the 5th. Morgan's 1-0 pitch. Nice bender, called a strike, 1-1.
That's the most amazing bounce back when you throw that the first pitch curveball the way you did, and then you throw that curveball, and that's the mental game that they've really been working on with Marcus, and that's a fantastic example of it right there.
1-1 pitch hit softly to first. DeRiggi's got it. He'll flip it at a weird angle to Morgan, who's there to cover first, and he's got it for the 3rd out. Morgan with a little bit of a flip, and look at him jog over to the dugout. Kind of hops up off the mound as he crosses it. He's got some swagger going right now.
He's trying to tell Coach, hey, I got one more in me. I got one more. I'm good. Look at this energy. I'm good.
We've played 5 in the nightcap at Siebert Field. Hawks lead at 6-2. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the 6th, Hawks lead at 6-2. We're having a little bit more fun in this game than we were in the first, aren't we?
So far.
Keep the foot on the gas.
We had a lot of fun through 4 innings last game too. So
light hasn't turned yellow. We can get through the intersection. Keep going here, Hawkeyes. We were just joking a moment ago that there was a mass exodus from some of the Minnesota fans. They all appeared to be maybe slightly younger than me. And they might have something a little bit better to do on a Friday night in the city. Tello drives this first pitch deep to left. Does it have enough to get out? It does not. Caught at the wall. Oh.
It's just, well, I guess, again, to steal the Steel Major League, that was just a little too high. You kind of, Without the TrackMan, I can't prove it, but launched that one a little too high as opposed to a little more forward. But boy, you got a good chunk of it. Just couldn't quite get it there right at the base of the wall.
Man, wind couldn't help it enough. So 1 pitch, 1 out. We're to Honar now. First pitch is high for a ball. Hawkeyes lead at 6-2, top 6. Honar will watch this go by. This is a called strike, inside corner, 1-1. Here's a ground ball up the middle. Second baseman backhands it. He'll throw it on the run. Got him for out number 2.
They play a whole heck of a lot of defense here. They've done a really nice job with picking balls up. I thought off the bat, I thought that was a clear base hit. Was a little slower coming off.
Infield, John.
A little bit of the infield, and I don't think he hit it as sharply as I thought he did when it went off. And second baseman really made a good pick off the backhand side, and just then makes a good, accurate throw. Really haven't even come that close to making an error. So you're backing away from the pitch up and into Frazier.
Yeah, that was a breaking ball that I didn't think was going to break. It looked like it was headed towards him, but it broke for a ball, and then Braden chased that one. 1-1. Had enough movement on it. Low and out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shepard had Frazier's number the first at bat too. Got him to swing over top of a couple of breaking balls.
Good job laying off that one. That was closer to a strike than the last one, and Frazier didn't go for it. 2-1.
Didn't go for it, and good job by the umpire to not call that a strike.
That's right. I'd have wanted to. Outside again. Frazier can't lay off. It's 2-2.
Well, if you're Frazier now, you got to know where they're going to attack you. There really can't be any question that he's going to throw that breaking ball on the outside and see if you chase it one more time.
Not on that one. It was too far low. Full count for Frazier with 2 outs. The base is empty.
Almost looked like he tried to overthrow a fastball that time and
spiked it.
Yeah, just kind of sent it right in the ground. It kind of gave him a non-competitive 3-2 pitch. But if you're Frazier here, I'm still thinking you're going to see a breaking ball more than you're going to see a fastball.
3-2, low and out. Frazier laid off. He's drawn the walk.
Good at bat there for maybe it didn't look the greatest on a couple of those swings, but maintained discipline, kept doing what he was doing, and was able to draw the 2-out walk and keep the inning going a little bit longer now for Huck.
Swing and a miss on the first pitch from Hucksdorf. You look, Iowa did quite a bit of damage with 2 outs already today. Think back to the 5th inning when Wilmus hit the 2 RBI double. That came with 2 outs.
That was Iowa's only 2-out hit, though. But it was a good one.
Right.
We needed that one.
I guess did load the bases then with 2 outs, and then Honar struck out back in the 4th. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
It feels like they've been able to extend innings. Good breaking ball there again. Cross for a strike, 1-2. But yeah, haven't been able to get that big hit. Just 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position, 4 for 14 with runners on base today here in the nightcap, but have done the damage earlier in the innings.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Hucksdorf chased that one in the dirt. You just feel for Kyle right now, just struggling a bit. He's down on strikes to end the top of the 6th. Iowa leading Minnesota 6-2. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Siebert Field in Minneapolis. Bottom of the 6th inning, Hawks lead the Gophers 6-2 in Game 2 of the doubleheader. New pitcher into the game. He'll come in to replace Marcus Morgan, the right-handed freshman from Dubuque, Aaron Savory.
Talk about a guy doing his job in the midweek and earning an opportunity on the weekend. Sav making his 5th appearance. He started Wednesday's game. 1.80 ERA, 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. It was earned. Couple hits, 6 strikeouts. Or I'm sorry, a couple walks, 6 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .211 against Sav. So he'll get a chance. Hasn't had a ton of opportunity on a weekend, so good to see him out here. And you hit it on the head. 6-2 lead, bottom of the 6th inning. Throw strikes. Challenge
just throw
hitters,
strikes.
especially the bottom of the order here. I know Council's been a general menace in the first game, but go ahead and make these guys come back and beat you, and not help them out and give them a bunch of freebie stuff.
Kind of curious to see if everything goes to plan, how long Savory stays in the game. First pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. We got the call on that one.
I take everything back. It's a consistent strike zone now.
Wow.
That ball looked whitish.
We'll take it. 0-1 is cracked into center. Huckstorf moves back a couple steps, but that's easy for Kyle. He's got it. 1 down. Council gave it a ride. He's been held in check tonight.
Yeah, got hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning, but now 0 for 2 in the game. That'll bring up Jergella.
Closing the book on Marcus Morgan, 5 stellar innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked as many as he struck out, which was 5. And, that's all right. Gave up 1 double, forced a lot of ground outs.
2 solid outings in a row for Marcus. Look out.
This one's driven to right. Frazier goes back. He's at the track, leaps up. Did he catch that? He caught it. He drifted to that thing. He never got under it. And he leapt up and made a twisting catch at the base of the wall.
Ball just kept kind of drifting on him and was in no real hustle to get back there, but had it tracked and played the whole time, makes the grab. And
maybe give Coach Heller's heart a little extra beat right there. Made the play, 2 quick outs. Throw a strike right here, Aaron. I don't think they're expecting to swing so early in the count now. See, Hokinson now. First pitch is outside.
You got a guy that's walked twice. You got a guy that's hitting .203. He walked now 5 times today.
Yep. 1-0 pitch, check swing. Did he go? He did not. I don't know how that wasn't a called strike anyway. It must have been a bit high.
Yeah, go with that.
I thought he went around too, but we definitely don't have the angle from up here. 2 balls, no strikes.
I just thought it was a strike. I guess maybe it was a little up, but.
Fouled back over the net and into the street behind us.
I could be by your car where I parked it when we came back.
Oh, boy.
I kept you out of foul ball range when I brought the car back, so you should be okay there.
That's the thing. Parking around this is a disaster. 2-1. Line drive into center. Huckstorf going back. He's got it. How about that? Aaron Savory comes in and does a job. 3 up, 3 down. We've played 6 at Siebert. Hawks lead at 6-2. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Iowa on top of Minnesota 6-2 in the top of the 7th. Thanks for tuning in to Hawkeye Baseball today. It's been a long day, doubleheader type of day. There's no such thing as a short day when it comes to doubleheaders, right?
No.
And the way that first game went, man.
And you and I drove up here this morning, so it's been kind of exceptionally long on that end of it. But, you talked about between games, you asked kind of what would be a win in this game. And obviously the score line is a good start. But even little stuff like, Shepard came into the game, he'd walked 5 guys on the season in 31, 32 innings, or 30 innings. So a good enough sample size to recognize, hey, he's got good control.
Yep.
Hawkeye hitters have walked 3 times in the 3 innings he's been out there along with their 3 hits. So that ball's across for a strike on the breaking ball with an umpire that seems to have a relatively generous now strike zone, and they've still walked 3 times. So that's pretty good little battle win there.
Yeah. The batter is Seegers. He drives this one to deep left center, carrying well. It is gone! Ho-ho! Michael Seegers! Boom!
Siegs bomb! Holy cow!
And that got out of here in a hurry.
Full barrel, knocked it over the 370 plus sign out there. Michael Seegers, that a kid. Talked about how he'd been hitting the ball hard, just kind of right at guys. Well, how do you not hit it at a guy? Hit it out of the park.
Out to the hill in left center. Absolutely crushed. 7-2. Hawks lead it in the 7th.
That was fun again.
That was great. Love it. First pitch to Moss. He bunts it down the third base line. Get going, Cade. The throw to first is in time. That's a good play by the third baseman, Perry, to come up on the bare hand and make the throw.
The question I have to ask, though, is why is our catcher the best bunter on the team? That was an exceptional bunt from Cade.
Great bunt.
Holy cow, was that good. Third baseman, though, makes a better play as he comes in with the bare hand, throws it high, but first baseman keeps his foot on the bag. But my goodness, what a great bunt from Cade.
Out by a step at first. It was a close play. And the only reason that Cade is out is because Minnesota makes a really good play. I mean, if there's any hesitation at all, it's converted. Here's Wilmus. He's down in the count 0-2 after watching the first pitch go by and then fouling off the second one.
I mean, if Wilmus puts down that same bunt, I think he had an opportunity with how deep the third baseman was. But I mean, Cade took that pitch, just dropped the bat head right on it. Really nicely done.
0-2. It's low and out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out in the top of the 7th. Iowa 7-2 after the drive to left center by Seegers. The pause, the pitch. That's low again. 2-2.
The other smart baseball play there for Cade is everybody's still kind of reeling from the home run.
Yeah.
And so everybody's back on their heels a little bit, and he drops that ball down there. And just really well placed. So, he's done that with squeeze bunts, safety squeeze, suicide squeeze, and so.
2-2 to Wilmus. Slapped foul. Anthony on deck.
Ben with a couple hits here this evening. Yeah, I guess we started at 6:35. This evening's game.
A little bit late on that fastball, swing and a miss. He's out number 2. But he's had a really nice game.
He was kind of hanging around with those breaking balls, kind of fighting those off, and all of a sudden there he got the fastball snuck past him. But yeah, he'd 2 for 5 now, driven in a couple runs, and be up to Keaton to get the rally started with 2 outs again.
First pitch to Keaton. That is outside. Didn't get the call that time. 1 ball, no strikes. The catcher tried to bring it back in, but didn't fool him that time.
Based on how we've gone, I thought that one looked pretty good.
Anthony fouls this one off. He swings so hard that his helmet gets jarred loose. And maybe it could be the new hairstyle. I think he permed his hair, John.
That should hold it in tighter.
You think
It'd be like
so?
extra padding.
Yeah. I guess you make sense with that. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch to Keaton. Popped up right side. This one is skied out of play. 1-2.
Couple of hits, couple of free bases for Keaton in today's game.
Out of the windup, here's the pitch from Shepard. Line drive, caught by the second baseman. He jumped for it.
Didn't need to. Made that look more dramatic than it needed to be.
We're having some fun now. Bottom of the 7th coming up. Hawks lead at 7-2 after the solo shot from Seegers. We're back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine, too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
We're all stretched out in the nightcap of the doubleheader. Iowa leading Minnesota 7-2, bottom of the 7th. Gophers are...
Completely random tidbit for you there to throw you off your game.
We'll keep that one between us for now. 9-1-2 due up for Minnesota in the 7th. We'll get to see Savary again. I think he really earned another inning of work, didn't he?
Absolutely.
First pitch strike, dropped it right in there. It's almost like Aaron's, I don't mean to say it like this, but just kind of blacked out. Like he's out there locked in, totally focused, and nothing can faze him right now.
Well, and you don't know what you don't know. And so as a true freshman, you roll out there and they give you the ball and coach tells you to throw strikes. Well, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to go throw strikes. Let's go do it.
Right.
And so he doesn't know, hey, Iowa really needs to win this game. It's a big spot here. Just go throw strikes.
Wow, what a beauty from Savary right there. It's 1-2. That thing came in super slow. Yeah, and Hunt swung and missed.
Another one of those where I missed TrackMan just to see how fast. It had to be low 70s, mid 70s.
And then he goes with one in the dirt, a swing and a miss. It pops in front of the plate. Moss will pick it up, send it to DeRiggi for the strikeout and the throw out. One down.
Really nicely done again. And that's, we've talked about Hunt a couple times today with how often he strikes out. Attack him, get ahead. Savary did a perfect job there because you're up 5. No reason to put anybody free on base in front of Bateman.
Yep. Now we get to the top of the order. Go for center fielder, batting from the left side. Savary out of the windup, the first pitch. That's in the dirt, ball 1. Tried to cook up a fastball.
Home plate umpire went full duck on that one before that ball hit. That was awesome.
For him to get hit by that pitch, would have had to bounce up and over Cade Moss.
He was full protection mode. That was great.
Bateman squares the bunt, bunts it right back to Savary, who misplayed it. Savary came off the mound. I don't think it hopped up as high as he thought it was going to, and it got by him.
Well, that's the difference in turf. He's expecting a little bit. Bateman kind of knocked that right down into the ground like you're going to do on a good bunt, but he had a big first hops. Savary was expecting a slightly larger second hop than he got, and instead it just kind of ate up in the turf and just kind of needed to stay down and look it all the way in. He had time to make the play. He got off the mound well, but just didn't get it done.
First pitch from Savary to Perry, swing and a miss. Really burying that breaking ball low, probably out of the zone a little bit, and they're swinging at it.
Well, because he's shown strikes. He's shown the ability to be in the zone, and it's got a good look to it. He's throwing it out of the same tunnel, and so he's getting swings and misses now.
Here's the 0-1. Dropped just low, went with a straighter pitch there, not as much vertical break. Savary is locked in.
If you're Savary, I know Bateman's a base-stealing threat, but you really don't have to worry a ton about him because of what the score is right now.
Yep. Here's one inside corner, 1-2. Iowa leading 7-2 in the 7th.
I think you bury that breaking ball, keep it down so that if he does hit it, he's just going to kind of top it into the ground. And if he might just swing right over the top for strike 3.
Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. DeRiggi gloves it, steps on the bag at first, throw to second, double play! Ha-ha, what a play! Brennan DeRiggi hit it right to him at the bag. He touched the bag at first, threw it to second. Seegers with the tag and the double play.
Man, have we seen some unusual double plays as we get the 3-6 double play. 3 unassisted, 3-6 then on the double play. Very well done as he was popping off the bag, had to come back and get it, touch the bag, fire it over. Well done to get the speedy Bateman at second.
And you saw some energy from DeRiggi right there too as he made that outstanding play defensively for the Hawkeyes. Top of the 8th coming up. Iowa 7, Minnesota 2. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
John Evans and John Leo in the Twin Cities. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Hawks dropped the first one, but on top of Minnesota in the second game, 7-2 as we get to the 8th. We'll see Brennan DeRiggi, who just made the outstanding defensive play. He'll come into the box to lead off the 8th. First pitch to him, breaking ball, outside corner, called strike.
How often do you see it? The guy highlights out in the field, and now he gets a chance. And we need him to highlight at the plate.
Yes, he's 0 for 3 tonight with a walk and a run scored. Swings at this one and sends it foul straight back. 0-2.
He's been kind of, he's not afraid to come inside now that he's ahead, but he snapped breaking balls on the outside.
Grounds this one to the first baseman. It is hit foul, though.
Good job from DeRiggi there to stay with that one as it kind of dove out of the zone down low. He stayed with it and didn't just swing over the top of it.
Infield playing really deep on DeRiggi. He'll send this foul to the left side. Just had to throw his hands at that one.
Yeah, that was the 2-strike protector pitch and swing.
The wind up in the pitch, up and in. That'll bend DeRiggi back.
Shepard works a lot quicker with nobody on base.
Right. One, two. DeRiggi got a piece of it. Hit it foul off the catcher's hand. That one hurts.
Shepard will come out of this at bat north of 80 pitches.
Wow.
So
he's been in since the 4th, right?
Came in there. They've done a nice job preserving the bullpen again.
This one's up and in for a ball to DeRiggi.
Just kind of glancing through the Minnesota stats. Tomorrow I will see Rooney at some point for sure. Really nicely done from DeRiggi as he takes ball 3. And then Seth Clausen, the Iowa kid, could be the other one that has appeared in a lot of games for the Gophers.
3-2. DeRiggi was late on it. Foul tip. He's out number 1.
Good at bat. Just didn't get the payoff on it. He fouled off some pitches, got it to a full count, and then ended up getting the strikeout anyway on what had to be pitch number 8 or 9 of that at bat.
So it was 9.
9.
See Tello now with 1 out in the 8th. First pitch to Rader. Swinging for the fences. Comes up a bit empty. 0-1.
Tello.
Boy, if that one's just a little bit higher and a little bit more inside, Rader gives it a ride.
Tello corked one his last at bat. Got caught at the wall there.
This one way outside. Bounced in the opposite batter's box and got to the backstop 1-1.
53 feet?
Yeah, way out in front there.
He got it to the dirt, 55 feet.
The 1-1. That's inside. Breaking ball, didn't break enough.
That is one of the things, too, though. When you see a guy with maybe a little bit of we'll call it a junk ball mentality, you might be able to throw a few more pitches because you're not really that worried about losing velocity. You kind of rely on break and craftiness as much as you do, as he tried to sneak a fastball there and threw it down in the dirt. But you're really depending on your ability to move the ball around with a breaking ball.
3-1, foul tip into the glove, 3-2. It feels like Shepard is towards the end here, though. They've got somebody that's warm in their bullpen. Probably not trying to take him out unless they have to. I don't know what their have to criteria is, as the 3-2 is low and out for ball 4.
Have to will certainly be the 9th inning. I can't picture him coming back out in the 9th inning, but I'm not sure what the have to here would be. Maybe Honar gets on. You've got 1 out with a couple guys on. That might chase him. But again, if you're starting to think about tomorrow and how early tomorrow's game might come, Minnesota's bullpen is set up pretty well right now.
First pitch, swing and a miss by Honar. He comes up with 1 out in the 8th. Iowa leading Minnesota 7-2. The pitch to Honar. Lined foul to the left side. No balls and 2 strikes to the Hawkeye second baseman, who's 1 for 4 tonight. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Low and outside with the breaking ball, and Honar missed it. 2 down.
Yeah, with Sam being a little bit of a, again, kind of more of a free swinger, maybe you really have to try to identify those pitches the best you can. And it's super easy for me to sit here and say that, but that's kind of knowing how they're going to attack you then and kind of learning from it a little bit.
First pitch to Frazier. That's a good one on the inside corner. Goes with the bender. Braden's another one of those kind of free swingers. Just 1 for 2 tonight, but with 2 walks and a run scored to go along with his 2 RBI double that he hit earlier in the game. He's had a very productive night. He's chasing those outside pitches as well. You saw him strike out in the 5th doing the same thing.
But, he was behind then in the 6th inning as well and battled back and did a nice job to draw that walk off Shepard. So see if he can tighten up the zone and the swings here.
The 0-2, that's low and out.
Hawks have struck out 10 times here in the nightcap, but have walked 8 times. So they've kind of balanced that out. They've worked on feels like we've had a ton of full counts.
Yeah.
They're trying to win those battles.
The Gophers have thrown a ton of pitches tonight through 7. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Frazier. Off the end of the bat. Nicked it foul.
Good job there to stay alive. It feels like now it's a pretty even mix. There's almost as much black here as there is maroon. Good scoop there. Look out.
Backdoor pickoff to first.
That was a fantastic scoop there from Sam Hunt. As Tello read the ball perfectly in the dirt. Hunt got a little lucky, picked it up perfectly, and was able to throw it behind and get the out at first.
That's a play the catcher behind the plate, like you backhand that. And for some reason, he keeps his glove facing forward and somehow still picks Tello off on the backside at first.
He was fortunate. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the simple answer.
I've seen him try that a couple of times. You're probably not coached to do it that way, are you?
You're not. He was fortunate. We're just going to stop with that.
Hawks lead at 7-2. Bottom of the 8th coming up. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Hawks leading the Gophers 7-2, trying to pull even with Minnesota in the series after Minnesota won the first game of the doubleheader. We'll see Savory again, another inning of work for Aaron, the freshman from Dubuque.
That was just pitch number 18, so even though he's now in his third inning of work, he's been wildly efficient with seven pitches and 10 pitches for his 2 innings.
This one's lined into center, and that's a base hit to start the bottom of the 8th. Off the bat, a Weber Niels.
Actually, had him played perfectly. Honar was right there, just lifted over his head. Couldn't, short of go-go gadget springs in his legs, wasn't going to jump up and make that play. So,
well, when you think about it, there was a single by Bateman in the middle of the 7th before we turned that double play on him. So it's not like, Minnesota hasn't put it in play, and Iowa's gotten out of it, so not in foreign territory here with the leadoff man on. First pitch, strike. That's what I like about Aaron right now. He just moves on, gives up the hit. Now we're back locked into the next hitter.
Well, and you're up 5. This guy doesn't hurt you, so go throw strikes, make him keep hitting the ball around to beat you.
Pause from Savory. This pitch is low and in. Ball 1.
Wasn't quite as far in as he made it look. But.
Yeah. Decent lead at first. Pause from Savory. They'll check on the runner. It was a wide throw over to DeRiggi. He had to reach over to grab it.
Niels doesn't have a stolen base, so probably not a guy that you're worried a ton about.
Sort of like you've talked about too, John. The focus is here at home. 1-1 pitch, hit to the Iowa on-deck circle to the left, 1-2.
Well, because you've been really good, and so there's no reason to divide your attention at this point. Even if you let him run all the way around and score, it's 7-3. Who cares? You just keep getting outs. For every new guy that comes to the plate, you get an out. You're fine.
Ready with the 1-2. Here's a tapper foul again. This time to the right side.
You're on the countdown clock for outs now. You've got 6 outs. Yep. If you're Sav, you're probably just looking at, hey, I got to get 3 more outs because they're probably going to turn it over to Luke and let him finish it up in the 9th. But I just need to get out of this inning here.
1-2, way outside. Good job by Cade Moss to spin over there to grab that one.
Great snag there from Cade to keep the runner at first and the double play in order. As Mazinga's walked twice, so.
He crouches over the plate, doesn't he? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Savory's ready. The pitch. Line drive into right. Frazier moving over. He's got it. No opportunity to tag for the runner. Just a long out to right.
Sav's first inning, they made solid contact on him, but Hawkeyes had good position on defense. He trusted his defense. They made plays for him. And so that's the again, that's the idea when you're ahead. Let the defense do the work. You don't have to nibble on edges. Just let them hit it and go field it and throw somebody out.
Back to the designated hitter, the 5-hitter, Marilla. 1 for 3 this evening with a strikeout. He also has a single. Runner at first with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Iowa 7-2. Savary's 1-0 offering is bunted down the third baseline. This will get foul.
Dylan's got to go touch it.
Might be poking a little fun at the third base coach over there. Wanted to get there before he did. A little minor competition. I don't know. Maybe doing something for the Iowa dugout. 1 ball and a strike. Savary against Marilla. Here's the pitch. Another foul ball to the left side. And
nice
a young
snag.
man with a glove makes the catch. I believe he's got a Hawkeye hat on. What do you think?
Well, that's why he made the catch.
Of course.
Well, they've been rolling down that hill, so they have to be 3/4 dizzy over there. So that's pretty impressive because there were either 6 balls flying at him or they were spinning in circles coming over there, and he still made the play. So nice work.
The 1-2 from Savary outside, 2-2.
All right, get it.
I don't think I could roll down that hill. Physically, I could. I don't think I'd survive. I think I'd be spinning in circles. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Savary's ready. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. That's a strikeout for Sav.
Very well done there. I was really hoping on 2-2 that he was going to get it done. Buried that pitch on the back foot. Marilla swung right over the top of it. Hawks are 1 out away from headed to the 9th inning.
Big pitch there from Aaron.
I didn't really want the count to go full. Didn't want to have to mess around with that.
You start to get into weird situations with that, don't you? See Council now. 2 outs, still that runner at first. That's Niels. He singled to lead off the bottom of the 8th. Iowa 7, Minnesota 2. First pitch below the knees to Council, who is 0 for 2 in Game 2.
Had a good line drive out to Hucksdorf. He saw Savary earlier in the game.
One-0 curveball, called strike, inside corner to the righty. 1-1.
He must not have seen that pitch the first time through because that was a really good pitch from Sav.
You notice when Aaron's got runners on and in the stretch here, he takes a little bit longer, takes his time. Now right on cue, he's going to deal the 1-1. Hit sharply foul to the left side.
Well, and that's part of there's a little gamesmanship on the pitch clock, too, of being able to, hold it, go. He's going to do that a little bit with the runner. If you get into that same rhythm, especially with a runner on base, it becomes a little bit easier to steal a base and do those types of things, too.
Savary's 1-2, swing and a miss. Got him with a sharp slider. Tip the cap to Aaron Savary. Another strikeout, his 3rd of his outing. And the freshman phenom comes in and does a great job for the Hawkeyes in the middle to late innings. We head to the 9th, Iowa 7-2. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Iowa leading Minnesota 7-2 in the top of the ninth. New pitcher into the game for the Gophers. We'll get to him in just a second, but first let's pause. 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, new pitcher for Minnesota, a lefty, 6 feet tall from Lake Zurich, Illinois, Noah DeLuga.
DeLuga is making his 9th appearance on the season. He is 0-1 with a 6.57 ERA, 12 1/3 innings, giving up 14 hits, 13 runs, 9 of which have been earned, 13 walks, 12 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .292 against him. He's hit 3 guys. Going to bring it up there mid to upper 80s. Kind of a little left-hander slinger again, that maybe a little 3-quarter action. Really kind of has, as you might have gathered from the stats, he's either going to throw you a strike or he's not. And so while that seems super obvious, in this case it might not be, as we've already got a miscommunication and the catcher jogging out to chat with him.
It's Frazier, Huckstorf, and Seegers for Iowa. Feels like you probably have enough to win this one at 7-2, but hey, a couple runs won't hurt.
A couple runs wouldn't hurt. I can't imagine they'll run Sav back out there again, so you're probably going to see Luke finish it up. He was warmed up in the bullpen. At this point, you might as well use him because he's probably hot anyway. So,
first pitch to Frazier's in there for a strike, 0-1.
Frazier gets the benefit of Tello getting picked off as he gets a clean count now. Been down 0-1, but probably also glad to see the Shepard and the breaking balls go away.
Right. That one's way inside. Braden has to dodge out of the way of it, 1-1. Swing and a miss at the next one, 1-2 now. Boy, just looking at this catcher for Minnesota, Hunt behind the plate. Hit that. The way he sets up, I know we've talked about it a couple of times, but his left leg, he's basically sitting on the ground, and his left leg is totally stretched out all the way right behind Frazier's right foot.
Yeah, those pitches that bounce, I mean, it kind of goes to how fortunate he was to pick that ball that he threw Tello out on, because popping out of that spot, you're going to have to be wildly flexible to kind of jump up from that spot.
2-2, check swing. Oh, called third strike anyway. Frazier's down for the first out of the ninth.
Frazier having a little chat with the home plate umpire, and now Coach Sutherland's got a question or two.
What'd you think, up and in?
Well, I assume he called the swing because it didn't look like a strike, but I just don't know why you
Careful with those assumptions today,
Well,
John.
that's true, too.
Huckstorf swings at the first pitch. Hit out into right field and caught by Hawkinson, and he had a little trouble with it out there.
I just don't know why you don't ask the first base or the third base umpire. I mean, that's what their job is on that one. It's not yours. We talk about our angle on it. The home plate umpire's angle isn't any better. He's just closer. And so unless you're 100% sure, and I suppose maybe he was, ask. It just doesn't hurt anything.
2 outs in the Hawkeye ninth. Iowa 7-2. We're glad that it's relatively meaningless to this point, hopefully. You just feel bad for Frazier, I guess. Iowa's shortstop Michael Seegers is in the box. 1-0 pitch to him is inside 2-0.
Call him by his correct name. Power hitting Michael Seeger.
Power. Yes. Drilled one about, 380, you think, to left center?
Yeah, I'd say at least that.
On an absolute line. Probably the hardest hit ball of the day.
I would guess
Keaton's
so.
was hit pretty well, too, but
I think Seegers was even better. It was more of a line drive. The way the BTN Plus guys called it was lazy fly ball to left center that they carried over the fence. But Seegers there was nothing lazy about his.
Well, Michael has earned another walk now. 4 pitches, so a little bit afraid of him and the power that he's got.
And maybe that's the again kind of the good break, and you kind of make your own break there for Michael to kind of get him back on on the track he was on earlier in the year.
Yeah, really going to need him to lead and carry this team as we get down to the home stretch. Bottom of the order with Cade Moss. Moss will watch this go by for a ball. Cade today is 0 for 3.
And we kind of talked about how DeLuga's a hit-or-miss guy, and all of a sudden now he's a little bit of everywhere.
Yeah, he has not been particularly close on the last 6 pitches.
Got the 2 quick outs and missed 4 in a row to Seegers, and we're going to have a little mound chat here to try to right the ship.
Well, I've seen this feels a little bit more like Iowa baseball tonight, doesn't it? This second game, it's been a workmanlike performance so far. You obviously have 3 more outs to get, but
you've been better. You took what they gave you. It was a little bit like Wednesday's game. You've walked 9 times. You're still not probably as productive as you want to be with runners on base or runners in scoring position, but it does get difficult when pitchers aren't throwing a ton of strikes too, because you're should I take it? Should I be ready to swing? Okay, it's everywhere. Nope, it's right there. So you've got to be a little bit more. Then we get strike 1 on that one. A little bit more disciplined. We've had obviously a very different strike zone to this game than we had in the first game, and so. But a good job all around to kind of do what they needed to do. And
here's one driven to right, but this is foul and out of play. Be 2-2 to Moss.
Do what they needed to do and take advantage of what they were given when they were given it, and make sure that Minnesota stayed down and didn't come back so far.
You go back to that first game, it was really just one particularly bad inning. And I think it snowballed after that.
The one inning popped the balloon.
Yeah.
And so that was a gut punch that became really difficult and turned out to be impossible to come back from.
Because after that, it just felt like, all the energy had left the room for the Hawks. Give up 7 instead of 5. You give up 5 instead of 4.
Yeah, you've seen it now a couple times. They made plays coming over the dugout rail, excited.
2-2's hit on the ground to first. That'll be an unassisted touch to the bag, and Moss is out on the ground out. 3 more outs to get. Iowa 7, Minnesota 2. We'll see who the Hawkeyes go with to close things down. We'll be right back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
All right, 3 outs to go. 3 outs until a Hawkeye victory. Let's get it done. We'll go with Aaron Savory. He's going to come back out to close things down. Minnesota hasn't really touched him to this point, so hey, why not throw him out there one more time?
Giving up just a couple hits, hasn't walked anyone, struck out 3. Just at 34 pitches, so probably throw more than that on a bullpen day anyway for him. So you're there, you're active. Career high was 2 innings over against Bradley. Tied his career high with 3 strikeouts. Trying to look, though, his previous high there. Bradley threw 28 pitches, so he's at 34 pitches now as he enters his 4th inning of work.
7-8-9 for Minnesota in the ninth. First pitch, strike to Jurgela on the inside corner. I think some rain's begun to fall. See some raindrops on our window in front of us, John. A couple umbrellas popping up in the stands. It's here. 0-1 pitch, low and in, ball one.
There's no human being in this stadium that wants a rain delay.
No. Ooh.
Not a single human being on either side.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. A nice one from Savary right there. It's not a significant rain. It's just a sprinkle.
No, but let's work quickly.
Yes. Sav looking for a strikeout. Here comes the 1-2. Buried it, and Jurgela didn't swing at it. 2-2.
I like the idea, but now you make the 2-2 pitch your payoff pitch. Don't fool around. Don't get to 3-2. Go right at him with this one, getting the strikes on. Because I don't think Coach Heller's going to give you a real long rope to stay out there with.
Yep, and the 2-2's way outside. Full count now to lead off the bottom of the ninth. Iowa 7-2. Hawkeyes with 7 runs on 7 hits. Minnesota 2 runs, 5 hits. They've also committed an error in the field. That was that batter interference, I think, right? Yep. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the off speed.
Nice bounce back there after he had him down buried in a hole. Let him back in the at-bat. Came back. Career-high strikeout number 4 for Sav.
Great job. He struck out 3 in a row.
And these are guys now that are seeing him for the second time.
Right.
So you'd think there might be spin the advantage a little bit to the hitter because the book on Sav is going to be real deep. So now you've seen him in real life. He hits the outside corner there. You'd think maybe the hitters have a little bit better chance the second time around, but good job as he's starting to pile up the strikeouts.
The batter is Hawkinson, their right fielder. 0-1 is the count. This off speed is too far off the plate. 1-1.
That's kind of one of those you want to see. If Moss could flip his glove over and kind of catch that and frame it a little bit easier as opposed to catching it and moving his hand to the outside.
High this time from Savary, 2-1. We're back here tomorrow. First pitch is scheduled for 2 o'clock. Ty Langenberg getting the nod on the mound for Iowa. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch from Savary. That's downstairs, ball 3. I don't know that he gets pulled if he gives up 1 base runner.
I think he's good with 1. I think he stays in, especially now that he's got the out.
Yep.
So I think he bought himself a little more rope. Great breaking ball there as he pushes the count to full as he just snaps that one across. Really good command of his breaking stuff today.
Excellent. Very impressed by Savary out of the bullpen. Full count pitch on its way home to Hawkinson. Ground ball foul.
I haven't had a chance to complain for a few innings about how many times we've walked Hawkinson, so I'd really like to go back and get him out here this time.
Can table that to the 4th, huh? Last time we walked him, he's walked 5 times today. The 3-2, just outside. That's ball 4. Hawkinson is on again with a walk.
We've walked a 200 hitter 6 times today. 6 times.
It's going to be a brutal stat to revisit.
I'm going to block it out and forget about it.
Yes, flush it and move on, right?
As we have a pinch hitter coming up here now.
See a right-handed hitter instead of Hunt, who hit from the left side. And it looks like Iowa's going to go to the bullpen. The batter is Kyle Bork from Alpharetta, Georgia. Coach Heller is out of the dugout. That'll do it for Savary. Runner at first. In the bottom of the 9th with 1 out, Iowa 7-2 on top of Minnesota. We'll go with Luke Llewellyn. We'll take a pitching change break, come back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
All right, one out in the bottom of the ninth. Runner at first for Minnesota. New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes. Iowa going with Luke Llewellyn, the junior from Urbandale.
1-0 on the season with a save. Appearance number 14 as he brings a 2.3 ERA, 15 2/3 innings. 8 hits, 6 runs, only 4 of those earned. 12 walks, probably a little higher than Luke would like to see, but 20 strikeouts and opponents hitting just 145 off Louis.
He's been nails out of the Iowa bullpen this year. He's got to get 2 outs. He could technically get it in 1 pitch, right? Let's get a ground ball and a double play, get us out of here.
Yeah, Bork hitting just 167, but does like to walk 10 or 36 at bats, but he does have 10 walks in those with the 36 at bats, 14 strikeouts. So attack the zone, go get him, make him put it in play, especially up 5.
First pitch from Louis, swing and a miss. Might have been a hole through his bat.
That's my guess is you're going to be able to attack the zone here, and with Louis' stuff, the guy limited at bats guy probably isn't going to just all of a sudden demolish one on Louis.
That one drifted low, ball 1. Llewellyn's got a presence out there as a closer role.
Well, he's 6'4", so he's...
This one is high. 2-1. He fell off the mound a little bit funny right there. He's got a little bit of a stockier, muscular build.
Did you see his brother throw out the first pitch Wednesday night? Speaking of stockier, muscular build.
2 balls and a strike. The pitch from Llewellyn. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Yeah, you've got Bateman standing in the on-deck circle again. There's just no reason to let Minnesota have any real interest in this at all. So get the second out here, ground into the double play, whatever, but don't leave a couple runners on as Bateman walks up to the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The delivery is high and out. Ball 3. All right. 5-run lead for the Hawkeyes in the 9th. Llewellyn's got the sign from Moss. The pitch, swing and a miss. Overpowered him with the fastball.
Got right back into him again. He was really trying to work away. Just kind of missed the zone a couple times there, but ultimately got the punch out. And the Hawks are just an out away from the split and a chance to get the first series win tomorrow.
Scheduled first pitch for 2 o'clock tomorrow, and that'll wrap up the series with the Golden Gophers. Back to the top with Bateman. First pitch from Louis. In there for a strike. 0-1.
I've been really impressed with Bateman today, both how he handles himself in the field and just, even in the first game when he made outs early in the game, he looks good doing it.
Iowa fans on their feet to our left. The 0-1 is just inside. 1-1.
Deke. I'm not sure. Maybe I actually need TrackMan because that would convince me that those are actually balls.
The 1-1. Skied into left center. Huckstorf and Wilmus are coming together. Hucks got it. That'll do it. Hawks win it 7-2. That was a complete performance in game 2. How about that?
Well done there. A good start from Marcus Morgan. Pitched out of a jam a time or two. And then a great job from the freshman coming in, locking it down for quite a while. Bats did what they needed to do, took advantage of free bases, and the Hawks got a relatively stress-free win.
Yeah, if you go back to Coach Heller's pregame interview, and his keys to victory were good defense, kind of jump on a team early, good pitching. Well, it didn't come in game one, but it did come in game two today. Iowa losing game one of the doubleheader 12-3, bouncing back nicely, and I think we learned a little bit about the Hawkeyes tonight in their 7-2 win to close out the doubleheader.
Well, and we talked about that, but between games, you know, you've got high expectations. You aren't quite living up to them yet. You know, when you get punched, how are you going to respond? And that was an outstanding response as Marcus came in, did his job to kind of get the tones started. Hawkeyes get on the board early with 4 runs in 3 innings, in the first 3 innings. So a good response from the bats, just a good all-around, some good performance on the defense, picking up balls there, and it's what you want to see, what you needed to see, and now you're going to need to follow that up tomorrow.
Well, we'll take a break. We'll close things down right after this. Iowa wins at 7-2. We're back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Iowa wins the nightcap of the doubleheader 7-2. Let's go over some of the highlights from the Hawkeye winner in game 2. Feels it, deals it, swing and a miss, got him! Big time strikeout, Marcus Morgan. He pounds his fist into his glove as he comes off the diamond. Honar's using a different bat this time. Hits it on the right side, but threw into right. Base hit for Honar. Anthony scores. DeRiggi will stay at second. Throw quickly comes in. RBI single. Sam Honar. Yes! Runners take off. The 2-2 into the gap in right center. It is down and to the wall. Go Braden Frazier. He's at second. DeRiggi scores. Here comes Honar. Safe at the plate. Yes! 2 RBI double. 1 out runner at second. Bateman squares to bunt. First pitch from Morgan. Lined right to Seegers. Seegers caught it. He's headed to second. It's a double play. Yes! First pitch to Wilmus. Fair ball. Hit into the corner and left. Come on, Huck. He's going to score with ease. Seegers, he's rounding third. He'll score. Benny Wilmus. Boom. Yeah. The batter is Seegers. He drives this one to deep left center, carrying well. It is gone. Ho-ho! Michael Seegers. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. DeRiggi gloves it, steps on the bag at first, throw to second. Double play. Ha-ha! What a play. Brennan DeRiggi hit it right to him at the bag. He touched the bag at first, threw it to second. Seegers with the tag and the double play. The 1-1. Skied into left center. Huckstorf and Wilmus are coming together. Huck's got it. That'll do it. Hawks win it 7-2. That was a complete performance in game 2. How about that? All right, Hawks win it 7-2. We'll take our final break. We come back. We'll talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, You deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Hawks win the nightcap of the doubleheader 7-2 over Minnesota and get the split on the day. We're joined now by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, just a thought on the day.
Well, just really good response out of the guys in game two. Quite honestly, we certainly helped them get going in the first game, but they kicked our butt. They kicked our butt after that. And, that part's a little disappointing. I thought we didn't absorb the punch really well, and once the 7-run inning hit, it was just a feeling of deflation in there. And credit to them that inning, but we had some free bases to get it going, and then obviously we couldn't stop the bleeding after that, and got off to a really good start. Had a couple two out hits. Kyle had a 2-out triple. That was big. Thought we were in a really good place. Obviously, Brody's going really well. I think he's at 59 pitches after 4 innings, and then all of a sudden, we throw 69 pitches in the 5th, and it's just a bad one. And you credit Minnesota. They did a really good job of grinding Brody out, and, we gave him some free bases, and then this, stuff started rolling downhill, and unfortunately weren't good enough to stop it that game. But second game, just a really good response, which certainly that's what you're hoping for. Marcus was able to navigate around some things, but did a really good job because, in the past, he just let that one inning happen, and all of a sudden it's 4 runs, and he was able to get out of the 1 bases loaded jam, I think, which was really good. And then you talk about Aaron Savary, the last after that comes in, three and change, was really good, threw a ton of strikes, and then Louis to close it. So really good job out of the pen by those 2 guys. And then offensively, wasn't a great day offensively, but we did enough here in the second game, got some big hits. Ben Wilmus with the 2-out RBI, Michael there at the home run to tack on a run there late. So we just did enough. We got to get going a little bit offensively. We have some guys really struggling, and we just got to get them going. We need those guys to perform a little bit better, and if we do that, we can get on a roll. So good response. Obviously disappointing just with how game 1 went.
What was the message to the team, or did you guys not really even need to give one? Did the players understand?
Yeah,
turn it up.
You got your butts kicked. Like, there's not much else to say. And they had 13 hits. We had a bunch of free bases, but they did a great job. We had the starters at 82 pitches after 4 innings, and it was kind of a little bit like Savakul. We couldn't get him out of the game. We threw a ton of body blows, had him reeling a little bit, and then that kid goes out there. He has an 8-pitch inning and then a 13 or something after that, and ends up getting 2 more innings out of him and save the pen. So great job by that kid, but we got to throw the knockout blow offensively, and certainly the big 7-run inning was the one that just staggered us, and we didn't recover very well from it. So you just tell them, like, listen, you got your butt kicked, and now it's time to respond. And you don't have a lot of time. You have 35 minutes to wipe it away, or 40 minutes, whatever it was between games, and you got to be ready to go. And, we scored 4 runs in the first 2 innings. I thought the at-bats were pretty good against a big-time arm. Guys throwing it over 100 miles an hour, and I thought guys did a really good job of grinding on him, get him out after 3, and then we're able to tack on a few other runs. So good response. We need a really good effort tomorrow, and it's going to be one of those days where you just may have to show up and play a little bit with the way the weather is. So it's going to be a day that we're going to have to show some toughness and get back ready to go.
Well, I'm sure you learned a little something about your team tonight, Coach. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks, John.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Siebert Field. All right, Iowa splits the day. They dropped game 1 12-3, win game 2 7-2. We'll be back tomorrow. First pitch is scheduled for 2 p.m. Our pregame coverage will begin at 1:30. If there's any change to the time, make sure to follow the Iowa Baseball Twitter account, and we'll have updates posted on there if there's any change to the time. Otherwise, it'll be at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Hawks split today. Got to have it tomorrow to get the first series win in conference play of the year. For my great board op down the line, Michael, excellent job as always. It was a long day for us, but it was a good day for the most part. For my great broadcast partner, John Evans, I'm John Leo saying so long from Siebert Field. Hawks win game 2 of the doubleheader 7-2 after dropping the first game. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.